Oh.
Oh.
What's up?
One person has come so far.
Good. That's all we need.
But I'm sure. Oh, there's another one. That's huge. Whew. Get your Red Bull, get your drink. You know, let's give it a few minutes. You know, I'm sure they're on the way. See, we own Venezuela now.
Yeah.
Not good.
Yeah.
What do you want me to say?
Already, I guess Trump can just fucking do anything. I'm looking forward to seeing him rape kids on TV and finding Republicans defending it somehow.
Yeah, and they would too.
Regardless of what you guys think about the invasion or the kidnapping or whatever, which you should think it's horrible, don't argue with fucking Venezuelans about this, because Venezuelans fucking hate Maduro. They're happy to see him go, and none of them are going to be criticizing Trump for these actions, and I wouldn't expect them to. So don't be fucking retarded about it.
Yeah, I mean, just because Venezuelans are out there celebrating doesn't mean it was good that the United States
the United States should, but it's like nobody likes Saddam Hussein either. Okay, like he was also a bad guy. It's just fucking retarded. Like because I think I even saw a few people on the subreddit. Like if you're sitting here thinking like, well, Venezuelans should understand this is bad, right? No, they hate this motherfucker for good reason too.
Yeah, this will kind of bring us into our Asmon debates, but Asmon was on stream. I was watching his stream for the first time today since his WoW streams, and holy shit, he is on there full sweeping and just saying like, yeah, this is good. Look at how the Venezuelans are celebrating. This is awesome.
Yeah, remember the videos of the Iraqis pulling down the statue of Saddam Hussein and everything?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. All right, do you want me to start dragging?
Yeah, go for it. Not all are celebrating.
Right.
I have fam out there. A lot are scared. A lot know that America will control them. All Venezuelans are not happy. No, I don't believe you. Nope, I don't believe you at all. I'm pretty sure 90% of Venezuelans are ecstatic to see Maduro fucking tortured, murdered, and thrown off the face of the earth. You might have some family that feels one way about it, but I'm pretty sure the vast majority of Venezuelans are super happy to see him go. This was one of like it was one of the wealthiest countries in South America, and it's been fucking destroyed over the past decade. Like, this country has been obliterated. The elections are bullshit. Like, I don't think anybody in fucking Venezuela, there may be a select few, but I think most people in Venezuela fucking hate this motherfucker.
All right, here's our first guy. Honestly Reckless. You're up. You're muted.
King.
Everybody does that. I always say I'm not going to be the guy who does that.
And you did it. You were the guy who did it.
I am the guy who did it. Believe me. How's it going?
It's going great.
Great. You want to talk about Asmongold?
Yeah, go for it.
I think he's more or less harmless. If anything, I think there's even a chance he's doing us a favor. I think that leading up to 2024, the country has shifted more right. This is just a fact. Things that are totally fine to say today were like unheard of 3 years ago. So somebody was going to be the big right-wing streamer, and I would much rather it be Asmongold than Fuentes, or I'm trying to think of who else it even could have been, but it could be somebody far more extreme. Asmongold doesn't have an ideology in my mind. He has feelings and reactions. He has extreme reactions to things based entirely on whatever he knows at the moment and whatever he's feeling at the moment.
I don't understand how any of this makes it good.
It doesn't make it good.
So what is that?
Better.
You were saying better, but you mean it's like least bad or not as bad as it could have been? How is that a defense of anything?
It's pragmatic defense.
So it's not a
if you're
defense.
looking for somebody to stand here and say, "Oh my God, I love Asmongold. The man's a genius." What are you talking about, Destiny? Like I can't do that because that's insane. Like who? But I can see him serving a function, and I can see.
Wait, what is the function?
Him being the function is to be somewhat more moderating of MAGA. Everything he says, even
how is he? But in terms of moderating,
right, can I swear? Is that fine?
What? Well, no, hold on, because you've talked.
Can I swear? Is that fine?
Oh, sorry.
Part of my vocabulary.
Yeah, that's fine. Wait, but I'm just saying that, like,
okay, yeah.
Wait. It seems like the defense here is that he's more moderate than like the worst person in the universe would have been, but like he's carrying the line on all the MAGA stuff basically verbatim. I mean, like, could it be worse? Sure, yeah. But like. Like it's really, 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 really bad. I don't understand that it could be worse defense.
Yeah. No, it is. I'm here. It's bad. Shit's bad. So in a world this bad, we could have ended up with someone way worse than that. Like imagine Fuentes had Asmongold's viewership.
That would be marginally worse. But like if I could rate it on a scale,
I think it would be much worse. Yeah. Can I explain
Asmongold
why?
is ultra xenophobic, has no commitment to fact, plays into, in my opinion, one of the worst things right now that exists in our whole landscape, which is inability to discern truth from fiction. Doesn't understand that getting news from a feed that's being aggregated for you based on your reading preferences is the worst way ever to gather news. Is disseminating this information to 50, 70,000 people. I'm pretty sure he's the most popular political, I think even YouTuber on the internet right now. But you're like, well, he's not a full Nazi.
It's not just that he's not a full Nazi. It's that he's somewhat moderating.
He's not moderating. Well, how is he moderating?
Also, he has no further ambition other than doling out right-wing slop.
Yeah, but in some ways that makes it even worse. But when you say moderating, what do you mean by, what is he moderating? He's radicalizing.
Okay, when it comes to the xenophobia, nothing. He's as far in the right wing camp as it gets in that area, but he's far more moderate when it comes to LGBT issues. Like I actually saw him once and it's your fault I even know who this guy is because I watch your streams and your videos, and then always an Asmongold video pops up after you. It's YouTube really thinks you and Asmongold have a lot in common.
Well, it could also be that Asmongold is the most popular political streamer and possibly YouTuber on the internet right now, right?
It is.
Okay. So, but I guess I don't understand when you say he's moderating. What is he moderating?
Okay. Once I saw his entire chat freak out in a video because they were talking about if one of your children was trans. And everyone was like, "Oh, cut them off, like get them what is it called, conversion therapy?" And he was like, "No, I'd use their preferred pronouns." He's like, I'd make sure like that it was real, and I'd really get them all the help they need. But like
I don't know. So I don't know when he said this last, but aren't his most recent statements on this that like every single trans person necessarily has like mental illness or their parents like fucked them up?
This was like November.
Okay, well, the last statements I heard on this were him saying that every single trans person is basically mentally ill, and not in like they need whatever kind of treatment, but like they're fucked in the brain, and their parents are all fucked in the brain. This is the last statements that I heard on this. Maybe we're worlds apart in terms of what we heard, but
yeah, we might be. And also, he's worlds apart in one. He's a lot like Trump actually himself in this way. Like he seems to be a fan of whatever was thrown in front of him in the first 5 minutes.
Okay, here, let's back up for a second. Do you agree with, what do you think are like, actually, in my opinion, the worst problem right now that we have as a country, as a planet, is we cannot tell like what is real and what is false. So two people can say, okay. I feel like Asmongold not only also fails this test, I feel like he falls into the trap in the most layman-coded, like dumb way possible, in that he thinks he's being informed while he's scrolling on an algorithmically generated newsfeed. He's never reading articles. He's never finding information himself. He's never doing additional research. He's just reading what Elon Musk's robots put in front of him, and then he is regurgitating that to his audience.
Regurgitating it and signal boosting it. I completely agree.
So in
Now,
that sense, so
imagine
this is a
that
thing.
was
Wait.
done by-
This I don't understand what you keep. Well, imagine it was worse. Yeah, I guess there's probably somebody who would have been worse than Hitler being Hitler's job. But I'm never going to be like, well, you know, it could have been 7 million or 8 million or 9 million Jews, right? Like, okay, I don't know what the point of that defense is. Like,
The point is actually, as somebody, my grandfather was a German Jew, and like maybe maybe 9 million actually would have been worse. I might not be sitting here on this lovely Saturday chatting with you. Like, it can make a difference. You know, sometimes it's a pragmatic argument. You know,
what are we arguing for? What is the pragmatic argument, though? You're not arguing. You're just saying that like he could be worse. That's not an argument. Like, yeah. I mean, I think could always be worse,
my
right?
argument is that he. My argument is that it could be not just that it could be worse, but that in some ways he has a moderating effect.
He's not. How is he
doesn't
moderating?
I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
You know. Okay. He does. I've never seen him. I've seen him like cheer when boats are exploded, you know, which is of course horrifying and fucked up. But I've never seen him say like, "Oh, we need to." I've never seen him do like any kind of. We need to go into the Capitol. I don't know what he would have done on January 6th necessarily if today was turned around. He certainly would have defended it, but I don't think he would have been there promoting it.
Okay, here's when I think of moderating. This is what I think, okay? If Asmongold were gone, the media environment would strictly be better. That's what I think. So I don't see how it's moderating to say that his existence is...
Where do you think his audience would go?
I don't know. They either wouldn't be politically activated at all, which would probably be preferable.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think Asmongold brought in a ton of people into politics that wouldn't otherwise have been politically inclined?
I think that there were a lot of people. This is going to sound so fucking lame, but it's true. I think there were a lot of people that got politically activated, believe it or not because of anything actually happening in politics, but because they started putting like mid girls in video games, and because the Star Wars movie sucked, and they put and they had a female lead. So, you know, simple-minded people were like, oh, I guess all female-led Star Wars movies. I guess female women destroyed Star Wars. And
hold on, wait. You're aware? Wait. Okay, hold on. Are you 26 or 27?
I'm 44.
Okay. If you're older, you know that like the prequel sucked, and not everybody became like a Nazi because of it, right?
We didn't have the internet back then.
When did the
internet has
prequels come
driven
out?
people crazy.
Wait, hold on. Okay, the internet wasn't
don't tell me
as
we
big.
had fucking Facebook or something,
Sure, but
or
like,
MySpace. I was there.
From 99 to 2005. Hold on.
Like,
Okay. Do you agree or disagree with this? If Asmongold... Hold on. Do you think Joe Rogan has gotten people into politics that weren't in politics previously?
Joe Rogan...
Or do you think everything is just an inevitability? It really doesn't matter what people watch. It doesn't matter where people
Joe
go.
Rogan
They just...
Joe Rogan maybe, but in a weird way. Like, I started watching your streams inadvertently through watching Joe Rogan. You know, I started watching earlier episodes of Joe Rogan during COVID, and then I watched what's his name, the very polite Russian kid, Lex
Friedman.
like and yes, Lex Friedman. Sorry. And I saw your episode, and I was like, "Oh God, this is the guy I'm looking for. This guy makes fucking sense."
Okay, so if you didn't watch me through... Hold on. Let me... wait. Okay. Hold on. I just need to... This conversation is...
I know. I'm very dynamic. You just
No. It's not dynamic. Okay. Let me go back to my central point. If Asmongold didn't exist, those 50,000 viewers, you think on a scale from 0 to 100%, okay? And I'm not asking for like an exact, like 42.8, but approximately, what percentage of those people do you think would be as radical as they are now as a result of watching Asmongold? You think it would still be like 70+% of them would have just gone to Fuentes, or...
I think they would have gone because he didn't have the audience he has now.
He's been like decently big. He's grown doing
not in the last 2 years since the primaries.
He's gotten a lot larger, especially for political stuff. But he's always been like a really good,
He was
a big streamer,
good video game streamer,
a big streamer, not just video games, but like a big streamer.
I remember when you did that Miskiv call, and I remember thinking that he was the only one of them with a brain. Yeah. Agreed.
So if
But-
if he would be
I
gone,
don't-
do you think that
I don't know,
all of
what
the
were his numbers?
wait, if he were to be gone, do you
I have
think
no
that
idea what his numbers were before in the last.
they could have been up to 50K doing certain game stuff? He was a really, really big. He is still a really, really big streamer, obviously. Well, he's probably the largest.
Wait, I
streamer in the
lost you for a second there.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, your mic's working. He's just.
All right, I would say the difference between whatever the difference is between, or maybe a little bit more between where he was in 2001 and today, I'd say that margin would all be
Sure. I hear
watching
what I'm
either
at.
Fuentes or somebody new.
Okay,
Or
he's lagged right now. Shit.
yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. If Asmongold wasn't streaming, I think that a large percentage, I would say 50% plus of his fans that are super politically activated now, well, I say politically activated, have strong political opinions at least, I think that like half of those people would just not be politically activated at all. They would just like watch other stuff or play video games or whatever. I think that he took a group of people that were not very politically astute or involved at all and made them way more political than they were before. And I don't think that had to be inevitable. I don't think that was always going to be the case.
I disagree because there are all of these like gamer anti-woke groups. They're like, these are the people who went into Asmongold streams. Like, I don't know if you know Friday Night Tights.
No.
They do a thing on Friday. It's all like anti-woke video game stuff. Or not video, mostly movies. And they're what's it called? They have at least 15K on a Friday on a
Okay. I would say those
on a
are. I
Friday
would say
night,
that.
and-
I would say those people are bad too. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that's where his the newer parts of his audience came from.
Do you think that okay, so what is your ballpark percentage of people of Asmongold that you think would still get into some kind of more radical space? Do you think it would be like over half of them or over like 2/3 of them, or?
I think it'd be over half of them at least.
Okay.
Maybe 2/3.
I disagree, but then even moving past that, if I were to say, what if instead of being like, I guess like a less horrible fucking option for these people, what if Asmongold was actually like a decent option? Like, couldn't he do so much better? Like, even if he was conservative, couldn't he at least like open an article and read or do like, and these are things that are easily within his power that.
Yes. And of course that would be so here's the question: if it would be better, because it depends on what he's reading. The reason why I consider him harmless is because he's not starting packs. He has no political ambitions. He is gonna sit in that house for as long as people watch him, and he's gonna make slop and make money, and that is going to be his life. You know, he's not going to get out.
Do you think the content you consume has no impact on anything you
No,
think
it
or
doesn't.
feel?
No, of course it has an impact.
Okay, so I don't understand where
But-
this like, well, he's not like, he personally doesn't have political
No, then
ambitions.
we get back to the part you don't like, the it could be worse part.
Okay, so then your primary defense for Asmongold is just that it could be worse. Is that
I'd like to put it. I think I put it slightly more articulately than that, but
okay? The slightly more articulate version is right now there are substitution goods for Asmongold that if Asmongold didn't exist, the majority of his fan base would be consuming these other things that would make them even more radicalized. So Asmongold is the moderate option in a way. Okay, I guess I disagree. I think that one of the most disappointing facts of the past 5 years, I guess, maybe since COVID, is for some reason every single person thing has become political and has gotten like politically activated and motivated, and that less of this is probably preferable. That we don't need every single person that saw a girl whose boobs were too small in a video game to become like a new MAGA voter or something. Yeah, and I mean, I guess it doesn't sound to me like you disagree that Asmongold does an exceptionally terrible job at like everything he does. It's just you think that it could be worse.
Yeah, I think it could be worse, and I'll send you. I don't know. I guess I could DM it to you on Discord or the clip of him doing the trans thing, but with the defense of using preferred pronouns.
Well, I've heard people do the
I
defense of
think-
preferred pronouns is boring because like some people will say that like, yeah, it should be illegal. Yeah, we need to ban all of it. Yeah, it's horrible and mental illness, but I'll respect the pronouns because I'll be nice in person. That's not really a strong position. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, well,
but
this person's not
it was
the worst.
mostly. I think I also have his chat recorded. It was because I remember seeing that, being like, "What am I watching?" Because he actually like his chat was in like full revolt. They were like, "You support mental illness, like these people, they need to be locked up and like all sorts of other disgusting, insane shit." And he was like, "No, that's your family." He was talking about if he had a kid, how he would treat his kid. So.
Okay. Well,
Gotcha.
I think little things like that have an impact too. I feel like the right wing slop is going to be out there. Somebody's going to be doing it, and I feel like
yeah,
as long as
I
throwing
understand
little
what you're
bits like
saying,
that
but
in
like
there,
it's so bad. Right, like he was saying,
it is
like him
bad.
saying things that
It
like
is
everybody
bad.
needs
It's
to be
bad. I
deported,
agree with you.
that walls needs to be executed, that like
He
just
wants to deport American citizens, actual American citizens. It's
do
crazy.
what?
He wants to deport actual American citizens when he
Yeah.
talks about
So the idea of like
no.
calling him a moderating voice, I think that if he were gone, but I guess we just factually disagree, and neither of us really have a way to prove it. I think that if he was gone, I think that the overall political conversation would be healthier. I think it'd be better. He would be the space that he occupies, and him speaking, it hurts the space. He has nothing of value, and all he does is make things worse. I don't think he's holding off many people. If anything, my guess is he's probably funneled more people to the likes of like Fuentes than anything else, and prevented them from watching any of his content. But again, we have no way to prove this. I mean, like he spoke, like you mentioned him being a moderating force on Fuentes fans. He's spoken favorably about Fuentes on his stream. Like, didn't he make a comment about how it's inevitable that one day they'll chat or something like that? I feel like I remember him saying this on stream.
It was all very vague. It was all like, oh, it's not I think he said it's not a matter of if, but when.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
But honestly, I feel like the reason why he's not more proactive with this stuff is because he's not very eloquent or conversational. Like I YouTube recommended Steak and Eggs to me once, where he actually he sits down with Tectone and Emaru, and they like just chit chat about whatever's on their minds that day.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not a great conversationalist.
Sure.
He's great at just reacting and having huge reactions to things, questionably true things, but like I don't know what he would say to Fuentes, either in
Yeah, but isn't that
in,
even
like, a friendly
worse? So he would just
conversation.
bring him on, maybe if they did chat, and it would just be like a Fuentes jerk off session.
Yeah, that's probably what it would be. Which I think it says something that he hasn't done that yet.
Do you think it says something that he's comfortable saying to his audience, that it's inevitable that he'll talk to Fuentes at some point, but he absolutely will never talk to me? Do you think it's kind of weird?
I think it's kind of weird, but also that's today. In next week he could absolutely say, "Oh yeah, no," because I've heard him glaze you plenty of times.
Yeah, but
I don't even watch this
but
guy
glaze
that much, and I've
sure,
heard it.
but glazes me generally because I don't know why everybody gets sucked into this. The enemy is my friend thing. It drives me fucking. I feel like I'm the only person in the world that can simultaneously hate multiple people that also hate each other. He gave me a lot of compliments in the past. One is because obviously I'm an awesome person, all that, but also because I was fighting with Hassan that he was also fighting with.
Yes.
So it's like
I can't not see Hassan everywhere I go. It's just, he's just like the content gift that keeps on giving for you guys, isn't he?
well, I guess. Well, for some people, I mean, I feel like
For Dan, yeah.
sure. I feel like Asmongold is the bigger.
No, but I just mean all over the place. Like people in totally separate corners of the internet.
Well,
No,
Hassan
I've
is like
heard about-
definitionally like a lolcow, right? He has absolutely no self-awareness.
Yeah, no, without a doubt, he's constantly being milked.
Yeah, but okay. Well, I mean, I feel like I got your point. Yeah.
You got
Anything
one
else,
take?
You got any last words?
Jesus, man.
No, it was nice. It was nice to be on the stream.
Good talk.
Oh, are you
Have a good
getting the
one.
hoodies back in anytime with the little D? Because I was just in Thailand and I left mine at the hotel. I love that hoodie.
I don't know. Maybe someday.
Okay.
We should be. Yeah, we'll see.
All right, this next one is an Asmon viewer. I'm bringing him up. Vacationers, you are muted and welcome. Go ahead.
Microphone. How's it going, Destiny?
Pretty good. How's it going?
Pretty good. I just want to first say that I'm not like the last guy. I'm not. He seemed to be a fan of you, but maybe not that critical of Asmongold. I am not a fan of you. I am a fan of Asmongold.
Okay.
Just to kind of
Wait, hello?
Christ. Hello?
Oh.
Yeah,
hi.
sorry.
Okay.
So what do you want to talk about exactly? So honestly, it kind of seems like you're kind of. I know people use this term a lot, but I feel like you do have Trump derangement syndrome. I'm sorry.
Why do you feel like I have Trump
Even what you
derangement
said
syndrome?
right when. Yep. Even right when you started the stream, you said something about the Venezuela thing. I mean, I feel like that's one thing we could all agree is like obviously good. Happened in like an hour, and you somehow found a way to.
Do you think it's good then? Do you think that it's good that we deposed Saddam Hussein?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Was getting rid of Saddam? Or how can I ask how old you are? I'm just curious if you were like alive and during like the Iraq War. Okay. That's fine. I'm not trying to age. I was just curious because sometimes I feel like impressions of that might change based on age. But do you have like an impression of like the Iraq War or feelings about the Iraq War that the United States did, where we got rid of Saddam Hussein?
I have absolutely zero position on that whatsoever. Absolutely zero position.
Okay. Why do you think Trump well, here, let me propose a positive argument. So I would say that deposing Maduro as a leader was not good because the president was acting unilaterally with unclear motivation. And the effects of that are the United States becomes less predictable. We destabilize the world order. Everybody, especially South America, is going to be looking at us a little bit weird. And we have no guarantee about what comes next. There's a lot of indecision.
Who the fuck cares? There's a dictator who was running the country, sending drugs here, and now he just took over.
Should we take over every country that has somebody running the country who's a dictator?
They're killing Americans, yeah.
How many Americans has Maduro killed?
It's untraceable because it's so high. I would say in the millions if you include all the... I mean, it depends. Every death from a drug is probably... Like, it's impossible to quantify.
Do you think we should invade and depose the leader of China, Xi Jinping, or Putin, the leader of Russia?
Oh?
Aren't those guys dictators?
They're not sending drugs here. There's kind of a difference.
Isn't one of the big talking points for South America is the precursors and everything for fentanyl became cheaply available? Wasn't that one of Trump's big reasons for hating China is because a lot of the fentanyl is coming from China through South America through to the United States?
I have no idea. Basically,
Oh wait, let's say if that was true, would you support us regime changing in China? If what I just said was true, and if Trump had said this over and over and over again?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
China is a 1.4 billion population country? What?
So we should just regime change the countries that we can get away with it really easily and quickly with?
Yeah. If it's a benefit for everybody. I mean, I don't know.
Don't you think that...
illegal?
What?
He's the executive branch.
Yeah, but don't you think that creates like a bad and unstable world where nobody knows if they're about to be invaded by somebody else or not? Like it causes people to act with low trust around the world towards each other?
It's always been like that though.
Has it though? It hasn't really though, right?
Yeah.
It really isn't though, right? Like since the fall of the Soviet Union, it's not really generally just countries invaded. Yeah, it's gotten a lot better because people generally don't do that anymore, right? That's not what we do.
I would agree.
So it hasn't gotten better? Why would we make it go worse by invading people for no reason?
What are you talking about? Because there's a guy sending drugs to the country who's not even officially the leader. People are celebrating in Venezuela, which you admitted when you started the stream. What are you talking about?
So should we...
Look, I know you're way more informed than me on this. I'm willing to admit this. I'm not super online, but I use
my issue. Well, hold on. My issue. The issue that I have is that it's a very. Well, I understand what you're saying. It's a very short-sighted way of viewing the world. Like if we think there's a bad guy, like there can be things that there can be a bad thing, but there could be like processes and procedures to alleviate the bad thing, right? Like if you had a huge pain in your wrist, you could get rid of that pain completely and unequivocally for the rest of your life by chopping your arm off, but you wouldn't do that, right? You'd say, well, we should go from like smallest fix to down like a continuum of fixing things, right? If a police officer shows up at your house to, serve a subpoena and you get into a fight with a cop, that might escalate into you getting killed if you like literally start shooting at the cop or something. But that's the cop's not going to open fire immediately as soon as he comes to your door, right? You move down like a continuum of things. And I feel like for dealing with somebody like Maduro, especially when you're a huge country, especially when you got a ton of resources available to you, like this should be how you function. Does that make sense? Like you don't just go for the most nuclear thing right off the bat, because it creates an unbelievably unstable world where now everybody's looking at everybody like they're about to invade each other, and it makes it harder to get trade deals done. It makes it harder for intelligence cooperation. It makes it gunks the wheels up on literally everything.
Yeah, but if Biden would have done this, you would have celebrated it.
Why do you think that?
Just based off the things that you say, celebrating deaths.
Wait, what is a thing that I celebrated Biden doing that you think is an analog to this, or that like I celebrated Biden doing, but I wouldn't have celebrated Trump doing?
Just the entire operation. The operation.
Wait, that was
took
the
place.
most non-responsive thing in the world. What is a thing that I celebrated Biden doing?
Oh, that you already celebrated?
Or I'm curious, like what in your mind, what is foundational that has caused you to think that I would celebrate Biden doing this?
Because it feels like you apply like for the Venezuela thing, or not the Venezuela, the Somalia thing. It's like I expected you to honestly say how bad it was and everything, but you still found a way to defend it. Like not defend it, but go light on it.
What am I going light on?
Say. The fraud seems like a pretty bad thing that you're kind of going pretty light on.
But I think
From what I've seen, I haven't seen too much of you talking about it.
Sure, I think fraud is bad. I think that when fraud exists, we should prosecute it.
That's not enough.
What?
That is not enough.
What's not enough?
Just saying it's bad. These people have to go. Not all.
Wait. What do you mean these people have to go? If you commit a crime...
Oh my God. Come on, that's not...
No, hold on. I'm not making it a race thing. Bro, I've been saying fucking the N-word and everything on the internet way before you've even been alive. I promise you, okay? Please don't... That shit doesn't work here, okay? That's on other libcuck streams, okay? What I'm saying, when I say these people, I'm saying, like, even if you've committed the crime or whatever, when you say these people have to go, you go to jail. You don't get deported for committing crimes in the United States of America.
Well, first of all, we don't know even if they're here legally, number one. Second of all, Asmongold said
wait. That's a totally different... Wait. If they're here illegally, then deport them.
If they're here illegally, they have to go.
Yes, but wait. Yeah. But that has nothing to do with a crime they've committed, right? If they're here illegally and you want to deport somebody for whatever, then fine. But that's totally unrelated to the crime thing. Now, if you find out they were here illegally while you... But also, even at that, I don't even know if you agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that.
Go back.
Do you really think they should?
You gotta go back. You gotta go back to your country. If you come here, you have to be on your best fucking behavior.
Hold on, I'm curious. Let me just test that for 2 seconds. If somebody came here and they lived here for 5 years illegally, they stole $100 million, and they were living like a king for 5 years in the United States with stolen taxpayer money, and then you found that out, you would just deport them?
Yeah.
Didn't they get
so?
Isn't that like the best deal in the world for them? Like they basically have no punishment, right? They came here, they got to live like a king, and they got to steal from American citizens, and they got all their fun shit, and now they just get deported back to their country. They don't even get jail time. They just go right home.
Somalia? Well, seize their assets first. That's what Asmongold...
Sure, you can seize their assets, but like still, they basically live for no punishment. They just go back to Somalia, which, as you would agree, right? They should have been there in the first place. It doesn't even matter, right?
Yeah, but... I don't know why this is what it goes back to what I was saying about you. You're not defending it, but you just... Like, why don't you think people that steal stuff... You basically you're saying they should get put in a jail in America. That's what you're proposing?
We have a punishment for certain crimes in America, and I think they should be dealt out the punishment, yeah.
So if a Somalian came here legally, but they stole $100 million from taxpayers, should they get deported, yes or no? Legally. If they were born here.
Wait, legally?
Ha!
Oh, no, of course not. What do you mean? If they're American citizens, then no, you don't deport people who are American. What would you deport them to?
Okay, yeah. Or I think kind of highlights your position, because Asmongold is basically suggesting that their assets should be seized and they should be deported back to where...
Wait, do you think you should deport somebody who's an American citizen?
If they moved here and stole hundreds of... I mean, I don't know if that's... I don't know about that. I mean, that's more of a Asmongold. I don't agree with everything Asmongold says.
Sure.
I agree with most of it. I think he's a good news source.
Okay. With the Somali thing in particular, so when I say fraud is bad, you cut me off. I understand, it's fine. But I think it's bad, and it should also be investigated, prosecuted. People should be held accountable, right? I think my issue is that in the Biden admin, this was happening, right? The big cases that everybody wants to cite to take credit for as hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud or whatever, the feeding your children or feeding our future or whatever, like that was found under the Biden admin. There were like 90 people prosecuted for this crime. Like that was a good thing.
Good.
Yeah, that was a good thing.
They
Yeah.
should have went way fucking harder.
Well, what do you mean? How do you know? What do you mean they should have went harder? What does that even mean?
They should have like went harder against the organization.
Well, but you don't know how
fraudsters?
hard they went. You don't know if there was more. You have no. You're just that's like just a totally baseless statement. How do you know?
Obvious. What? We're still doing it today. What do you mean?
Who's doing what?
Did you watch did you watch Nick Shirley's video?
Yeah, it was a horrible video.
But why not just address the actual claims that are being made instead of focusing on like
Sure,
the
give
way
me
in which
one.
they discovered
Sure,
it?
give me one factual claim that you think that video made.
One factual claim that the video made.
Yeah.
Well, that there's fraud going on in
Okay. What part of the video
Minnesota,
demonstrated?
not Somalia.
What part of the video demonstrated fraud?
Oh yeah, the part where they went to the daycares. And
What-
just
what-
had the paperwork.
Okay, that
Have
paperwork
received
that you're
it,
talking
yeah.
about, you have no idea where those numbers come from, right? I don't. I couldn't find a
Well,
source
yeah,
for
'cause
any of it.
they didn't go in on that, but
Don't you think
I
it?
mean,
Wait.
you
But
can
that's.
go with the
But wait. Isn't that?
technicality of it, but-
Wait. No, it's not the technicality of it. The claim was that one, they're getting huge amounts of money from the government, but there wasn't any proof of that ever in this video,
You're
right?
denying that? You
But
don't
wait.
think they got the money?
I don't know. Did they? Wait. Was there proof of it in the video?
There's proof of it from the prosecutions under the Biden administration. was
No,
there
no,
not?
there's not. The Biden administration didn't go after daycares. They went after a charity organization.
Oh, so you think that so you think that the whole thing was a lie?
I think
All
that
of
the
this
video
was a
was
lie.
bad. Yes.
No. I'm asking about if you actually believe that there is zero fraud going on at daycares.
You're asking me a fundamentally different question there. There might be fraud going
Yeah.
on, but if there is, the video didn't demonstrate any of it. It failed tremendously to demonstrate anything at all. Because even this very first thing you're bringing up, which I agree is important, and it would have been nice if they actually gave some context for it, we have no idea where any of those numbers came from. There was no proof of that. There was no source of any of it. We have no. It was just a crazy dude who works at some construction company waving around a packet of papers.
I mean,
Isn't that a problem?
but-
What do you mean you guess? What did I just... Isn't what I said exactly correct? What I just said. Isn't that exactly what happened? What do you mean you guess?
I mean, you can criticize the video, but the actual substance is what I'm talking about.
but wait, how can you get to the substance if it's not being presented?
Because it led to investigations.
No, it's leading to ICE showing
Video
up.
led to it, not the...
No, there's
Yeah.
no. What do you mean investigations of this current DOJ? We don't know if anything's going to come from that. You can't speak to any of that. You could be agnostic on it now if you want to. Well, I don't know. We'll see where the investigations go. But that's not the statement you just made to me. You said that there was
What are you
first.
talking about? I'm pretty sure they just shut down all funding to all, or I don't know this.
Yeah,
I
they
have
and
to
made the
look.
announcement they were going to, but that's not an investigation. That's just retributive action. They're not doing this because they found fraud. They're just doing it because they're reactionary.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of how government works. That's kind of.
Well,
how
let's say that
presidents
they
work.
don't
There's
find any
bad
fraud
issues,
then.
they
Wouldn't
have
that
to
be a really
reactionary.
bad
That
thing?
argument you made with Biden waiting 4 years to pass the border bill?
No,
I mean,
wait,
you can
hold
go
on.
ahead.
Wouldn't it be really bad if they shut down all that funding and then they finish their investigation and they don't find any fraud?
I mean, yeah, but it's obvious that there is fraud.
Okay, so then if they don't find any fraud, you're gonna say wait. If they don't find any fraud, then you're gonna say yeah, that was a huge mistake and they never should have done that.
That would be horrible if there was no fraud, but I'm pretty sure it's obvious there is.
You're pretty sure it's
think he-
obvious, but you've seen no
Think he
evidence
just
for
made
it.
everything up. I
Who?
think the guy that he was with just had like, what do you think those papers were? You think they were just he just
Bullshit?
did a
Yes.
Google Doc and just? I
Yeah.
think he literally just created them.
Yep.
The whole thing was.
Yeah.
People lying on the internet?
You know why I know? You know why I actually know that to be the case? You know why I know?
Wait, no, I need to understand. So you think he literally went in a Google sheet and just wrote fake numbers down?
Not necessarily fake, but pulled them from bad places and knew that that was bullshit. Yes. But wait, do you
I think
understand?
always, you think those daycares are not fraud? Or actually, sorry. go
Wait,
ahead.
hold on, wait. Here's this is the easiest thing in the world because if those numbers were real, and he had a good source for them, you don't think that would have been plastered all over the video? He would have said, go to this website and look this up here. Look, you can see all these numbers here. Look at all this stuff that you can look up. And you can...
Somebody who watches YouTube all the time, people don't actually care about seeing the actual sources. They just want to see the actual video that's being made for entertainment. But that's an entire...
For entertainment? Oh, so then it wasn't journalism. It wasn't anything good. It was literally just a LOL entertaining video then.
Journalism? No, it's not. It's not really... Well, I mean...
So it was an entertaining video that got all the state funding pulled from daycares and feeding centers and everything else, and that's epic and based? That makes it even worse, doesn't it?
If it's not true, obviously, I think everyone would agree.
Well, but now you're saying it was just an entertainment piece and it's not even journalism. So what do you mean? Is why would we start any investigation off the back of an entertainment piece that...
I've never heard the argument be made that all of this is fake. Most people, like the guy's video, the guy, I think his name's Atriok, he admitted that there was at least fraud going on.
Yeah, but Atriok's video was also dog shit, but that's because nobody watched this video or has any understanding of how to like put together like a coherent argument. But you haven't refuted a single point I've said. You have no proof. I'll give you, a couple minutes right now if you want to look. You don't know where any of that guy's numbers came from, right?
Oh, but I mean, if you really think, do you think there's zero fraud? All those daycares.
You're not. That's a different question of whether or not there's zero fraud.
Well, it's not.
It is. I'm sure there's some fraud. There's fraud in everything. I'm sure there's some fraud.
Oh, okay. So now we got to the at least. Now we're okay. Good. Cool.
But if you thought there was fraud, this video is even worse because now it's taking any attention away from actual fraud, and now it's making people waste their time looking at fake fraud or bullshit.
Just said there was obviously some fraud.
I didn't say it was obvious. I said there's probably, statistically speaking, I'm sure there is, but this video didn't expose any of it. And now we're all talking about these stupid videos, and we're not doing actual fraud investigations.
I mean, it just happened. You can't say there's no investigations. I guarantee there will be some groundbreaking.
Yeah, like all the other groundbreaking stuff they've done. Like Doge was groundbreaking.
He needs to go further.
Like
Doge
getting the deficit cut was groundbreaking. Like no new wars was groundbreaking. Like what do you mean? This administration has broken every single fucking promise. You're on like the mountain of I fell for it again awards right now. Just what I said. What do you mean? We haven't had the mass deportations. We didn't fix any of the crime in any of the states. The National Guard just got pulled back from every place that they said. What do you mean? Like nothing happened.
Dude, my dude. We're a year in, less than a year in, first of all. Second of all.
And we're still talking about Biden every single fucking time. Yeah, so even by your own admission, he hasn't done enough because he hasn't done anything, right?
I wouldn't vote for him again.
Okay, then you agree with me. He hasn't done fuck all. So I don't know why you expect there to come anything from these investigations.
The investigations. Look, I mean, it's obvious there's fraud. I don't think that's really an argument.
Why, you keep saying that with no proof, though. Right? You know that's like a low IQ position, right?
Low IQ position.
To keep saying that it's obvious there's a thing, but I have no proof of the thing. That's like a super standard, like low IQ, like 75 IQ take, right? Like inferior genetic take. Like I can't, like this thing must be true because I think it's true and I have no proof for it, but I think it's true, right?
You can call it low IQ, but if we arrive at the correct outcome, then it's not really low IQ. It's just.
You know, that's an even lower IQ take, right? Do you know how to do, like, exponents? Like, if I say, like, how do you calculate an exponent, and you multiply the exponent times the number, and you say, well, 2 times 2 is 4, so 2 squared is 4, and that's how that works. Just because you get the right answer doesn't mean you used a good process, right?
Challenge you to look at the graph that Asmongold made. You fall under the middle category where you look at data and research for everything. I fall under all the way to the end where we say it's obvious.
Yeah, that's called the low IQ position, right? Like, you don't need IQ to do things that are obvious and self-evident. That's just like an instinctual... That's like a low IQ position. It's okay if you want to have the low IQ position. That's fine. But I don't know why you brag about it. I don't know why you think it would be good.
Why are you defending...
Why am I defending what? High IQ positions?
How is that a low IQ position?
How is it a low IQ position to say I just go by my gut?
At the correct outcome?
Because you don't arrive at the correct outcome consistently if you just rely on your gut, even if you might get it right every now and then.
What Asmongold says that isn't true?
His claims are so vacuous, it's hard to say if there's a truth value that you can assign to them at all. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what... I mean, like, everything about the Nick Shirley video was false. Obviously, he has no ability to decipher news critically, right? I mean, you yourself...
What about the people that have been coming illegally since Biden's term?
What about them?
People like you downplaying it or outright denying it?
I mean, I think... I don't know who's denying it. I think that the issue is that...
You were. Hold on. You were.
I deny that people came here illegally?
you deny the numbers, but I mean that's a whole other
Well,
conversation.
wait.
We don't have
Yeah. Well, hold on. I do. What numbers do you believe? Just curious.
What are you asking me? What numbers do I believe?
When you say I'm denying the numbers,
been
what
deported?
numbers do I deny? Yeah. How many people do you think came in illegally under Biden?
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a range because
Sure, that's fine.
like I don't have it on the back of my like
That's
I
fine,
have a
yeah.
general range. I believe it's between. It's kind of a it's kind of a big range, but I don't know if that's fine. I believe it's between 15 and 40 million.
Okay. Do you understand that that would double the illegal immigrant population in the United States? Like, isn't it kind of
Oh,
weird?
the illegal? Maybe.
Yeah, isn't it kind of weird that you guys are saying this was the biggest problem in the entire United States, and then as soon as Trump is elected, you guys basically stop talking about it, and there are no deportations? Isn't that kind of weird?
Border crossings went down to 0.
Okay.
Oh, you mean people that are in here?
Yes, that's why I asked how many people you think
Everyone's
came
talking about it.
here.
What are you talking about? Everybody's talking about. What the fuck are you talking about?
Nobody's talking about. Nobody seems to care that Trump is not deporting people that much.
Yeah, everybody does. Have you watched any of Asmongold's streams where he's saying that he won't vote for Vance in 2028, or is that just being ignored?
I don't know what Vance has to do with this, but okay.
This
So
is an extra
so I
Republican-
guess so then you admit I guess then
Republican
that
nominee. It's obvious.
what?
Vance is the next Republican nominee, so if they're not going to follow through on it, then he's not going to get elected by us.
I don't think we know if that's true at all. That's 3 years away.
Yeah. Also, how is it if
That's-
well, I'm not going to jump to that. So okay, so then I guess so then Trump has failed completely on the illegal immigration thing besides shutting down the border.
I mean, by your own admission, the border crossings thing was pretty good.
I
don't know
don't
how
think
far
I've
you
said
track.
by my own admission. I don't know why. I don't think Trump's the problem I have with Trump. I guess
you
is the
said
same
that there
problem that
wasn't a policy that was passed. You said that the problem is that there wasn't a policy that was passed, but it is a good thing that the.
Well, I think there is a problem that Trump doesn't seem to
Nothing
know
flip.
that there's like a Congress
YouTube
that
all
can
day.
pass laws and everything, you know, right? Like, wouldn't it be better to have an actual immigration like piece of legislation that would stand once he's out of office rather than just executive orders that can be rescinded as soon as he's gone?
Yeah, but you could apply that to the prior president as well.
No, because Biden was trying to pass legislation to fix the border, right?
The third year, though.
Yeah.
That does not count.
Well, the first year he came in, he had to clean up the COVID mess. The second and third year, you had October 7th, and you had the fucking Russia-Ukraine shit, right? I mean, like, there was a lot going on,
Do
right?
multiple stuff at once.
Yeah, you can, yeah, for sure. But I'm just saying, there's a lot going on, right?
Yeah, and what happened to that bill that he tried to pass? In, I think,
Trump
2023?
told the Republicans not to
Know the
vote for it.
specifics? Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, so it must not have been a big problem. That to me sounds like not a big problem. If we're saying that, well, actually, we can just put this whole thing on hold for 6 months until Trump gets elected, that tells me, oh, I guess it wasn't that big of a problem then if you just want to run on it as an election issue, and you can definitely put off actually solving it.
Hold on, did you say it's not a big problem?
If there was
Or-
legislation that was on the table to fix the problem, and then Trump says, nah, don't pass that, we want to keep this issue open for the election, that seems to me to be not a big problem then if you can keep it open. It makes sense to me, right?
Wait, that's just because Trump is Trump. If there's 15 billion people coming.
That's
over-
because Trump is Trump. No, he was still voted for. So the people that voted for him must not have felt like it was a big problem because they still supported him doing that. It's not like Republicans got mad at him. It's not like the voters got mad at him for that. They were like, yeah, own the libs. That was their position.
Well, I believe there was another reason for shutting it down. I'm pretty sure there was aid to Ukraine in the bill, but that's a whole other conversation.
That was eventually taken
Didn't
off
want
of it, though, and they still didn't pass it. That was the excuse they used initially, but then even presented separately, Trump still didn't want it passed.
It still doesn't matter because it was 3 years after he waited 3 years.
I don't understand how you think this is an argument for anything, but okay. It's not like it was
Waited to
horrible.
the end of his presidency. What are you
What?
talking about? I have not heard I have actually not heard a single defense for that. He waited 3 years. Not one.
Well, I mean, the defense is that there was
There
a
were
whole bunch of
billions,
there was a whole bunch of
billions.
there was a whole bunch of other shit going on. Number one, and number two, I don't think that we'd ever seen an abuse of the asylum system in the United States like that in all of U.S. history, basically. So I guess he could have been more aggressive. I think it's fair to criticize Biden for not being more aggressive on asylum-related stuff. I think that's a fair criticism. But I mean, clearly, it was never as big a problem as Republicans pretended it was because they didn't care to kill the bill about it immediately.
Not a clear criticism. That's a disqualifying thing. What?
How is it a disqualifying thing?
Immediately disqualifying from ever being allowed to run for office again. It is.
If that's a disqualifying thing, then there's like
Absolutely.
50 things that Trump has done that is immediately disqualifying.
Give
So I
me
don't
an
even-
example.
Sure, in what domain?
Any. Just give me some.
Any? Okay, how about negotiating the surrender? How about negotiating the unilateral withdrawal of the United States from Afghanistan without even involving our partners, the Afghanistan government, in that negotiation with the Taliban?
Biden's immediately cancels that out. So
What?
that's not an argument.
You what?
Biden's cancels that out. What do you mean what?
How does Biden cancel
not
out? No,
remember?
I'm just talking about Trump right now.
Yeah, but you talked about the pullout of Afghanistan, which was Biden.
I've said the negotiated surrender of Afghanistan. When Donald Trump negotiated with the Taliban to give basically the entire country back to them without even involving the Afghanistan government, that would be a disqualifying thing in my opinion. That's just so...
I mean, that's a foreign thing.
That's why I
I'm more
asked you
worried
what
about stuff
domain.
that's
If you want,
happening.
we can focus domestic.
Okay, yeah, sure, domestic.
Okay,
That's-
trying to
that's
steal the
about
2020 election and denying the results of the 2020 election.
Oh my
Easily
God.
disqualifying.
that. Holy shit. That's your argument?
Yep.
Okay, I mean, I don't even know how I can respond to that. I need
Yeah,
to
because
steal
it's
the election.
disqualifying. Yeah.
I mean, that's another thing that's a very slippery slope.
No, it's not.
Please. Okay, what is your position? Or that's a whole nother thing.
Well,
that you-
sure. Like, very basically, Trump had 7 fake electoral votes made from
Nope.
from the 7 target
Immediately
states.
no. Immediately no.
Really? How not?
No, it was not. 2 of them were authorized by state legislatures.
Doesn't matter. They needed the certificate of ascertainment from the governors in each of those states, and they didn't have them. They were illegitimate electoral votes.
2 of them were authorized, though,
No.
right?
No.
Yeah. Look it up.
I
I believe
have.
Pennsylvania.
No.
But two of them were. The Pennsylvania. There was like a.
No.
It was if
No.
if
No. Kenneth
No, no, no.
Chesbrough
2 of
floated
them-
a theory that it might be legal in some states, maybe, if you could just get in the building and fill out the electoral slate or whatever, that it might be okay. None of them had certificates of ascertainment from the governors. None of these were authorized by the state legislatures. All of them were illegally done.
it was a legal theory. I mean, that's a whole nother. But there were also
No,
novel
it was
legal theories
illegal.
that were brought against
No,
Trump. that-
no, it was illegal. Don't say novel legal theory because you can excuse any behavior ever if you call it novel legal theory. He tried to steal the election. The people in the state voted one way, and he
Using
wanted...
novel legal theories.
What novel legal theory would allow you to change the vote of a state?
No. The legal theory was challenging the constitutionality of the Electoral Count Act. I believe that was the legal theory.
No. The legal theory was we're going to break the law, and we're going to call it constitutional.
Not an argument.
What do you mean it's not an
What
argument?
about all the memos?
The Electoral
Where-
Count Act is a law that they were going to break. When you break a law, the way you break the law is say, well, I think it's unconstitutional. That's called breaking the law. You fell for the conservative slap when they say, "Oh no, we think it's unconstitutional." That's a code word for we're going to break the law. That's what that
It's a
means.
legal theory, is it not?
By breaking
Tell
the
me how
law.
that's not a legal theory.
Because it's legal theory is a vacuous, meaningless statement, meaning you can do anything.
Oh, because there's boundaries, obviously.
Really? Because they
think
were
that
going to
would
break
fit
the law.
the-
What was the boundary on their theory that they could violate the ECA?
Well, because they thought that it was a valid legal theory at the time,
No, they
considering
didn't.
all their.
No, they didn't.
They believed
No, they didn't.
that there was fraud.
It doesn't matter. Even if there was
No,
fraud,
they didn't
that
believe
wouldn't-
that there was fraud.
No, they didn't. Also, he didn't. He knew there was no fraud.
Said they, not him. There's no evidence for either way. I mean, that's another thing that you could go down on.
No, every single person that he tasked with investigating voter fraud all came back and told him the same answer, that there was none to be found. A lot of the voter fraud that he...
But it's Trump. Come on.
So he's retarded? That's your defense? Your defense of Trump is he's a fucking retard?
No, not a retard, but thinks things are his way. Tries to get his way.
Sounds like a disqualifying thing if that's the case, right? Probably wouldn't want that person leading a country, you know?
well, he if people are gonna tell Trump something, you think he's gonna listen?
Okay,
Dude, you
if
know
no,
this.
then fine. Then
What
he,
are you
but then he
talking
shouldn't be
about?
president, right? You admit that a person like that should never be president, at least, right?
Well, I mean, I feel like you could apply that to every single
No,
person.
hold on. If there's a person who literally can't take advice from people, if there's a person who can't take advice from people, that person probably should never be president, right?
can't take advice from people. That's kind of a broad generalization.
If a person can't even take advice from people, that person probably shouldn't be president, right?
I would disagree.
Really? So the president of the United States...
What if Hitler gave him advice, dude? What are you talking about?
You said he can't take advice from anybody, apparently. Why should the president even have...
people that he agrees with?
That's not called taking advice. That's called circle jerking.
Advice doesn't just have to be from people you disagree with, dude.
You get advice from... Why do you think you get advice from people? Wait. You think you get advice from people to just reinforce your own opinions?
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes.
Then why have a cabinet or why have any of that shit at all? Why not just run the... He could run the whole office himself, I guess, right?
Fucking based, but he'll never do that. I mean, he'd probably be more effective at getting things done.
Okay.
That's another conversation.
Okay.
Don't think anybody
Any
wants to get into.
final thoughts for us?
Okay, cool. No, I don't think so.
All right. Have a good one, vacationers. Thank you.
Cool.
All right. Bringing up the next one.
The problem with some of these is that, like... it really is impossible to decipher. Like everyone in chat just spams rage bait or whatever, but you fucking retards also spam like AI every single time you see anything. Half you guys thought that video that I made was fucking AI because it was a pre-recorded content or whatever. But the problem is that like the actual positions of like a MAGA person, I think, are indistinguishable from a satirized position of like a retard. We're doing the trial today for the shooting the air things, okay?
Yeah, we'll do it after all.
You
this.
understand? Like, can Trump just do anything?
I think these people would say yes.
Can Trump do it? Why? Because we kidnapped a world leader today. No declaration of war.
Yeah,
no Senate judiciary or no Intel committee. No nothing. No signing off. We just
they
did
didn't
a
tell
thing.
anybody in Congress either.
Yeah,
They
we just did a thing, and like if he's not impeached from this, I don't even know what kind of a country or what. I don't know.
The military went along with it. They did it.
Well, the military
you're supposed to refuse illegal orders.
Yeah,
no?
but this in terms of like legality gets, I think, weird here. I don't think
he has 90 days, right? Technically.
That and the problem is that like the president is at his like widest latitude given when it comes to matters of like national security and military operation. So on the legality front, it's harder there. Like there are some things that are clearly legal. Like if the president says like, you know, rape this civilian, like, okay, that's clearly. Or if a president says these people have been floating in the water for 41 minutes, take them out, right? Like these are obviously illegal things.
Double tap them.
Yeah, these are obviously legal things, but like, you know, doing military operations, it gets a lot hazier at that point. Like these are probably things where we wouldn't expect our military, for better or for worse, to be making decisions to refuse commands here. But like the fact that the president obviously didn't inform anybody, didn't get approval from anybody, like he really is just running. It's the White House that is in control of the government right now. Not even the executive branch. It's just the White House, and Congress is totally in the dark. It's just crazy.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Also, real quick, because I see people in chat say this. Even the Secretary of State said the Venezuelan action was based on U.S. law and not international law. Spoiler alert, if you want to short circuit Israeli cucks or U.S. cucks, like myself, which I'm both of, people that say, oh, well, you know, we're not part of the ICC or that's international law is basically going to be at parity with domestic law of any real first world country. So even if Israel's not part of the Rome Statute, even if the United States is not a party to the Rome Statute, like our laws on our books are going to be about the exact same as like all of the international legal standards. Otherwise, there would be huge problems if that wasn't the case. But I just can't believe I just woke up and I'm just seeing it's just like I guess he can just do anything. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing video games. Go ahead. But yeah, next person.
Before I bring up Meld Mods, I'll just say he literally went to another country, sent his troops to another country. They kidnapped the leader of Venezuela and his wife, and then he got on mic and was like, "Yeah, we run this shit now." For
like, what are we gonna do with him now?
I guess he's going to New York to face the charges.
What are we charges of what?
The one was like conspiracy around there were two.
Oh, he was indicted.
What
yes.
exactly
Wait, hold on. Show 1 sec. Hold on. I need to read these. I'm curious now. Indictment. Maduro.
Overload just linked it.
These might have been earlier indictments too. I'm curious. Yeah, hold on. Under J. Clayton. When was this? These were revealed today. Do we know when these indictments were filed?
Let me look on here if it says it all. Let me go to the bottom.
J. Clayton.
J. Clayton, United States Attorney.
Under what administration?
Let's Google it.
In office from 2017 to 2020. Okay, so he was indicted in Trump's first term. They said 2020. Okay.
Yeah.
While the actions might not follow proper procedure, would you support them absent their legality? Are they morally okay? So the low IQ take is that law equals morality, and then the midwit take is actually morality is completely separate from law, and then the Jedi Master take is that law basically equals morality. The problem is that if you have a set of rules in which to rule by internationally and domestically, the abdication of these rules is in itself a form of immorality. Also, the rules probably exist for a good reason. Generally speaking, the rules exist for a good reason. So to, oh God. Somebody just said, dude, did you watch the whole speech? It's insane. Is the speech bad?
The speech is nuts, man.
I can't, I'm going to Fed post. I can't do it. I can't watch it. I'll start Fed posting.
If I were you, I wouldn't watch it right now because what I sent to you literally earlier, I said, Trump literally just said that the United States is going to run Venezuela and is talking about a second wave if needed. He said all this, and he said that Marco Rubio is going to be running it in with Pete Hegseth. He said those two are going to be like in charge of it right now. And then I think he said that there's going to be a small council that he's going to like kind of get together to like run Venezuela or whatever for a while.
Like they said for the Gaza Strip. Did they just copy paste the homework from the Gaza Strip and now they just put Venezuela and everything?
Yeah, and then he also talked about Cuba and Colombia, and I think he told the Colombian guy to watch his ass. It was insane.
Who's gonna do it, Mooten? Just kidding. Don't stop.
Let me get the charges for you.
I saw the indictment, but
you saw him? Okay.
Yeah. What the fuck is S411? Is this a statute or what is this? I've never seen this before. Or what does this mean? Is it just the label for the... Oh, it's just the marking of the indictment. They don't list the... On a sealed indictment, do they not normally list the charges here? Is that... Hold on, let me check one sec. 4 counts. Count 1, narco-terrorism conspiracy.
Yep.
Well,
Yo,
I mean...
what's up?
Hi, what's up?
So you guys were talking about Venezuela. Wanted to hop in. Have you seen what's been happening with the successor?
No, is it the lady or whatever, or somebody else?
It's the vice president.
Yeah, it's not Machado. She's out. I don't know what happened there, but it seems like Rodriguez is like a super hardcore defender of Maduro. She's his tiger, apparently. That's what he calls her. But she's been like she did a bunch of speeches, or just one, but talking about, Maduro, like the capture is illegal. We're never going to be a puppet of the United States. Like we're going to fight back as best we can. They need to like send him back. But this is at the same time that she's courting Rubio. Apparently they had a call about making Venezuela great again. And Trump thinks that she'll listen because she has to. She has no other choice. That's what he said, at least. I'm assuming because they'll oust her if she doesn't listen. But what do you think about that? Because in my mind, having the same administration in power just leads to nothing happening. They could just stall out for time, say that they're going to do a bunch of democratic bullshit, and then when Trump gets distracted, they just go back to their old bullshit. If all the same military leaders are in power,
I don't know enough about Venezuela to know what could happen. The issue is, it's going to be the same issue as always, is that Trump is a retard. So you have to look to other players in the region to see what their motivation is, because they're going to be the ones that are running shit against us. And then you have to look at the competing factions in the White House to see what their interests are. So you would look to like the Miller faction. You would look to Vance and see what him and his stooges want. You'd look to fucking Rubio, who's fighting for whatever shred of dignity or life or morality he has there.
Rubio's the only person that I know. Like I know his position for sure. It's obviously completely positive. And during that same speech that Trump gave, where he was talking about a second strike or whatever, they commented on Cuba, and it seems like that's what, like, or I mean, I shouldn't say seems like, but that Rubio was talking about, like, oh, if I was a government official in Cuba, I'd be really scared right now. I would be wary. And Trump was saying that Cuba's terrible or whatever. So I know that Rubio's generally in support of it, just because it'll lead to like a forced transition of Cuba.
Yeah, but we have to
I'm
be
not
careful
sure-
because like I don't know what Rubio is going to say just to like stay in power, because it might be that if I can't believe I'm saying that. My favorite description ever, I don't know if I said this to you or not, but like my favorite description ever of Rubio when like all of the cabinet is sitting together is that Rubio is the only person there who knows he's going to hell and everybody else is just fucking evil. Like, and maybe I might be over-indexing so hard on other things or whatever, but I feel like Rubio would be the only semi-sane person in that entire administration that could hold together any semblance of coherent foreign policy understanding. I would trust Rubio with it 1 trillion times more than anyone else. Now, you have to be careful. Rubio is Cuban, right?
Yep.
You have to be careful because people coming from South America or from Cuba can have really bad opinions about South America or South American countries. I think that's pretty normal. But Rubio's not an idiot, and he has a better understanding and grasp of foreign affairs and the world than anybody in the fucking Trump White House does. I'm sorry. All that to say that like Rubio might say some shit publicly because he knows if he comes out and he steps out against Trump, he's just gone, and he won't have the ability to do anything. But
I guess it's possible that he's like just hiding his power level or trying to stay in power, like for sure. I guess I can't reconcile that. Why would he help support Rodriguez instead of Machado? Like remember, these are left-wing authoritarians, so you would think Rubio would be in favor of like a more right-wing opposition leader. I get like for me at least, it seems like maybe I agree that he's trying to hold on to power just because he wants it, but to me it seems like he doesn't give a fuck about the outcome. As long as they get to Cuba, like who cares?
well,
about
isn't
Venezuela?
that
That's how it
well?
comes off to me.
Not to be fucking tanky, but like, unfortunately, isn't that kind of been the at least during the Cold War, wasn't that kind of the U.S. approach to South America? Who the fuck cares about the people as long as the leaders are loyal to us? Arguably, it's been the approach a little bit to the Middle East, right? Who cares about the leaders as long as the monarchs are faithful to U.S. interest? Like, this is where your real imperialism arguments come in, right? But
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah,
so I don't know what I don't know what the end game. Here's what I don't know, and I still don't know the answer to it. I don't know if you have an opinion. I don't know why Trump hates Maduro so much. I don't know what the thing is. I don't know if Maduro said he had a small dick or what. I don't know where that. It seems like he has some personal seething fucking hatred for him, and I just don't know where it comes from.
I'm not sure either. I looked it up. Maduro never he never said anything too crazy about Trump. Whenever Trump would do something that was like anti communist or anti-socialist, he would just say like some generic like, oh yeah, this is bad. But it's no different than like condemnations of America by Putin or by Xi or by Kim Jong-un or whatever. Like it's all the same shit. My theory, what it seems to be like Trump is setting up for is like, it might just be a projection of strength. Like he just wants to look tough. And somebody, maybe Rubio, mentioned that like Maduro would be like an easy target since he's so close to America. He's widely disliked. It might just be like an easy way to get a free dunk.
What is the Republican establishment? What is their response been, or more specifically, like the Republican Congress? Has Mike Johnson or Thune, have any of these people said anything today about any of this? Do we have any response from the Republicans in Congress about this?
I'm not sure. I was
It
reading
just
the
happened
Guardian.
like maybe 6 hours ago. Is the Trump
Yeah, I know,
speech.
but I'm curious if there have been any total
I'm not
dick
sure if there has
sucking.
been.
Dude, these guys have to be. These people need to be exiled, bro.
Yep.
It can't be that we have a party in this country that operates this way, where like literally the president can do anything he wants, and on our side we're endlessly fucking critical of every single fucking little thing that happens. It's just so unbelievably. Massey is against it.
It's not
Stop
good.
blinking. I don't give a fuck about Massey. Obviously, he's against. That's fine. But I'm looking for like more. Like, oh my god, it's okay, Destiny. Massey and Rand Paul have come out and spoken against. Okay, great. That's great. That's fine. Like, give me more Republicans. We need more
Mike
Republicans.
Johnson. Fucking,
Well, that'd be a lot. But oh, hold on. What did Thune say? For years, Nicolas Maduro, the cartel okay, don't care. Fucking loser. Yeah, these just need to get.
sucking
Bro,
it,
I'm
sucking the dick.
not fed posting. I'm not gonna.
Don't Fed post. All right, Case, we're doing an Asmongold segment,
All right,
so I'm gonna have to get you out of here for a
love you,
minute.
buddy.
All right, peace out.
GG. All right, Melt Mods. Welcome.
How are you?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I can only hear him. my kind
Yep,
of side.
just mute his stream. Here you go.
Yep. All right. Yeah, what are we getting into, I guess?
You're an Asmongold fan. Do you have any issue with the fact that he gets all of his news from just scrolling his algorithmically generated Twitter feed? Do you think that might be a really bad way to, or that you might be getting a very biased perception of what's going on in the world if that's how you get your news?
Yes, but also that's generally how most lay people get their information in America, is it not? Like,
Yeah,
he's
it is,
on
but
par
don't we
with
expect
every other person who's going to be consuming his content.
Yeah, but wouldn't we want more from somebody who's delivering content? Like, wouldn't we expect them to be more informed or be putting in more work to be knowledgeable on a thing rather than just like, isn't Asmongold's like delivery of news the equivalent of him having a bunch of friends crowding around saying like, let's scroll my Twitter together?
Yeah, but I guess people are watching him produce news content, but they're watching it for the entertainment of his content, not to be informed.
Well,
right? Like,
no, I don't
they
agree with that.
want to
They're
see
being
him go
informed.
through they are getting informed by his Twitter feed, which is what they're getting entertained by, and want him to continue to, you know what I mean? Like, I want Asmongold to run through his Twitter feed and tell me the things that are going to get me upset and or like happy that like, oh, I'm finding this fraud from this guy who makes a video.
Do you care about knowing if things are like true or not true, or is it just about the entertainment purpose at the end of the day? Like, wouldn't you rather know if a thing is true or not true?
I mean, at the end of the day, does it matter? Like, the government
it?
is going to act on it regardless of if it's true, right? So
wouldn't we want the government
if
acting on
anything,
true
it's almost
things
better
rather
that-
than not true things?
Well, that's how we used to do things, but not in Trumpistan, right? Like, I think you're too wedded to the idea that this is still America. It's like the country has changed now. It's like the idea that, like, if you were still a British colonist,
hold on,
going, like,
you're doing
isn't
the
this how we should be doing things because we have a monarch? And we're, like, in America going, like, no, we don't do it that way anymore.
Okay, so then shouldn't we be advocating to go back to when we were having, like, real information? Wouldn't that be a better state of affairs?
Better as in, like, the Iraq War and things like that. Like, people don't believe in that, like, method of thinking anymore because it produced outcomes that people were not happy with.
Because some bad things happen, so if some bad things happen, we have to ditch the whole thing?
Yeah, just like monarchy. Like, we were, like, British people were happy having a king when it was, like, William the Conqueror, and they were, like, doing great things by having a king, but then when bad things happen with a king, you want to get rid of it. Exactly like how people are like, well, America was great for a while, but it started falling into a quagmire and not being able to solve its own problems. So we're getting rid of that system. We're doing the Trump system now.
When did America become? When did America become? When did America become not great? What problems were we not able to solve that you think we can solve now with Trump?
I'm sorry. So, like the Iraq War, the financial crisis, the unemployment, that's what I'm saying is that all these other people who don't think the way that you do, where like logic and facts and knowledge like win out, other people want to feel the catharsis of somebody who's doing something about those things rather than like thinking it through or
okay, so like the Iraq War was
intelligently.
The Iraq War was bad. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But like, so because a bad thing happened, we're going to ditch the concept of truth and we're just going to become the most like postmodern crazy like existing country on the planet now to see how that works? Like, why would we expect that to work out better?
I'm not claiming that it would work out better. It's just what the American citizenry want. That's why they elected Trump.
I agree that that's what they want. I'm not here to do a descriptive thing. I'm here to do a prescriptive thing. I'm here to look for a defense of it. I think it's bad. You agree? If you agree that it's just bad, then we don't disagree. But
right. I mean, I think it's a little bit bad, but it's also the country that I live in now. Right, like I don't have the ability to go back to old America.
But we literally do. We can.
Well, America where
we're not going back. We don't have to go back to old America, but we can choose a path forward. And one is where we believe in true things, and the other is where we just say random stupid shit and like nothing matters. We don't have to become postmodern and not believe in any
shit and nothing matters makes people happy. That's why they continue to vote for that. Right, like the amount of people who are freaked out over this whole Maduro and Venezuela and whatever thing is dwarfed by the people who are just like, yeah, bad guy gone. right? Like,
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Do
I
you think,
understand
do you
that,
think,
like,
I don't,
you
hold on,
are
wait.
still thinking like an old British colonialist, but the idea is that, like, all these other people have moved on from that,
Okay.
regardless of how stupid it is.
Okay, so you
Right?
agree?
Like,
If you're
that's
just
how
here
we're
to give
thinking
me,
about
are you just here to describe why people think the way they do, or are you here to defend it?
Well, I am defending it. I'm saying that if
No.
this is
You're saying this is the current
country
state
that
of
I'm
affairs.
going to
I
live in,
know that.
I have to embrace it and be an American now. I have to understand that, like, this is not how the old way things are going to be. This is
Why do
how
you have
things
to?
are going to be going forward.
Why do you have to embrace it? Why isn't part of being an American pushing for change?
It is. We're pushing for this change that is how Trump is doing things now.
Why can't we? We have another election coming up where we can choose different leaders. Why shouldn't we push in a different direction?
I mean, good luck. I mean, I don't know how, like, you just talked to the guy previously who it didn't matter to him what the video showed or whatever. He was adamant that these are the things that are problems and that this is the man who's going to solve them. If you're not providing people with that feeling, then you're just not going to end up winning. I mean, the
Sure,
idea that
but
the
then you-
January
then you-
6th
then
coup
you-
didn't matter enough to limit the things because people were getting the catharsis of, it doesn't matter how much we're thinking or logic or news or info. I want this done and solved because I feel that. You know what I mean? It's like the reverse
you
of
keep
Ben Shapiro.
describing. You keep
Your
describing.
facts
You
can
keep.
never change my feelings.
I understand. You keep just describing things. Okay, I don't disagree that this is how people are feeling. But what I'm pushing against is that I think people should feel differently, and that we should advocate for people feeling differently, because none of these problems are going to get solved with whatever weirdo system we're trying right now. And people need to be ready for what comes next, because this isn't going to work. Like, Trump is not going to solve any of the problems that people have now. All of them are getting worse. Nothing is getting solved under Trump. And people need to be aware of that. And then I think we need to push against people like creators like Asmongold, who are pretending that things will get better, or who are making bad predictions, or who don't seem to understand what's going on. And to say, like, hey, maybe, like, look, we can see that this isn't going to work, and look, it's not working. Like, we should try something different. Maybe one of those things could be, like, believing in true things again. Because if we don't even understand the world around us, how can we possibly, work to fix it or change it?
I mean, I would have agreed in the past, but now true is just what people believe it. I mean, like, when that guy watched that dude's video, he now believes that that is true. That is what the truth is to him, right? And to all these other voters who now, are moving away from the system that we had in the past.
Yes, you keep
what I don't
describing
understand is that I can't not embrace the world as it is versus the world as I want it to be.
Why?
Right? I mean,
no,
I would
you
like
literally
to not
push.
have to...
Part of being an American is pushing for a different world. We got rid of slavery. We gave women the right to vote. We have civil rights. What do you mean? We can change the country. I don't understand why you're saying it's like inevitable.
I agree that we can change it. It got changed. That's what I'm trying to
It
get you
keeps
to
changing. It's not a
understand,
one-time thing. It's been changing since the start of the country. What do you mean?
I don't know how to argue against we have changed from the way you wanted it to be to the way that you don't want it to be.
Because
I know that you want to go back.
It's not about going
but
back.
Good luck. Every day there are new people who are born who never even knew or understood the system that you want it to be like. Every day they're living in a system in which now Trump can randomly snatch a dude out of Venezuela.
Okay, so you agree then that basically the American democratic experiment is over then, right? Like whatever comes next is going to be another country leading, China or somebody else, and that America is basically on its way out then? And that's a foregone conclusion, and you wouldn't try to change that? It's just, that's it?
No, I'm saying that America as like its system,
the path that you're on,
the
path that you're saying that we're on right now, the path that you're saying that we're on right now is not sustainable. We won't be able to sustain ourselves.
I guess that remains to be seen.
It doesn't remain to be seen. We have a Health and Human Services Secretary who doesn't believe in medicine. We have a president who doesn't believe in democracy. We have an alcoholic dude running the DOD who takes orders from Trump to kidnap foreign leaders. We've got a Department of Homeland Security Secretary who doesn't know what habeas corpus is. We have an attorney general who doesn't know how to appoint attorneys who are having her cases dropped because Lindsey Halligan was illegally appointed. Like, this doesn't work going forward. We can't. The Congress isn't doing anything. We have a guy who said he was going to lower the deficit. We got the One Big Beautiful Bill. The deficit's gotten larger. Nothing is working. Nothing is working on this front. I don't know how you could say, well, we'll see what happens. Nothing is happening. It's all getting worse.
It's not working as a democracy, but it's still a country. That's kind of my
and everything is getting
analogy
worse. Everything is getting worse. So it's failing. So if you believe that this is inevitable and we can't change it, then the American experiment has essentially failed, and now we're waiting to see what country or thing steps up next. Is what it sounds like you're saying.
No, we've changed the parameters of the experiment. This experiment is still ongoing. We're just not doing it in the way that we used to as a democracy.
Do you think the way forward is going to be better or worse?
Likely worse, given the trending of America since I was born.
Okay, so if we think it's going to get worse, don't we kind of have an obligation as Americans to try to change it? Why can't we change the trajectory the country is on?
Even if I grant you that, again, you're in the position of being the British colonial after America took hold. You're not getting it back. I don't think you've grasped it yet.
No, I don't think you've grasped it because you're using an example of like geopolitics and how the world used to be run. I'm talking about like adherence to things like basic scientific truth or understanding when a thing is true or false. These are not the same types of things. You can't regret. Funnily enough, Trump is the one who's saying we need to go back to a manufacturing economy. We need to go back to having huge tariffs with the entire world. We need to go back. Trump is the one saying that we need to regress. So why is he right to say that we should regress in so many different ways? We need to go back to the racial demographics. We need to go back to the birth rates we had before.
He's only right in the sense that he's taking actions that nobody can prevent him from doing.
So we take
right?
actions
like,
then by voting for different leadership, right? That's the whole point, and encouraging people to vote for different leadership.
Yeah, and then what leadership did you get? You got him. You did that.
Yeah, so we're pushing. So now the push is to make people realize that Trump is not working. It's not working how they wanted it to. That's why you should vote for different leadership next time. You don't always win the elections you push for. It doesn't mean you give up.
I am not saying give up. I'm saying that the actions that you're proposing to take just aren't going to work anymore. Like how could you even understand like the idea you win your election, you beat, or either Trump dies or comes out of office or whatever. How does anyone step back into the mantle of an American administration after what Trump has done to it over just the past year, let alone what he's going to do for the next 3 years, and somehow reverse that tanker back to the direction that it was pointing before versus holy crap, I have 10% of NVIDIA that Trump stole, and I'm sitting with Maduro in my jail and a billion other things that it's like, this isn't the country anymore. It's not America like it was.
There are ways to do it, but whatever those ways are, it starts with an acknowledgement of the problem. And if we can't get people to acknowledge that, hey, this wasn't okay, this is not good, if we need less Asmongolds and more Adam Mocklers, okay, we have to get people to realize, hey, this is a bad thing. And then when more people realize that, then they vote for different things in the future. That's how.
I think the fundamental issue, though, is that there's like the overarching good, capital G good, and then what's good for individuals and or like their own interests. So, right, when people feel the catharsis of Trump administration pulls all the funding for every daycare center everywhere in America, right, that feels good to an absurdly huge amount of people in America. Right, like. Do you ever
do any recreational drugs?
Yeah.
Okay, those feel good, right? But they don't feel good forever. And at some point, you have to realize you have to put down the needle, put down the crack pipe, put down the meth, whatever, right? And be like, okay, well, this works for a little bit, but it's not solving our problems forever, right? Yeah. Does Trump stuff feel good? Sure, it does, but it's not going to make any of these people's lives better. It's not going to fucking fix anything. It's not going to give them better paying jobs. It's not going to fix the economy. It's not going to make housing more affordable. It's not going to do any of those things. And the goal is to make people realize that. Like, hey, notice how none of your shit is getting cheaper. Notice how you're not magically getting better jobs. Notice how we're not magically getting better trade deals. Like, the goal is to make them realize that as quickly as possible so that we can move on to the next thing that actually fucking works.
I guess the only thing I can say to that is from taking good luck. I mean, I don't see how you're not grasping the fundamental divide between the things that we think are good as far as good outcomes and the things that we believe are good because it gives us catharsis, and that's what we want is the catharsis. How many people, right? I mean, your minimal size of this is trying to figure out how do people figure out the catharsis side of watching Asmongold all the time, I'm telling you, it's because he doesn't think about things. He literally feels a feeling and he says, you know what, deport all these Somalis or whatever else. And then us watchers go, oh, you know what, that feels good because I'm not smart enough to think of solutions. I don't need to be worried about solutions. I need to worry about solve the problem as quickly, as easily, as uncomplicated as possible. I don't have the mental power to be worried about those.
I
That's
understand
somebody else's
that,
problem.
but I think there's something baked into that catharsis, and I think the baked in thing is that people assume that it is going to lead to something better. I don't think it feels as cathartic if time goes on and people start to realize, oh wait, nothing is actually getting better. All of this is just kind of like showmanship bullshit, and we didn't get any of the things that we wanted. And I think making people realize that quicker moves people away from feeling cathartic about that thing. We can't do politics like it's WWE,
I would agree
right?
with that, except the COVID response and remembrance of COVID kind of proves it reverse, right? I mean, the idea that you can't even get people to acknowledge that Trump was president during the COVID lockdowns and whatever, they literally only remember that he gave them a Trump check.
Yeah, but part of the reason for that is because of people like Asmongold, right? Part of the reason for that is because of all of these bad actors on the conservative media side that try to rewrite history constantly.
Exactly. I think they're successful in doing so.
Yeah, but we should make them not successful. Why you pretend you're we don't have to just be passive observers of American culture. We all participate in it, no?
I mean, we do, but I'm one of 300 million people in here. So regardless
so is everybody
even
else.
if you change, they are. You're not reaching them. They don't. Asmongold is reaching them by this, like you said, like a low IQ take. It is reaching the low IQ populace, of which we have millions of people that seem to dwarf the people who think like you do, where it's like, oh, I got to worry about what is the number coming out of this Nick Shirley video, and is it accurate, and nobody's worried about that. Or like, you know, on a scale, right, it's 80-20 or it's 60-40 or whatever. You're not.
Then we can make low IQ videos that fight on the other side then, I guess, if we want to do that. If that's the solution, then that's the solution. If it's literally...
That probably is the solution, is not to be making, you know, oh, we got to do a deep dive, blah, 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 of this Nick Shirley video. You got to go make a low IQ video of...
Sure. Then you know what? And listen, that might be the solution. That's fine. But at the very least, then, I'm going to push on my platform for people to at least understand that Asmongold is giving low IQ takes, because I don't think a lot of these people think that. I think a lot of them think they're getting the high IQ shit and they're giving the high IQ takes when they're just getting a guy basically saying like, I trust my gut over gay books. Like, that's like Asmongold in 12 words.
Right, but so like, I guess you have to hide that. It's like Ben Shapiro, right? Like, Ben Shapiro isn't as stupid as the points that he goes out and puts on his like videos every single day, but he knows to be making those low IQ videos, and he also knows not to come out and be like, hey, everybody who's consuming my content, they're pretty low IQ, right?
Okay, so that's fine.
You got to pick a lane and stick with it.
Okay, all right. I got you.
All right. Thank you, Melt Mods. We're going to pull someone else up.
Wait, okay,
right,
I'm going to
thanks.
get a Red Bull. My
Yeah.
first and only of the day. Hold on.
This content brought to you by Anything Else. You'll be able to find the full VOD on our YouTube channel. Zip, zip, zip.
Bro, these guys are really stupid.
Oh, yeah. Very good
I've been
content.
having to vet them. They're just... At least one of them is fucking Russian. I have no idea. But, like, because I've been asking, like, oh, just a screenshot of, like, your YouTube history or your fucking whatever. And one of them sent me a screenshot. Their YouTube, like, oh, look, I've been watching Asmongold, and the YouTube is in Russian. So Jesus Christ. There's a lot of retards here, but...
Yeah.
Seems like it's good content, what I've been able to catch.
Big retards.
Can we not have
And the Venezuela
describers?
shit is just...
Can we not have what?
Describers? Like people that
Yeah,
just
I
come
can
in
try
and they're
and
like,
get 'em out sooner.
well, this is just what it is. Like that. I'm not looking for this. This is not the answer I'm looking for.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I'm pulling in the next guy. Comic Cowboy.
I'm pulling the next guy. That's you. Just
Comic Cowboy, welcome. You were muted. Take your time. Go ahead.
I've been sitting here watching the stream and kind of giggling, bro. Honestly, because it's fucking y'all. The things that are making you so pressed and upset, I'm excited about. Like fucking, we are so back, baby. Let's go. And you guys are like sad and coping and seething, and I fucking love every second of it. The Schadenfreude is fucking next level, dude.
Okay.
For real.
2 questions. First, are you 21 or 22?
Oh, really? That I'm actually 39. How
Okay,
about
and then
that?
second question, how long you been watching Fuentes for?
Not at all.
Okay.
Fuck that little bitch.
Go next. Give me the next one, Moon.
Oh, all right. So thank you, Comic Cowboy.
What? Because I don't like fucking Nick Fuentes. I'm out.
No, this is not I don't know if there's a real argument or not.
Of course I can. Let's do this, bro. I'm here.
Okay, sure. Super basic one. How do you feel about the fact that the government deficit didn't go down, that Trump failed monumentally in doing anything about the debt? The one big beautiful bill is a lie.
Nothing has happened as of yet.
No. Hold on. Hold on.
Instantaneously happened.
Doge failed, right?
Overnight.
Do you admit that Doge completely and totally failed?
I don't admit that it completely and totally failed because it did remove government waste.
No, it
just
didn't.
didn't keep going.
No, it didn't.
Stop.
There was no government waste, fraud, or abuse.
No?
Nope.
USAID.
That's not waste, fraud, or abuse. No, that wasn't. And the deficit still increased. The spending still went up, so it didn't matter. Yeah.
So we fundamentally disagree on what's
on definitions
wasteful,
of words.
No.
Do you think that waste? Do you think waste is program I don't like? Is that waste?
If it's maybe if it's spent on Somali children that don't actually exist in daycares, absolutely.
Oh, so you're saying that Elon Musk identified that? Can you point me to where he
No,
did
absolutely.
that?
No,
oh, okay. So
he's not
so
the
what you
one
just
that-
said was totally
I'm
wrong.
just-
So what you just said was totally wrong and had nothing to do with USAID. So USAID,
Okay.
if you don't like it, that's fine, but that's not waste. It's just a program you don't like.
Okay.
Okay. So Doge
Fine.
failed. Yeah.
But no, that's not failed because if it's something that I don't think should be funded, then why wouldn't I want it cut from the budget?
You can want it cut. That's fine. It's just not waste. That's not
Right.
waste.
If I view it as waste, it's waste.
It's definitionally not waste. It's just a program you don't
if
like.
if it's money for gay Pakistani fucking tickling, what do I care? What do I care? Why are we funding anything outside of the world that isn't directly helping us?
Sure,
here?
you can think that, but it doesn't make it waste. It's just a program you don't like.
No. It's waste if I don't think it's worth anything. That's waste. You throw things
But
you
what
think
is
are worthless
whether or not
in the
it's
garbage.
whether or
That's
not
waste.
it's worth anything, it definitionally comes down to what the program is. So, for instance, let's say somebody spends $50,000 on a new Mustang, and I think Mustangs are bad cars, and I'm like, wow, that guy wasted his money. LOL. Well, it's not really. That's not waste. He just spent it on something that I don't like. Now, let's say that he bought that
But
same.
if he bought it with your money,
Hold on. Let's say
that's
that he
a
bought.
different-
Sure, but it's
if
not.
he bought it with your money is the difference.
Sure.
Right?
No,
How
kind
I
of. Wait, no,
spend
but
my
let's say.
money on
Wait.
myself,
I understand. Let's say that
how the government spends my money is my business.
Sure. Let's say that he spent $100,000 on that same Mustang because he had to spend $50,000 on a middleman guy to go and find it for him or whatever. I might say, well, that seems like actual waste. There was a middleman involved here that just seemed like he was getting a lot of money for this and he wasn't really providing much of a service. That would be wasteful spending. So waste is not just like a thing I don't like it's some kind of inefficiency or some kind of duplicate thing or something that's not providing any value, whereas you're saying that waste is just a program I don't like.
No, I'm not saying a program I don't like. I'm saying a program that is not worth anything to the American taxpayer.
That's fine, but that's
That
not what
is
the American.
waste.
That we voted for people that installed that program. That was part of legally existing stuff. USAID was a legally existing part of the executive branch that did stuff that was legally authorized. Whether you
Okay.
like it or not, you can't just call it. You can't just say it's waste because you didn't like it.
And now it's gone.
That's
and
fine.
Now it's gone. So now
Doge's
you gotta
job.
make a new one if
Doge's
if you wanna
job
make
was
a new
not to
one.
get rid of waste. Doge's job was not to get rid of programs you don't like. It was to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, which they found none of. It was a
Okay,
failure.
Yeah, definitely.
It was a
definitely-
failure.
de-
It failed.
The government's known for being super efficient and never fraudulent.
How
Absolutely.
embarrassing
You're
that the
100%.
government has such
I
a bad
definitely-
reputation and Elon Musk found nothing. Is that a little bit humiliating to you that the government, that he had the keys to go through every department and couldn't find a single fucking example that wasn't already listed in some Office of Inspector General report? Isn't that kind of humiliating or embarrassing?
Cowboy? Hello?
Okay.
All right. I mean, he ran, I guess.
Oh my god, bro.
All right, Bent. Hello.
Yo, can you hear me?
What's up? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so my take, one of the previous guys said that you would celebrate if Biden did the same thing. So I think maybe I understand the reason why he has that impression. Because of your like inconsistent, I guess, view on the like whole like Trump situation and the shutdowns. Like basically, you could say that maybe you're like a Democratic lapdog or something, or I guess Democrats in this case.
What do you, I don't know what you just, I have no idea what you just said. On the shutdowns, what do you mean?
Okay, do you remember your stream with on Week TV with like Prime and Honor?
Okay. Or what, or just tell me
you
what
had
is the position that you think I had or have that on shutdowns or whatever that is.
Well, on shutdown, you had a position that is, I guess, too many lives would be like wasted if you continue shutdown because they will starve.
The 2 million lives?
Too many lives.
Too many lies?
Yeah, it's gonna be like a sacrifice basically of human lives if you continue the shutdown because they're gonna run out of food.
Was that ever my position?
Yeah, I think. Like you said, it was a good thing that Democrats ended it early.
Are you a DGGer?
Not really. I mean, I did watch Destiny a lot in preparation.
Wait,
of
have
this.
I'm trying to, have I ever given this position before? Were people going to mass starve if the shutdown continued? That was, people
At
are
least
saying
I
that
had.
this was a hutch position.
Okay, what was your position then? Maybe I didn't understand it.
I don't even know at the time what my position. I'm trying to remember because COVID was a long time ago.
Or maybe I can remind with a couple of quotes then.
Okay.
Okay, so before the shutdown, you said the Democrats needs to be unified in their messaging, and they can't be fucking backstabbing each other constantly on media with a whole bunch of liberal simps looking to get brownie points from independent and center-right losers by constantly second-guessing and undermining their own side. It has to be a strong democratic unified response. And after the shutdown, you had this take. You have to take a very nuanced political view of what's going on. You can have an optimal strategy that gives outs to different members of your political class, your elected politicians, even those who are not directly involved. So, for instance, it could be that optimal political path could be we are doing the shutdown, but also Gavin Newsom is going to shit talk about doing the shutdown.
Okay. What is the contradiction between these two positions? In one, I'm saying you have to have a unified democratic response, and in the other one, I'm justifying having a non-unified democratic response. Is that what you're saying?
In this case, yes, but I...
Okay, wait. So let me
have
explain real quick the difference between those two statements. So the first statement is that the Democrats need to not be backstabbing each other constantly or running from at the first sign of fear and throwing other Democrats under the bus. Okay, right? That's my first statement, right? My second statement is that there might be times when strategically some Democrats vote no on a thing or have some statement that appears to attack other Democrats, but this is a thing that they are coordinating. So even if that might appear as though they're like quote unquote backstabbing each other, it's not really. They're still working together to further Democratic Party interests. Like when AOC or Rashid Tlaib, like vote no, or when Bernie Sanders says a thing about some particular thing, and I understand he's saying it to appease his constituents, but they're not like the deciding vote on a thing. Like, I don't think that that's backstabbing the Democrats or not working together. They're doing what they need to appease their constituency, but we're still like moving towards a common goal. That's different than Al Franken like having to resign from the fucking Senate over that stupid picture or whatever, which I think was just a dumb thing. Or somebody like Fetterman, who just seems to constantly be shitting on Democrats.
So was it a good thing that Democrats ended the shutdown early by caving in?
Was it a good thing that I don't even know 100% what that, because I feel like that process was a little bit staggered, right? So for instance, like unemployment insurance ended in some states early and not in other states. And I don't even remember what the overall feeling on that was. At the time, my feelings on my biggest issues with stuff, here are my two biggest issues with stuff related to the shutdown. One is that everybody on the conservative side just assumed that it was all being done to establish a new world order and to control American lives and to fucking mass murder everybody or something retarded. Okay, it was the first thing. And then the second thing was a refusal to acknowledge that shutdowns reduced the amount of infectivity. They did. It's an undeniable fact that shutdowns and distancing and masking all worked to reduce infectivity. And you can see that in places, especially like in New Zealand or especially in Australia. Now that being said, were they done, like was the school shutdown idea good? Maybe not. Could they have ended earlier or gone later? Maybe. I don't know if I ever had like I don't even know if today I have super strong opinions on what that should have looked like. I just was very irritated that every time somebody made a decision about anything, the Republicans were there basically accusing people of trying to mass murder people or incarcerate people in their homes. They're just banning like going to the gym or places of worship or whatever. That was the issue.
All right, Ben.
Well,
I'm gonna.
Oh, wait.
move this along. Oh.
No, wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. Wait, hold on. Forget everything I just said. Just eject all of that. My bad. Let me reset my brain. You're talking about the government shutdown. You're not talking about like I'm thinking lockdown. I'm thinking of the COVID lockdowns.
Yes.
Okay. Eject everything I just said. I'm sorry. Can you restate your position, what you just said? My bad.
Well, my first position is basically that you basically took whatever position the Democratic Party needed at that point. Like you had your own maybe thoughts before the shutdown, but after that you said basically, oh, it's a good thing that they ended it early.
Okay. Hold on. I need to move out of COVID mode. I think my position, if I remember correctly, my position was that ending it when they did was a good idea because I think they had some solid wins, and that if they ended it at that point, it was just an easy thing to say, like, look, we got solid wins, and then, we moved on right after that to the Epstein file thing, and then, we've got other stuff on the table, like the revote, supposedly in the ACA, and those subsidies would be expiring. I generally thought it was good. Did I say something opposite to this?
Before the shutdown, I guess I should ask you, do you consider that the thing Democrats did, or was that a backstabbing, or like trying to get a brownie points from independent and center-right losers?
The shutdown, was that trying to get brownie points from independents or center-right losers? No, I don't think so.
And that wasn't backstabbing from the other side, right?
Wait, who's backstabbing who in this case, if we're saying it's backstabbing?
I guess those 8 Democrats that caved in.
Oh, because there were a few that voted to end the shutdown and the others didn't. Well, I don't think it was backstabbing because it seems like that definitionally, we can agree or disagree with it, but I don't think it was backstabbing, right? It seemed like that was planned by the Democratic establishment, right?
Do you know that?
I think, statistically speaking, I think almost 100%, yeah, it was. Because, like, the 8 people that voted, either, like, it was, like, the 8 that didn't have elections coming up or weren't running or something like that. It was almost 100%, like, a planned thing. For the 8 that defected on the vote, for sure, right? Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on this. I'm almost positive that this was, like, a Chuck Schumer organized thing.
Okay, I guess a little bit sus, but still. But the other contradicting thing that you told is during your week stream with Prime and Connor, like you had a very strong position on what should be done to like Trump and his supporters. You said basically that you need to charge every elected politician that supported Trump, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and every time people asked you what would happen like if most of the people wouldn't want that thing. You said then it's civil war, basically, then, right?
That might have been a little hyperbolic, but I think my ultimate point for that debate was that we should be pushing to make people accept this thing rather than just, this is where the popularity is right now and we give up on it. I think it's something we should fight harder on or argue further on.
Also, it was basically out of context, right? Like in Hassan's case.
What do you mean out of context?
I mean, should I take your words literally or seriously?
Well, you can take them both. I think the ultimate point that I was making, if I said that it was going to be civil war, what I was saying was that if we make it through this administration and there's no, what would you say, not comeuppance, but there's no like mass recognition across the United States that the events of the past, whatever, 10 years have just been wholly, especially the past 5 years, have been wholly unacceptable and can never be repeated. And there needs to be a recognition and an accounting for the wrong that happened. If that doesn't happen, then the country, I think, is inevitably headed towards some type of civil war scenario because the Conservative Party has just fractured so far out of reality. We're already past so many points. We've already accepted so much crazy shit. Like we just deposed a foreign leader today of a sovereign country and no one seems to care. But I mean, that would be my position. Yeah.
Is that really the only possible outcome? Like, if you don't judge Trump and his supporting crew, then there will be a civil war?
This is your final question. We're going to move on. You're
I
not
mean,
an Asmon viewer.
Is that the only possible? No, I mean, I'm sure there are other possible, like politics is hugely complicated. I'm sure there's a million things that theoretically could happen, but it seems like conservative politics have been trending in this direction for a long time, and it keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And I don't see it ever having reset over the past decade and a half. Or over the past decade. So why would I assume that trajectory is not going to change? I don't see any reason to. I feel like it's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse.
All right. Thank you, Ben.
Okay.
Fucking non-Asmon viewer.
Nerd. You're a nerd.
Coming in here. Gabriel Mack. Hello?
Hello.
All right. Go ahead. Hey, just to confirm, you are an Asmon viewer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Destiny. Nice to be in here. I'm not the best debater, but I've been watching you since 2024. So I've just made a couple of notes while you were talking to those people about some different things you're talking about. But we'll start with Asmon. I do not believe that Asmon is as far right wing as you think he is. Maybe socially, but definitely not economically. And he actually gets in arguments or talks to his chat about it pretty often.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's kind of like an economic populist, so it's not going to be like far right. It's just going to be what?
Not really a populist. I think he's a socialist. He says.
I mean, I depending on how you view socialism or populism, I mean, that's kind of the same thing, I think.
Okay. I mean, well, right there, he's not like super right wing, and he only and I don't what all he does is talk about America, like just the American people, and want to put the American people first before putting other people first. Like, how is that just bad for people?
Well, I mean, definitionally, I mean, like, what is his definition of American people? Because it feels like he thinks that certain people, so like if you're a Somali American, you're just as American as anybody else if you're an American citizen, but he seems to think that those people aren't, or that like ethnically you can trace people that aren't. So I don't know what he means by that.
I think he thinks that they were. It's like kind of like how Trump says illegal immigrants, but he's talking about, or the illegal aliens, but he's also uses like asylum seekers or parolees, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but anybody can be American. Like when Trump says American, he doesn't say white Americans. I'm mixed, and I've never felt listening to Trump that he wasn't talking about me.
What is your your mixed what?
Black and white.
Okay. When you say black, like of African American descent, or do you have like family from like Kenya?
Yeah,
or
African American.
Okay.
No, African American.
So they don't usually attack African Americans, but like my question would be, of all the ethnic groups that Trump and MAGA have attacked, has it ever been a white one, or has it always been darker ones? So Haitians, Muslims, Venezuelans, the recently with Somali Americans.
No, that's a good point. But he like as a I guess a stand-in for that is just liberals that like that to Trump that's an ethnicity. He probably would think so.
That
Like,
what
that's
is
that's the same characteristics. It's just a group of people. It's not because they're a different color. It could be for any reason.
is it kind of
Oh,
weird?
he banned.
I'm trying to remember.
He's banned Russians from coming
Did he?
to America. Yeah. Recently, there's a few different countries, but Russians were on the list.
I feel like there was one country that he. I don't think he banned Russians from coming to the States. There might have been a few Russians, but I don't think. I feel like I would have heard this.
No, I think he stopped. Yeah, I think he stopped Russians. Russians can't apply for
Countries with full restrictions: Afghanistan, Burkina Faso, Burma, Chad, Equatorial New Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Laos, Libya, Mali, Niger, Republic of the Congo, Sierra Leone, Somalia, South Sudan, Syria, Yemen. Individuals traveling on Palestinian Authority issued or endorsed travel documents are also full suspension of entry. I'm not seeing Russia on here at all.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it was a bunch of African countries, and
maybe I.
But then
was
also, like,
misinformed, I guess.
that's okay. I feel like there was one country that I can remember Trump seemed to pay special attention to in terms of like accepting asylum seekers. Do you remember hearing about any countries like that?
Yeah. The South African.
Yeah,
But, I mean, it was only
white
79 people. That was why.
Yeah, but it was such a
And
special
because-
exception carved out for white people from South Africa. Isn't that not like a little
Well,
bit
they
sus?
still let asylees come, but it was just a special thing that he was doing because that little fallout with the South African president.
Sure.
Trying to make like a big deal about it.
Sure.
Trump was.
But like, if there was another ethnic group that got attacked tomorrow by MAGA, do you think it would be a white one, or do you think it'd probably be another darker skinned one?
No, it'd probably be darker skinned, and I mean, unless there was they were attacking Christians in a I don't know some crazy white people country in Europe. If they were just literally attacking Christians, then yeah, he probably would.
Okay.
I mean, the people might not, but I mean, I don't think, and Asmon, he even tells his followers like it has nothing to do with race. Even when he'll go on like a rant, and one that would be taken as being a racist one normally, like just kind of off the vibes of it, and then somebody in the chat will say something like that, and then he'll like chastise them and tell them like anybody can be like that, and talks about white trash people, like anybody can be like that. It has nothing to do with their skin color. It's their culture. And it's not wrong. Like that's kind of how things are. Like low trust societies. There's a reason why there was like every time around Halloween, there's a thing about Indians in Indian communities that have come here. Now they can't leave candy bowls out.
Sure, but
It's
like
just-
you know, it's
just
kind of
how it is
goofy to like for like self ID and trans people, right? Like you're not trans just because you say you are. Or you're not a woman or a man just because you say you are, right? Like, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
kind of the same with racism too. Nobody's gonna say like I'm racist. Right? I think we have to. You infer that from actions or behaviors, and they're not usually going to admit and say like, "Well, yeah, okay, you're right, I am racist." Right?
Right, but the behaviors that would distinguish that from somebody who's a nationalist and just cares about people in their country would be only like just specifically talking about people based on their race, or only talking about certain races, and never had given any grace or passes or.
Well, sure, I
It
guess, but
was-
then like my question would be, isn't it kind of weird to talk about deporting American citizens if they're Mexican Americans or Somali Americans? Like, there's just American citizens, right? Why would we deport them?
Yeah, well, they don't. Anybody, I know at least when Asmon talked about deporting American citizens, he never mentioned any race. I don't think Trump's ever mentioned a race. Trump. I think when he brought it up, he was talking about the people like progressives, and that's definitely what Asmon was talking about when he mentioned it.
Do you think the Somali community is a
even
progressive
recently-
community, or the Haitian community is very progressive, or that Arabs
No,
that
but
come to the
that's,
United States are very progressive?
No, I thought you were talking about when he first said that. I didn't know they were talking about getting rid of American citizens now. But I except for Rubio was talking about how if you commit fraud and you've been a naturalized citizen, you can be denaturalized.
That's
And I
very.
think they do that with all kind of fraud.
Well, there's a very the only way, one of the only ways I believe you can become you can like lose your citizenship for committing a crime is if the crime was like in
He lied during the.
Exactly. Yes. So like that's true, but that's nothing new. But I guess it's just weird to me that if all of the opponents of this administration, and I feel like Asmongold when else I'm going to talk, the racial groups that they focus on the most are always non-white, and they get to the point to where they're talking about deporting people who are American citizens, which doesn't make sense, right? Where do you deport an American citizen to? But they're non-white. At some point, I just feel like it's kind of weird It feels like there's a racial component to this.
Well, if the specific group is being, I guess you say, attacked, like if he's talking about a specific group and he's not talking about the enemy of progressives, then he's talking about certain like little factions of people. But they also attack progressives, they attack liberals, they attack Democrats. It's not just they attack demographics.
Sure, but like isn't one of the biggest reasons why they
attack?
Isn't one of the biggest reasons why they attack progressives is because progressives are letting in a lot of the minorities? I feel like that's one of the biggest.
That's not the main reason.
Not the main reason, but I think it's a big one.
Yeah, I mean, they were just letting anybody come through the border. I mean, we do. We have a certain culture, and you can't just take in a huge amount of people and let them have an enclave. Then they can't assimilate. They literally won't assimilate.
Didn't this definitionally happen though with like Italians and Irishmen during?
That's what I was about to say. They said the same thing would happen then, and they did have enclaves, but I've heard this from people like Orrin McIntyre, so I don't know if it could be have like bad intentions, but it's because they are like we have similar cultures, we have similar languages, so there's not like a huge language barrier to get past. Like it wasn't as big of a leap to go from important.
Didn't they? I mean, like when you talk about like, I feel like Italians are the perfect example of.
Yeah, that would be the biggest difference.
Well, like of everything horrible for an immigrant group, right? They came in. We've got Little Italy's. They literally had some of the maybe the largest organized crime in America. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
like the mafia.
Yeah, that's why they came up with RICO, just for them.
Yeah. So.
And that's not a good thing. I mean, that was a bad thing, and people didn't like it back then. And it finally worked because we stopped all immigration, or not all, but like a shit ton of our levels of immigration for a while until we were able to assimilate those people. And if you look at it, this all happened because
like Italian immigration or stopped all Italians.
No, but we stopped our large scale of like letting people in. I think was it the nationalization or whatever from the 1920s to the 60s, I think, or 40s. They stopped it for a long time because they let in too many people and they weren't assimilating. They were voting as blocks, and that was like a big talking point back then. Like that was a big thing.
Sure. I mean, I guess if people like, wait, real quick. Let me refocus on this. Is like one of my biggest issues. Okay, so let's say that what you're saying, let's just say I grant most of it. Okay, and like this was a problem and they solved it. I feel like if you have problems with certain things, like let's say that we think, and honestly, like I would probably grant some of this even, that having like huge groups of a certain type of immigrant, like a certain ethnic group of immigrant living in a certain place, all not speaking English, probably will learn to game the system some way. Like I agree that these are bad things, right? But I feel like when it comes time to like solve those problems, there are conversations we can have about solving the problems, and then there are people that use that conversation maliciously just to push this, like, we need to just deport all of them thing. And I feel like I hear that last thing from Asmongold way more than anything else.
I don't think so.
Like, what is a single thing that Asmongold has talked about when it comes to like reforming these communities or helping these communities integrate better in the United States? I feel like all I hear from is deport, even for citizens. Deport.
Oh, his goal isn't like he doesn't talk about how to assimilate them. Like that's not really his goal. So, but like, he's fine with legal immigration. I mean, that's part that I guess that would be.
Well, but not those people, I guess, right? Because Somali Americans are Americans.
No, they can be integrated, but not. He thinks it's because of the large scale illegal immigration and the parole of them, and the TPS or whatever, all that. Like,
sure.
Actually, you know what? He might actually believe that we shouldn't have, or for a certain amount of time, we shouldn't have any immigration at all. So I don't know, actually.
But I'm just saying that, like, I've never heard him talk about, if all of his talk is about deportations, even of American citizens, Somali Americans, and I've never heard him talk about integration or ways to just stop the crime, and that's it. And it's always focused on, like, the ethnic groups, the national immigrants that are coming over, and then how to deport them and get rid of them. Like, doesn't it feel like it's all pointed in one direction? Like, it doesn't seem like a person
he doesn't make any prescriptions for, even when he talks a lot about other people doing for fraud and how bad it is, and like when he talks about the socialist stuff that he talks about.
Sure, but like, didn't he?
about how
Like, I'm
doesn't
pretty
think
sure
there
he
should be
said he wants
people
to
with so
stop
much
like
money.
all non-white immigration to the United States for a while. Like, he's okay.
I don't think he just said non-white, but I mean, he wants all immigration to stop, but like he's not making prescriptions for like how to like just to get rid of certain people because of fraud. He doesn't want like anybody doing fraud. He talks about other people that do fraud. He thinks it's all bad.
If Asmongold would have said, if it was the case that he said we should stop all non-European immigration to the United States, do you think that would be a little sus? Would that make you think like maybe there's like a racial component to
I don't
this?
think he would have a reason because they're Western societies.
Okay, so then
we don't have a. Go ahead.
Well, if that's how you're mapping it on, then could Asmongold ever make a racist statement? It feels like there's always going to be cover for.
Yeah, if he's just talking about the race or saying none of these people from this group could ever be come here, or the ones that are here now, all of them that are just from this group of people have to leave. I mean, he's never said anything like that. I don't think he would.
Okay,
And
let's
he
say
even,
let's say this.
caveats.
Let's say that I was racist, but I know that it's
everybody.
like a bad position to have because it's like unpopular. Like,
yeah.
Couldn't I just possibly say always like, oh, I just want Western immigration or Christian immigration or European immigration?
He doesn't say that. He hates Christians. He talks. I'm a Christian, but he talks shit about Christians. He thinks they're just as bad as Muslims somehow, even though they're not.
Does he really though?
Starting wars with people? Yeah. I promise you. He even thinks that they're starting like they even when people in the comments will talk about just Muslims, like when what was it? There was something happened, some kind of conflict or something happening. Oh, well, he watched the stuff in Sudan, and they were talking about people like, it's all Muslims. Everybody in the comments were like, it's always Muslims, only Muslims. And he was like, no, this shouldn't be part of any culture, any religion. He says like Christians do the same thing. That Christians slaughter people, and then somebody tried to have an argument with them about it's been a thousand years since Christians have started wars for that, and he like banned them or muted them, timed them out. But
Sure.
he doesn't. He's just atheist.
Sure. I mean, I'm atheist as well, but I guess
I think one of the reasons why it allows people that have the ulterior motives to even come in, and you're not bad about this, and you even say stuff about it, like because there's people who just refuse to like recognize just the most basic facts of like that thing you just granted earlier, or just for the sake of the argument, like just because people refuse to grant even that little bit and automatically call you racist and stuff. That's why.
Why do you think people? Why do you think people get brain broken on that though?
capture.
Why do you think people like refuse to acknowledge stuff like that?
Well, they've been doing that since before people started being more bold about. I'm only 24, but as far as since I've been paying attention, they've been like that since like before people recently started being able to be more like especially online to where everybody can see it and everybody participates, more open about how they feel about stuff. They've
Yeah,
been
but
like this.
like,
Like
if somebody
I'd argue
says
it was worse.
if somebody says like if you've got a person who, you know, when pushed a little bit reveals themselves, do you look black? I guess you said you're mixed or whatever.
When I was in college in Athens, UJ, people thought I was Mexican. They thought I was Mexican. So I
Okay,
guess
sure.
no,
I guess
no,
like
black.
just like hypothetically,
loose curls.
if you've got a person who's like you're not sure if they're racist or not, but they just say kind of like weird things sometimes, and then something bad happens to them and they like go off on some crazy racist tirade, would you look at that person and think like, oh wow, that last thing that happened just turned them racist? Or would you think like, ooh, I don't know, maybe this is kind of lurking the whole time, right? So like when you say that,
and then
like,
I'd
well,
probably remember little things.
sure, yeah. Or when you say like people haven't been like full on like mask off about everything until recently, sure. But I think that like people have like this suspicion, and I agree with you that it's dumb. I think one of the biggest issues that liberals have is sometimes they just can't admit certain things, like black people commit more crime. Like it's a really hard thing for liberals to admit sometimes. But like I understand why it happens when the person on the other side is like, don't you believe that black people have the warrior gene, so they're genetically predisposed to committing more crime? Like when the person like that is arguing against you, it's really hard to say, yeah, I kind of agree. Black people do commit more crime, because it's like, well, hold on, what am I agreeing to? You know?
Yeah, but like it's always been a culture argument until recently. Like I'd never even heard the genetic argument
Sure,
until
I mean, we say
like,
we
very
can,
recently.
we can
But
call
like
it
even when it was a cultural argument, it was shut down.
we can call it a cultural argument, but when the cultural argument is always seems to be aimed at one direction, like
But it's not like they'll even bring up the white people that act like that or act certain ways.
they even bring okay. Well, no,
Like,
but they
people
don't
bring that
really
up
though.
just to
So like,
maybe
here's a big
not seem
difference. Okay,
racist.
you've heard about like crack cocaine, black neighborhoods. Cops need to crack down on it. You've heard about like black people smoking weed was a stereotype when I was younger. I don't know if this is still like a huge stereotype, but like when we talk about black people and drugs, okay, I swear I'm not trying to sound too woke here, but we talk about black people and drugs. This is a black person's problem and it's a policing problem, and that in my mind, this is basically exclusively how it's talked about. But when white people,
Really?
yes. Do you think it's different, or do you disagree with that?
I know for a fact that you 100% along like in the like before the 90s, like yeah, like for sure, like openly on the news and stuff. Well, not news, maybe like opinion stuff. But I don't think so. I don't think so. Actually, since the 2000s and stuff.
Or what do you mean? What are you disagreeing with me on? Just so I understand or disagree.
Like that it was made to seem like a black people only problem.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me be more clear.
I've never heard it.
Yeah. Let me be more clear on this. I'm sorry. I don't mean that like only black people smoke weed, right? But I'm saying like when these drugs are having really bad impacts on the black community, the two solutions that we give are the cops need to crack down on it, or the black community needs to get its shit together. So we need more black fathers in the household. We need more cops, cracking skulls on the street corners. This is the solution. But then when we look at how the white community's been impacted over the past decade or so with like the mass opiate thing, now it's like we need to invade Venezuela to free white people from this drug, or we need to blame the pharmaceutical companies, or we need to do everything we can because these poor white people are dying of drugs. Nobody is, or at least I don't really ever hear this rhetoric of like, why are you fucking retards dying of fentanyl? Just stop doing drugs. Or like, we need to get cops like crack it down. Like if you go to the hospital and you get out of surgery, then there should be cops visiting your home to make sure you're not abusing your fucking prescription painkillers. Like, why are you still taking this? We don't need a bunch of Vicodin addicted, old people and white people. But it was never, I don't think I've ever heard anybody even remotely suggest that like the opioid epidemic is just the fault of like white people getting addicted to drugs who shouldn't be.
Well, I think it's because I think it was because it was back during the 60s and 70s and stuff. Like, but since like the 2000s, I don't think they did that they've done that towards black people. They've said stuff like that towards black people, and the opiates affect everybody. Like when I was in Athens, crazily enough, one of the reasons why I stopped going to school was because I actually got addicted to opiates, and there's shit tons of black people up there that do that too, white people that do that too. It's a problem with all the people, like everybody. It's not like a one side, like it doesn't just affect white people. I don't think that's why.
Sure, I understand, but like the response to the crime wave in the 90s and the response to like the crack epidemic and everything literally was, we need to, like the crime bill, right? It was a 93 crime bill. We need to crack down hard on policing. And it feels like the response to and the Congressional Black Caucus and everything else, people really didn't like crack. But it seems like the response to the opioid thing is like everybody is at fault except for the white people doing the drugs. I've never heard people blame white people for getting addicted to opioids. And I feel like it's because it was like a white person's drug more than anything else. I never heard that.
I think it's because we've actually made progress, actually made progress in understanding like how it actually does affect people and that it's a disease and stuff. Like I've listened to them talk about it on Fox News, about how it's not like they've talked about it in that way, how it's like an issue that can affect anybody. There's people. There was a couple hosts on there that talked about how that was part of some stuff that happened in their family. Maybe that it does have something to do with what you're saying, but it also could just be because it had never affected them or white people in that way to where they even had a way to understand it. But now they understand it from everybody. I just think it's just because it's two different like areas in time, like two different parts in time. And that was also right when well, never mind. That's not. I don't think that's true actually.
I guess I disagree, but it's hard to.
The last thing I think you could say is that Asmon's a racist, because he even says stuff that, like when he says it, I'm like, oh, that's gonna get clipped. That's gonna sound bad, and he'll say it like openly, like about how everybody makes jokes and like how he's actually probably worse off stream. I know that's probably not making the case for him right now, but he'll say stuff like that, and I'm like, if I think he was actually racist and trying to hide it, I don't think he would say stuff like that.
So I mean, like
When
my
he says you're
issue,
just joking.
yeah, my issue related to Asmongold and racism is I wouldn't say it's necessarily like racism. The term I use is like xenophobia. Like
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, so
I
like-
don't think that's wrong. There's Japanese are xenophobic. I think and if they weren't, maybe we wouldn't have Japan. Like I think it's good to preserve cultures.
well, yeah,
for
and
people
maybe
that, like-
I mean maybe you can make that argument in some places, but like, how does it work in the United States? Because aren't we kind of like a, not to be like again super woke, but like aren't we kind of like a nation of other peoples, like of immigrants?
No, yeah, I agree with you, but that's when we have it where people are assimilating and people that actually love the country and want to come here. Like, and I appreciate how, and I've always said this, and I've been so frustrated because they never do this. Like, and I have this argument in the comments with people, like on, like every now and then in the like right wing side, you'll see people in the comments being racist, and it's not as common as some people would think it would be. And there's people arguing against them, and I'm like, when Donald Trump says I even tell them, like, when Donald Trump says Americans, like, what do you think? You think he's saying white Americans? You think he's just talking to you?
Yes.
And like I don't think so. I don't. And they've recently started actually,
I think
clarifying. Like,
so, like,
Christy Noem has a commercial about it.
well, here,
JD
so
Vance even said so on stage.
yeah, I know they'll say a thing, but like, so like here's the thing, okay? And you know, and I actually in the past, and I guess even going forward, I blame liberals for this shit over like fixating on fucking words and stuff, okay? I think that it's more problematic if you have a person who just like constantly says the N-word and the N-word and the N-word or whatever, and they just say racist jokes all the time or whatever, and even if they don't like black people or, you know, racial groups or whatever, like, I think that that's bad, but I think that it's worse if you have a person who never says a racist slur or never utters a racist joke, but they say things like, I don't think a person from that background could ever properly assimilate to this country. But if they're not using a racial slur, people never consider it racism. But I think that second person, I think Asmongold does that a lot. I think that person is infinitely more harmful and infinitely more like actually racist than like a person who just says racist jokes, just does dumb shit, and maybe even is racist a little bit. Because like that other person, have you ever heard of the term like racial essentialism? Basically the idea that like culture comes from people's ethnic backgrounds or whatever. Like I do think that Asmongold believes that. I don't know if he's explicitly said it before, but I think that he thinks that like the chances of like a person of like a Somali background ethnically being able to assimilate to American culture, it's going to be much harder for that type of person. Like I think that he kind of subscribe.
Why do you think that?
Just because of the way that he talks about, like, it's just, I don't think I would ever hear Asmongold ever. Let's say that a group of Swedes were discovered in the United States to be doing some fucking fraud or whatever, or Italians or whatever. Maybe there is some example, and I just can't think of it off the top of my head right now. But, like, I don't know if I would ever hear Asmongold saying things like, we need to deport these types of people from the United States. Like, Swedes are trying to scam us. Norwegians are trying to, you know, get one over on the system. French people are trying to, I just don't know if he would ever talk about those groups of people the same way.
I mean that's possible. But like when he talks about like he doesn't talk about like he's never said anything like how certain people, there's no way anybody from that group could assimilate, or that those people shouldn't be allowed to try to come in. Anytime I've heard him talk about it, it's because there's a large scale of it, or because he'll say like because people like in the Somali stuff, like Tim Waltz allows it, or because they're scared to tell the people that they can't do this, or that they're scared to crack down on it. That's why it's been allowed to keep going and to make. And he says also it makes them like it's not good for their community because it makes them look bad. Like it makes their whole community look bad when it's not all their community. It's just certain people, and it's because they weren't like assimilated.
Yeah, but I don't hear those arguments as much. Well, it's making that the Somali community look
maybe
bad.
It's because they're clipping them because like they only show you only see this crazy stuff that they'll clip out of them.
I mean,
like,
I watch his videos. I know there are people who,
Hassan
Hassan and shit will do for sure. But I try to watch like his videos. Like if I'm missing something, this is also why I invite him to chat. Because if I'm missing something, I don't mind. Like I'm not here to clip assassin. I don't give a fuck about shit like that. People do that to me all the time. What do you do for, what's like your biggest hobby or enjoyment? Is it like a game or music or?
Learn. I know it sounds corny, but like learn. Like I learn about certain like random stuff, anything that pops in my mind whenever I'm bored. Mm-hmm. I used to play soccer a lot, but
I guess like if you have a friend who's trying to like there are two types of frustrations I think when people are like learning a new hobby. If it's like playing an instrument or playing a game or whatever, where somebody will get frustrated with a thing, and every time they get frustrated, like, I'm done, like, I quit, like, I'm done.
Yeah.
Versus like another person who gets like frustrated and they keep like trying it over and over and over again until they like get it, right? The first person probably seems like they just don't give a fuck about the thing very much, but the second person genuinely really likes the thing, and even though they're getting fucking frustrated, they're like, I'm gonna do it again. I'm queuing another game. I'm gonna practice at a slower tempo, whatever the fuck, right? And I feel like when I listen to people like Asmongold talk about immigrant problems with certain communities, and right now the minority community of the week is Somalians or Somalis. It's like when the answer is instantaneously deport them all, get them out of here, deport them, get them out of here. It's like, okay, well, this doesn't seem very solution oriented in terms of incorporating these people in our country. It seems like you just want to like remove this whole ethnic group from the country for whatever reason, because it's the flavor of the week, minority group to hate, and that's just like mega sus to me. It feels like, especially when it only happens towards communities of color.
Well, I don't think the issue is the fact that there was a lot of, or at least he believes, based on, I guess it could be lies from Trump, it could be whatever, but he believes the issue is the fact that there's been a ton of illegal immigration or illegal immigrants coming in, or people that come in that are allowed to come in that don't want to be American, don't care to be American, don't have the best intentions for America, or like could care less what the fuck happens to America and us, and that there's problems here right now with Americans that need to be addressed.
Sure, and and real quick, I understand what you're saying, and like especially with the asylum process, this has definitely happened. But then again, I think you're running into that problem of like, why are we incorporating so many different groups with each other? Why are we grouping so many of these together? Because like Somali Americans don't have anything to do with like all the mass asylum seeking from South America, right? That was like a different type of problem. So why are we even speaking of these two things simultaneously?
Yeah, right. But that's where the part about him saying like stuff here needs to be fixed. Like there's problems here, there's issues here right now. And, like we need to like people, they just need to go. They're here illegally in the first place.
Yeah, but not the Somali Americans. They're not illegally. That's not even the claim for that.
I'm talking about the other people.
Sure.
Like the other people. Like,
yeah,
just
sure.
In general, that's his whole prescription for everybody that came here illegally. Any race, doesn't care what color, doesn't care who you are. Like if you came here illegally, don't care. He don't even care your age. He think it could be old people. Regardless, they should be gone. All of them, everybody. It could just be because he's been convinced that. I mean, and there is some truth to like some of the issues that they cause, and like some lies that people say, like how we need them for certain jobs that Americans won't do when they only make up. There's like out of the 484 different jobs that that we have in America, there's only 6 that are even immigrant, like have a majority immigrant, and none of them are majority illegal immigrant. Like there's no job that they only make up like I think 5% or 1% or 5% of the entire workforce in those in the areas.
Sure, I mean, so. Yeah, sure, I don't. Okay, I'd have to see specifically what you're talking about. But even if I don't necessarily disagree with any of that, I guess when I look at Asmongold and the way that he talks about these groups, I only hear a solution that's put forth that basically says we need to get rid of all of them. I don't hear any solutions put forth that makes it seem like we want to incorporate any of these people into America, and it only seems to happen with groups of like other colored people. Do you think that like even if I'm not the most like diligent Asmongold viewer, assuming that everything I've seen there is true, and maybe there's other stuff that's exculpatory, but like, do you understand how somebody could come to the impression like, ooh, maybe this guy just really doesn't like... Yeah.
Especially if you've just started watching them recently. Like I started watching them actually from listening to you. I think I started watching them maybe April last year. Mm-hmm. Yeah, April of last year. And the first time I'd heard him talk about groups of people was him defending them, and like talking about or defending them against people in his chats. Like that's why I know he's not, or that's why at least I believe he's not, unless he's recently become more xenophobic or racist. Well, not. I guess not xenophobic. Is that the same thing as like somebody like ethnic stuff?
Well, like I think it's a weird I guess actually it's a different kind of xenophobia. Because like he's xenophobic.
He's nationalist.
Yeah, but it's only towards like, it feels like certain ethnic groups. It's like the weird thing, I guess.
Well, what other like there's. We don't have a lot of immigration from white countries or illegal immigration from white countries.
Maybe not illegal immigration, but again, like this conflation between legal and illegal.
He would hate it if there was a white Christian country that they were trying to sneak in here. Sneak
in, yeah, but again, we're conflating like illegal immigrants with ordinary immigrants and everything else, right? I think it's, again, that conflation thing of all the different immigrants is a problem, but...
I don't think he talks about all immigrants. Like, I think he just talks about illegal immigrants. I could be mistaken, and it's just this... the Somali thing recently, I mean, that could could be different now because of the Somali thing that he talks about.
Do you
legal
think
immigrants too?
if Donald
He
Trump
doesn't talk about any
tomorrow,
other group.
if Donald Trump tomorrow was to announce a ban on all just South American immigration, do you think that Trump would, or do you think that Asmongold would support that?
Like just South America, probably.
If
He might-
Trump was to
maybe.
announce a ban on all European immigration tomorrow, do you think Asmongold would support that?
100%, 100%.
just-
Probably even
on
more
Europe?
so.
You think so?
Probably even more so.
Okay.
He doesn't like Europeans specifically. But I meant to say, like, he's been covering the Iran stuff. Like, he's one of the only people. Also, this is another reason why, because he's one of the only people who covers like stuff that happens in random countries, like Nepal. He covered the stuff in Nepal. He covers the stuff right now in Iran, and like the amount of support and like making sure, like, the first thing you hear, the last thing you hear, the whole time is only supporting the people and them defending themselves against their, I guess, their government. Like, that's the first thing he talks about. The same way he talks about it with the American people, like how he feels about here. That's all he talks about when he talks about it, and he's one of the only people who even brings this stuff up in the first place. So.
Did you hear when
but
Asmongold was
I
talking
do
about how
agree
like we
about-
should have like people of similar cultures immigrating here, and like the UK would be a good example of this? Do you remember him talking about this at all, or no?
No, but I don't doubt it. But I mean that's true. I mean, and like that is true.
Okay, I'm just
Like, I
challenging.
also
I feel
agree
like
when you say it.
I don't know if he would be
Go
okay
ahead.
with like banning all European immigrants. I feel like he would prefer. Yeah. Well,
I mean, if you're including the UK, like, yeah, maybe not the UK, but I mean, like Europe, the group, like the landmass touching, yes, he'd be cool with that. Like when you said about the Asman, about him getting his news from the feed or whatever, yeah, I agree with that. Like, that's fucking retarded, because there's arguments he'll make that are on my side that I don't agree with him, because he doesn't actually know what he's talking about, and he's not representing it right, and he just makes it look stupid. Like, but he does argue for it, and I don't agree with that. Like, I think he should actually research stuff and know why he feels the way he does. And sometimes I feel like he doesn't, and then he'll give an explanation that makes perfect sense, and like.
can you think of like? I'm curious. Can you think
save
of
them? But
is there like a single issue that you feel like he's talked about on stream over the past year or two that you feel like he's researched?
if not political, not nothing political, no, fuck no.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. I don't think he researches any of that shit.
Is that
And it's
kind of
not
like
a good look.
Yeah, isn't that kind of problematic?
Yeah. But yeah. But he's directionally right. He's like I guess he's justified in his feelings about it, like. And he also, even he'll say when he does it, he's not 100% sure, and not all the time. Sometimes he'll say he's 100% sure about something that he's completely wrong about. But I mean, that's not a good.
Do you think he has like an obligation to do a little bit of reading or research, maybe?
I don't think he has an obligation, because he doesn't have a group or people that he leads. He's just an entertainer, and it's
Well,
it's
but he's
really
not
up
just
to,
an entertainer, right? Like, there's a lot of people who are probably exclusively getting news through him.
And but that's not his fault. They're fucking retards. Their parents are retards. Their school system was retarded. It's on them. Like, that's not his.
Couldn't I say the same thing about like opiates? Why are we mad about China or South America? Like, shouldn't people just not do the drugs?
Yeah, I agree, and I think actually when you were saying that earlier, I actually do think they need to tell white people or anybody that's doing the shit that they were fucking retarded, and I think that's what people told me, and that helped. Like, people definitely need to know that they're retarded, but I also do think that the government's job is to protect. Like, that's literally in the social contract for them to, like, that's their role, protect the American people. Not to provide everything, but to protect us, and that's a way to protect.
If Asmongold knows that his audience is consuming him generally for political content, isn't there an obligation there that he has to produce like well-researched, well-informed opinions? Like, shouldn't he be aware of that and do better to produce content that is more informed?
No, and he says, he'll even say, this is what, like, that's what he believes. And he'll say, like, even if he does say something that is what's the word, contradictory, he'll even say, Like this is what I believe should happen, and that's why I think it should be law. Not because, or he says he doesn't even believe in laws. If something's illegal and it shouldn't be legal, then that's fine. Or if something is illegal and it shouldn't be illegal, then you shouldn't have to follow it. If something isn't illegal and it should be illegal, then they should just make it illegal and lock people up. And he does even make even more radical prescriptions for Trump that Trump needs to do. Like that's not a good thing, but I mean, he even tells people that that's his opinions.
I guess that just seems like a very weak, like no social responsibility kind of position to take. That you know that a bunch of people.
He's an entertainer.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if people are consuming your content as a way to become informed.
But there's a list. I know you do the the whole reason I started watching you was because I thought liberals were fucking retards, liberals were retards and had the dumbest positions. Didn't think about them. Don't actually know how the world works. And then I listened to you, and I was like, you know what? This is an actual smart person. I can actually maybe learn what some of them actually think, or what they're even if they're like how there's idiots in MAGA that just like Trump because for the social reasons. I can actually learn what y'all believe. And then I listened to you, but you've been wrong about some stuff tonight, and I wrote it down while you were talking to the people. I got it in front of me.
Yeah, what do you think I've been wrong about?
Okay, let's see some of the things. Let's see. Oh, the deportations. I think one source says this. I think it's the government though that says this. There's going to be 2 million self deportations this year, and then there's 650 to 800,000 or 650 to 750,000 detentions and expulsions.
I've heard.
But how could they?
Well, just real quick. So here's the issue that I have with the deportation thing, right? So Trump has claimed we're now up to. He said 30 million people came into the country.
Well, Trump hasn't said 30. Trump said 25.
Trump said 30. That was the last number he gave.
Vance said 30 million.
Trump said 30 last time. Last he gave a number. We can find it. I know because he ups the number every time. But we'll say 25 million if you want. We can say 25 million. Donald Trump says there were 25 million illegals that came into this country. And going by what I believe the reported numbers from the government are, if we believe them, the upper bound of what we'll deport this year is probably going to be maybe 1 million. And I'm pretty sure that includes the self-deportations.
No. There's been 1.5 million. There was 1.5 million, the last numbers that they had, but they've been saying that since July. There was 1.5. There's 2 million. They'll be on track to be 2 million.
Okay. There's
also liberal sources that have said this because they're talking about.
Sure. Let's say that I grant it. Let's say I just say 2 million. Okay. Let's say it's 2 million this year. Well, if they've got the self-deportation program, it's probably going to be front-loaded. Most people will take it right. I doubt people are going to wait 4 years to take it, right? So that means that most of the people that are going to take it have taken it. And we've got 4 years as presidency. And this is probably going to be his most aggressive year in enforcing the deportation stuff because it's when he had
next year they get way bigger. They have way more money and way more funding, way more people being hired next year.
The numbers are only going down from here. It's definitely not going up from this point. I think this is
people keep fucking protesting and going crazy in the streets. Yeah, for sure.
And but that's part of. But
the reason it's so bad.
Wait.
Statutory cities.
But that's Trump's fault, right? He's the president. He's supposed to be a leader. He's supposed to bring the country together on this issue. We should all want criminals and illegal aliens to be deported from this country. So why is he so incapable of getting people to agree on this? It should be one of the easiest issues ever. No.
No, because they just literally just hate Trump. They'll do, and this I'll give you an example of how 100%, no matter what Trump says, if Trump is the one who brings it up, they will immediately go against it. For when Obama was president, the liberal California, they all helped. They did the same. They did what Trump asked them to do and what Tom Homan said they needed to do since January. All they have to do is let them get them from the jails, and they will not have to go into their communities to get the people. But because Trump said it, no, there's no way they're going to do it. And an example
wait.
Tax on tips.
Sure, wait, real quick. For the immigration thing, what do you think is the big difference, though, between Trump and Obama? Why do you think people might be more cooperative with Obama than they would under Trump?
Because they've hated Trump and gone crazy about Trump since 2016. It was the same way in 2016.
Don't you think maybe it's because when Trump talks about immigration or deportations, he comes off as a cruel, vindictive, malicious individual, and it doesn't feel he has any compassion for any of the people involved at all? Isn't that always going to make people less likely to cooperate with you?
One way to stop that is to
wait, hold on. I just need to understand real quick. Doesn't Trump talk about it way more maliciously and vindictively than any other president I can remember, even Bush, anybody, has ever talked about immigrants or dealing with illegal immigrants?
not immigrants, but dealing with legal immigrants. Yeah, so,
Yes.
but it's got since this year, like since this term, yes, since he was proven right
I mean,
from
proven, right?
from his first term about needing the wall and shit, and they said no, they shut down the government in 2018, I
But then
think.
none of that
because he
necessitates
tried to
him
get fucking funding to
but
build a wall.
None of this necessitates him having to be cruel about it, right? When someone starts acting cruel, people are going to look at your motivations and start to second guess why you're doing the thing you're doing. That's Trump's fault. He has nobody to blame but himself.
He's not really being cruel.
Alligator Alcatraz, dog.
He didn't come up with that name.
Doesn't matter. He supported it, and they advertised on it, and they memed on it. They posted videos in front of cages of illegal immigrants with
And
no
that's
Chrissy
that
Nome.
specific one is one that they mainly put people that committed crime, like had committed crimes. People,
But it doesn't matter. Crime is a sad thing, and people are committing crimes. It's a sad thing. All of it is a sad thing. When you're like
for
doing
the people getting crimes committed against.
well, no,
not
for
the fucking criminals.
for everybody, for the fact that anybody would even have to commit a crime. All of these are sad. These are bad things. We don't want people to commit
I used to
crimes.
be a criminal. No, they should fucking be punished. They're criminals.
Sure,
don't
but
need
they
to be
should
here. They're
also,
not
but
supposed to
they
be here in the
should,
first place.
they should also not commit the crime, right? That's
Yeah, but you know what? But look, that's what I'm saying though. It wouldn't be as bad, and their shit wouldn't be as crazy if they just listened and in the first place had just handed over the criminals. Then Tom Holman said it a million times. They will not have to even go into the cities if they just give
So
them
you
up.
think there's no possible way that Trump could have handled the situation like a better
Oh
leader?
yeah, 100%, a million percent.
Okay. Trump has nobody to blame but himself for why everybody is so aggressive against his position on immigration. He talks about it with like he's the most cruel sounding person. And when you're celebrating the alligator Alcatraz things, you're posting all the crazy videos, you're having ICE run around with masked men and everything. Like you're making it look as bad as possible. Why would you expect anybody to cooperate with you?
You know, Trump hasn't always been like this. It got a lot like this whole thing's been exacerbated by him, just the way he was attacked and maligned his first term.
Well, because he
you
also
don't
did
think
a
that
lot
has
of
anything to do with it?
No, I think it does. But he also had a lot of bad. He did a lot of bad stuff his first term. But I mean, that's his fault. He's he's bringing it on himself. Yeah.
The fact, even when he was running, even when he just first became, just the amount of lies and crazy stuff that they people that the media.
Even when he
spread
came
about
in
him.
on the first thing, what did he say? He was going to clean out the deep state, drain the swamp. He launched a war against the
Yeah,
entire
the state,
government, and
not
then
the media. It wasn't the media though.
he attacked
was
the media
the-
as well. What do you mean? He attacked all
He
these
did
people.
once they started attacking him, and he's a fucking he's an egotistical, narcissistic person, and he can't deal with that. And that's also one reason
we
why
want- wait,
part of the MAGA movement has gotten so bad.
Wait, do
because
we want a
after-
president who's egotistical and narcissistic? Isn't that really bad?
Yes, you can. No, I mean, yes, it can be bad, it can be good. There's nothing just one thing, like nothing just bad or good. It has pros and has cons.
What are the pros to
Can be a
being
good thing, can be a bad
narcissistic?
thing. Like the ability to like when they have a plan or something that they need to do to focus on it and get it done, or even if they know it's good for the country, but the media as a whole is attacking them.
But if he's narcissistic, he doesn't care about what's good for the country. He just cares about what's good for his own ratings. No.
Yeah, and as long as the people that I guess the MAGA people support him, then he'll keep doing it. It's not just his fault. Like this liberals and the media have a lot to blame for that too. He's not all bad. Like
what did Obama? Can you name a single thing? What was what's the worst thing that like Obama did when it
blew
came
up American citizens?
when it came
But
to?
I mean, I liked Obama.
Hold on. When
overall.
it came to dealing with like negative media feedback, you agree that like Obama got it real bad from the conservative media, right?
super bad. Yeah,
So-
but not like to that degree.
Probably. Well,
Well, I don't know. I was a little kid.
so
but
what was
I
the?
love-
So what do you
I
think?
like
What was the worst response that Obama had to like negative media coverage?
He's a different person though. Like it doesn't.
A better person, right? A better person.
But 100% better person. But they didn't like specific like attack. Bro, come on, it's uniquely crazy the way they've attacked him.
I
and
agree, but
lied
it's also
about him.
because Trump has been uniquely crazy.
It's because originally it was just because he was a fucking idiot. That was the original reason why, but they just kept on.
Well, being an
and it
idiot is
crazier and
bad, though. If
crazier.
you're the president of the United States, you'd hope you'd be pretty intelligent, no?
Yeah, I mean, like he for the business and like certain things he is smart about, but like
I don't know about that, but
like social intelligence maybe not as much. But there's other things that you've said that was.
well, I guess hold on. So just to center, like the media is mean to Trump, but Trump explicitly made an enemy of the media, right?
But he didn't at first. Like
He did.
There was even a forget who it was that talked about it. Somebody that was there, like how he thought it was going to be all nice and cozy, and was like trying to make jokes with the media and was so like inviting towards them, and the way they immediately started attacking them and stuff. And then like there's even I think that was like the video when he started first saying fake news.
Yeah,
Like
because that's because he went from being a celebrity.
About it, he was fucking tired of it.
Because he went from being a celebrity, right, to being a politician. The media is going to be way more
being
critical
loved, to being hated. Yeah.
Well, to being to two sides, it's politics, right? But if he's not prepared for that, then maybe he just should have never gone into politics. Maybe he's just not the person for it, and he should have never been supported going into politics.
Right, but I mean, if there's that's like if that's our side, and then the other side is only bad, like Trump's policy stuff is good for the right wing, but his like it comes with some negatives in the political sense.
Okay, sure.
But
I mean, if we can agree, well,
policies are only bad.
Okay,
Why,
fine.
like,
that's fine.
no
Yeah,
reason
I
for
agree
stuff
that
like
would be
that.
true, right? But we can agree then that at the very least, like Trump's approach to the media and everything is just a strict negative. There's no good excuse for it. He should be an adult and not be a baby about the media, right? He shouldn't be like suing pollsters.
I don't. How would you? Okay, so another when you say talk about this stuff, I mean, some of the lawsuits I don't think are bad at all. I think he's wrong for his lawsuit against Pulitzer, that lady.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he thinks that she was trying to influence the election by making people think that he wasn't doing as bad purposely, which I think that's a bad one. That's stupid. But the rest of them, they settled it. If they thought that they could easily win and Trump was wrong, they would not have just settled it. Like
Wait. Don't you think they were worried about engaging in an active lawsuit against the president of the United States when the president of the United States can determine whether or not like your company's mergers go through or not?
Fuck no, they would love that. They would love to have a reason to be like, look, see, Trump is persecuting us. They know they would have lost if George Stephanopoulos took the shit about George Stephanopoulos to trial. And there's plenty of things that people have said about Trump that could have some truth to it that he hasn't sued about. He's only sued about stuff that are actually illegal.
We literally saw them do.
slanderous.
Well, we don't know that. That's not true. So, like, he sued all the social media platforms for banning his accounts because he said it was a First Amendment violation. That's probably
that could
not
be.
true.
Yeah, that could be.
But like we saw with Kimmel, we saw him pressuring, and the FCC guy talk about having their affiliates pulled or whatever, or the licensing from their affiliates pulled because of
wasn't Trump. That was just that guy.
Well, but the guy was working under Trump, right?
Yeah, but that wasn't Trump that told him to do that.
Trump truthed out that he supported that decision, and he's constantly talked about getting rid of these people.
Said he supported the decision.
Yes, so the president supported the deplatforming, or the government censorship of somebody saying bad things about him, right?
Yeah, the FCC, the thing that's supposed to actually
censor people who say bad things about the president of the United States. No, it's not.
Not bad things about the president, no, but there's guidelines that I think it's to
How
promote
is it that Asmongold, the largest political streamer in the world, has no
American
responsibility
people.
for what he says, but Jimmy Kimmel has to be treated like a journalist when he's just
because
an
he's on
entertainer?
a government because he is on a FCC regulated platform.
Yeah, but he didn't break any FCC regulations. He didn't swear or say anything like that.
Actually, if the thing about the FCC is it says you have to promote the social welfare of the American people as one of the things that they're in charge of. I mean, it's questionable.
No, come on. It was government censorship.
I mean, that is what it says. I mean,
this was government censorship. If Obama or Biden would have done this, you would have lost your mind.
I wouldn't have lost my mind. I've never really.
You just wouldn't have cared
that stuff that much. No, I've honestly never really cared about that stuff as much. Even when
so then if a Democrat wins,
they can get rid of whoever they want. Yeah.
If Newsom is president next election cycle, and Newsom starts deplatforming radio hosts or cable TV people who are saying bad things about him because he thinks they're lies, you're gonna be like, oh, it's the president, he can do that.
As long as they can justify it,
he'll justify it by saying it's not the social welfare. They're lying about me.
Yeah, I say yeah.
Don't you think that's a bad country that we want the president of the United States making the unilateral decision to deplatform like news orgs and stuff?
I mean, if it's under the executive branch, I mean, that just means Congress needs to do some shit to make the laws better. Like, oh, and by the way, Bill, you think so? You said that the party, all the people in this Congress right now need to be kicked out because they're okay with what Trump did with Maduro.
Well, yeah, I think it's really bad. Yeah.
Okay, so you think every Democrat that was in there when Bill Clinton was president should be kicked out? Bill Clinton did the same thing when the president of Panama, and then didn't tell him until after he did it.
What was the I would have to get more details on the situation for the Panama stuff. I saw that was the conservative talking points that went out this morning, but I haven't done my research on that. And given that everything else they said is totally incorrect.
I mean, they did.
What was Bill Clinton's stated mission or goal for it? Or wait, are you talking about George Bush? Are you talking about Bush Sr.?
No, I think it was Bill Clinton. It could have been Bush, but I'm pretty sure it was Bill Clinton.
Okay, I think this was Bush Sr. But even for the Panama thing, I would have to go and read more specifically about it before I develop an opinion on it.
Well, they didn't tell him until after. So I mean, I don't think it's that crazy that Trump did it. And it's not like this is the very first thing he did. I mean, he's been talking about like things that Venezuela needed to do or could do. Like, it's not like it's the very first thing he did. But I think there's other things he's done that, what you were saying earlier about how it's not a good look for like other countries, like the dumb shit about Denmark, or not Denmark, from Denmark, Iceland, or Greenland.
What do you think is like the worst? That's not a good look. I'm curious. Of all the things that Trump has done this year, what do you think is the worst thing Trump has done in your eyes? Yeah.
This year? Oh, my God. The coin shit. His actually starting to be fucking, I think is actual corrupt. Like, that's corrupt. That's stupid. I don't like it. I don't know how the fuck they could justify it if the Democrats ever want to impeach him for annulments and shit. I think that would be the best. That's the only thing that they should try if that was their goal. That I don't think you can really argue if it truly what he did was illegal ever since the word. You can't argue that. Like, that's crazy. Shouldn't be doing that. Fucking.
Are you talking about his?
I think people are buying pardons from him. Huh?
Are you talking about his crypto coin? Is that what you're talking about?
That the plane possibly. I don't think so, because I also think his work with those people are one of the reasons why gas prices are going lower.
With which
I think
people?
He's doing that for the American people, the Saudis. That's one reason why gas is getting lower. Literally, he asked that guy to lower the oil prices, and they did. Like, he's doing that for the American people. But the fucking what did I just say?
The crypto coin you said was bad.
But there was something else. I think he's buying I think he's fucking. People are paying him for pardons.
Okay.
I think so. Oh, but you've said before. You said this a couple times, because when he said he didn't know that guy, that billionaire.
Yeah.
That's he clear, like, the lady asked him later on, and he even explained he knows exactly who he is. He knows exactly what he was in trouble for and all that stuff. But he was saying he personally doesn't know him, but his sons personally knew him, and they asked him to. He didn't say he literally didn't know anything about the guy being pardoned. He was saying he didn't know the guy.
Do you think that there's anything in the totality of the Biden admin and Obama admin that like is on the level of corruption related to like the pardons or the coin?
Nope, not at all. As far as personal corruption, nope. But I think I don't know about Obama, but for Biden, I don't think it was good for the country, and I don't think it was his fault. I think it was his party's fault. And if you listen, there's a great fucking what's it called? Interview on that guy you don't like, the Shamat guy, the All In podcast or whatever that podcast.
Yeah.
Smollett?
No. What?
Oh, okay.
Did you say Jussie
The
Smollett?
Indian guy.
Smollett?
No, he's talking about Chamath or whatever. CHAM, or I don't know how to pronounce his name, but yeah, maybe it's not.
With Joe Manchin, you gotta watch it. You have to watch it, and you also have to watch that John Thune's thing to Congress about the ACA subsidies. This is completely separate, but you need to watch that too.
And then in the totality of Trump's 5 years so far in office, like besides I guess immigration stuff, like what is the thing you're happiest I guess that Trump has done?
Well, this is going to sound stupid to you, but I also think it's one of the reasons why I hated Biden. Just the directionally social, conservative social direction of the country. Like, I think it's good to balance it out and for people to have different perspectives.
What's like the conservative social stuff that you feel like Trump has pushed the best? Just like the trans stuff,
or just allow. No, I don't really care about the trans stuff in certain states. I think certain states, like if a state wants to, I don't think you should be able to do it to children. But I hate how they kept on about that. I hate when Trump talks and keeps on about talking about Biden and how bad Biden was and shit. I wish he'd move the fuck on and just worry about him, like his shit now. But I don't.
And you
I
thought
don't
you
know.
said that you thought for Biden, you thought all the policies were bad.
I wouldn't say all the policies. I like the CHIPS Act.
The infrastructure
it was
bill.
the dumbest shit he could have done was that second or his round of stimulus. That was the dumbest shit he could have did. That was the worst thing he did.
Why?
I think it was the IRA because it wasn't, for one, it wasn't needed. I think like shit was starting to rebound. The first one was good enough. The Democrats really got it was written by the Democrats. They got what they needed the first time, and this one was just for the businesses. It was really the Green New Deal just rewritten. Because they couldn't get a lot of the shit in there. It was fucking it was social. What do they call it? It was just for the fucking big businesses. It was just free money for the businesses.
Wasn't the biggest free money for businesses the PPP thing that Trump did?
But that was like for all businesses. This one wasn't needed though, and it killed him. It caused inflation to keep going and get even worse.
Didn't the U.S. like outperform most other countries when it came to inflation?
Well, we are the reserve currency. We should have did better than other countries.
Yeah, so I feel like if we could do more stimulus and prevent unemployment and everything, I feel like that'd be a good thing, no? Like we came out of COVID like pretty well.
But it wasn't needed. If we needed it, yes.
How do we know it wasn't? I feel like we came out better than everybody else. You're saying maybe we could have done even better, maybe, but I mean we did.
Well, economists even said at the time we didn't need it. Joe Manchin even told him that we didn't need it. Like that they were advised in their committees and stuff that it was not needed, and there was a shit ton of stuff in there. It was literally just free money for NGOs. Like a lot of the shit in there was free money for NGOs. It was a shit ton of pork. Like, I know they say that stuff, but like Joe Manchin talks about it. He wrote a book about it and talked about how and it wasn't Biden's fault. I don't think it was Biden's fault. It was the people around him in there. Is what Joe thinks. When
you talk about how like we're the reserve currency of the world, so we should outperform everybody. Does it bother you that Trump is like threatening the U.S. reserve currency status?
Yep. There's a shit ton of stuff that Trump does that bothers me. But one thing, I don't think he can have any. Like, it's hard to have any criticism or constructive criticism because, for one, MAGA's in defense mode. And this is another thing. Like, I don't think we've ever realized it or been able to realize it until it happens to you. Like when people are being attacked so much, it's hard to ever one time be like, you know what, you're right, this is wrong, like because you have to defend.
Yeah, but Obama and Biden were defending constantly for the entirety of their term, and most of the accusations weren't true.
I don't know about Biden.
What do you mean? They were accusing Biden of being senile. They were playing the Hunter Biden shit nonstop.
I mean Obama.
For Obama, they complained about all the race stuff. They called him a socialist and a communist. The conservatives attacked him relentlessly.
I mean, it could be, but there's no way it was to the same degree. And for one, Democrats have all the institutions. They have the like the culture. They had the culture the whole time in the media. Like it was not the same. It's not the same. And y'all had the culture and all the institutions when Trump was attacked. So like that's even more makes them feel like more in a defensive posture. And he even fought off the Republican
like Trump's injection into U.S. politics was literally the fucking birther thing. Like it was him saying.
You know where he got that from? Hillary Clinton.
No.
Yeah.
No.
The first time it came out was when Hillary Clinton was running in the.
No, Trump tried the birther thing in 2012, like even before.
Yeah, but the first time that ever came out was I'm talking about from Hillary Clinton. The first time when Obama was running.
No.
From the first time.
Listen, even if I granted you this, even if I were to grant you this, why would that excuse Trump basically running on it?
I think he believed it. It was stupid. Like they even, I don't know if it's fake or not, but like there was a whole thing where they compared it to some dumbass.
If he believed it, isn't he so incompetent that we would never want this person to be president anyway?
Well, no, this just came. This came out recently about like.
He pushed this birther thing for like 6 months. He did this birther thing for a long time. He believed it. Yeah, but like if he's that stupid.
But listen, at the time it came out, like it was fake. They thought it was fake because the writing was exactly the same from at another hospital, somebody else's. Like it just looked like it was copied, and they just wrote Obama's name, Barack Hussein Obama, over somebody else's shit because all the other stuff was the same. But I don't think that was the real one. And there's a shit ton of people who fell for it.
Well,
they
yeah, because
actually
people like
look
Trump pushed
at
it.
the lies. That's how Trump fell for it. There was other people that at the time were falling for the same shit that Trump was. I don't think Trump made it as popular as y'all say he did.
This is like the big thing that he ran on. Yeah.
No.
Well, initially,
there's
like in
other
the early
sh-
parts of the election, yeah, he pushed this, and I shouldn't say he ran on it, but it was like one of the things that he pushed the hardest that kind of like catapulted him, at least to the forefront of American during that primary season. Because in the beginning, he was like a 1%, nobody cared or whatever, and then there were more things, and then the primary continued. But that birther thing was a big thing, I think, that he initially pushed, and he'd been pushing it for a long time. He'd been pushing that for like 4 or 5 years. Like he was tweeting.
I've heard about him pushing it before, but during his, I've heard that he used to talk about it. I think he talked about it on even like a show. But I don't think there's no way he was doing that for the election stuff, because I followed him. I was in like 9th grade, and I've never heard about it during that. But
So in 2011, the Obama White House released his original long form birth certificate. And then in 2012, Trump tweeted that he had an, quote, extremely credible source, end quote, who told him the birth certificate was a fraud. In 2013, he raised suspicion about the death of a Hawaii health official who verified copies of Mr. Obama's birth certificate. In 2014,
that's what I was talking about.
he asked hackers to access Mr. Obama's college records and check his place of birth. And then as recently as this month, Mr. Trump did not back away from his past support of the birther cause. Quote, I don't talk about it because if I talk about that, your whole thing will be about that, end quote, Trump said. So I don't talk about it. And this was in
2016?
2016, yeah.
Yeah, he said he don't talk about it no more.
Well, but that's him. He's still agreeing with it.
Yeah, but I mean, but it's not like he was pushing it. I mean, maybe he found out he was wrong and just didn't want to admit it. But like for a while, like the shit that you were talking about, the guy had to come out and say that. Like the whole reason he released it in the first place was because people were trying to say it was. There was a shit ton of people at the time saying that it wasn't real or that he wasn't actually born here. So he released it, and then there was then people trying to say that the Hawaiian that was written like it was copied from another thing. That's the whole reason that shit came out. It was a big thing. Like at one time, I even remember when I was little hearing about it, them talking about it on the news, and I mean that's right when we watched CNN. But I mean, there's other things you said though. Hold on, let me see.
I got 12 more callers, Steve. Do you want another one?
Give him one more thing before we bring in another DGGer to give the most like tepid
I'll
fucking.
just do my
I got Asmongold's.
Yeah, we'll
best
see.
one real quick. Let's see my best one. Damn, there's a shit ton. Okay, so when you say that stuff about fuck. Okay, when you say that stuff about what's his name, rich guy Elon.
Yeah.
Do you can you really blame him for Doge not working?
Yes.
How? When his cars are getting firebombed, he's attacked maliciously in the media. There's people stopping other people that just drive his cars and keying them. Always being attacked. His life threatened. His company's tanking because people are blowing up his car or firebombing his dealerships. Like, and being sued out the fucking ass 100 times by several different people and for everything he tries to do, just for accessing the records to even begin to audit. Like, how's that his fault? Like, how can you blame him for it failing when he tried everything he could, and he even tried to even though he stepped down, left his people there so that they could update the infrastructure, the way that the shit runs. But like people started to say he was trying to steal information and all this shit. Like, how is that his fault? Like, of course it was a good idea. People that can still do it, they left the people there to do a little bit of it. But like, how's that his fault?
Here's this is like a general issue, I guess, that I have. This is going to be really negative later. I'm sorry. Okay. But like one of the biggest selling points that the conservatives have for their leadership is that you guys have like the strong, manly men and like the based people with the big backbones to do the thing that needs to be done. When I look at like founding stories and like American history, it's usually like a lot of these people are people that acted with just an insane amount of bravery, courage, intelligence. When you look at like all of the problems that beset Washington's, army when he had to cross the Delaware and all these people wanted to leave and Philadelphia was thinking that the war was lost. Like all of these people are fighting against insurmountable odds. Okay. And in U.S. history, it's been like that over and over and over and over again. It's been fighting against these huge odds. When Reagan went to the wall in East Germany and said, Gorbachev, tear down this wall. It's like the Soviet Union is this massive thing. People didn't know it was going to collapse, right? And then when it comes time to talk about Trump and it comes time to talk about Elon, like it's so many excuses. Like, well, wasn't the media mean to him? Well, in Elon, didn't they firebomb 7 cars? And like, didn't they say these bad things? And like, wouldn't you be mad bad. And it's like, why is it so many excuses? Like, motherfucker, these guys are the richest people in the world. Elon Musk almost has a net worth of $1 trillion. This guy is so rich. These people have so many resources, and these are supposed to be the people leading us into a better tomorrow. And we're treating them like they're Twitter celebs. Like, well, if so many people mean tweeted at this guy, like, doesn't it make sense that he would also have this reaction? Like, why can't we expect more or better from these people? Like, maybe the president of the United States shouldn't be suing people or pressuring people because they said bad things about him on the news. Or maybe Elon Musk, the richest guy on the planet, shouldn't be upset that people are mad at him because he's participating in one of the most divisive administrations in U.S. history. That's not a surprising thing. Like, if these people aren't cut out for the job, then they just shouldn't do it. And more importantly, people like you shouldn't support them doing it. I don't understand how you can have this constant stream of excuses for these people who need to man the fuck up and do their job and not cry all the time about people being mean to them on social media. Just log the fuck off. No,
people firebombing them. 53% of people at the time of liberals said that it'd be okay to murder Trump, and 47% said it'd be okay to murder Elon Musk.
Yeah, and Trump is truthing out that it'd be okay to try and execute sitting congressmen. It was like 10 cars. Who cares?
Okay. You're right. You're right.
I'm just saying, I don't understand how there are so many excuses for these people. Like, why can't they just do their fucking job? Like, put the job in the bag and do your job as a government official. I can't, otherwise, like, get them out and bring somebody in who's not going to cry all the time. I don't remember, Obama got attacked relentlessly by the media. Maybe not as much as Trump, but Trump is just doing so many crazy fucking things. Like, that's to be expected, you know? Like, it's just crazy to me because it feels like an analog to some extent, except everybody swapped roles, where Trump is the black community and conservatives have become liberals. And Trump is out here committing all these crimes and doing all these horrible things. And then, you know, the conservatives are like, well, I don't know why you guys are going after him so much. And it's like, well, because he's doing all the fucking crime. But like, if you flip this onto, you know, some racial thing, you flip this onto crime stuff, you know, liberals are like, why do you guys go after black people all the time? Because it's like, well, let's be realistic. They're committing all the crime. But you understand it there. But then when it comes to Trump, you know, like, nobody has done the things that he's doing. Nobody has been as antagonistic as he's being. Nobody has done these same things as crazily and over and over and over again. Like, why did Trump, like, I'm curious, in your mind, why didn't Trump run with the same vice president that he won last time with?
Because he didn't care if the motherfucker got murdered. I mean, that's crazy. Shit was crazy. That was horrible. It was bad.
So like
egotistical?
Yeah, egotistical, narcissistic, weak, like spineless. Like he's just not a good man. He's not a good person. Like, his family life is terrible. He lies. He makes names for people.
His kids are awesome. Everybody talks about how awesome his kids are.
He saw fucking porn stars while his wife was at home with her 2-month-old. How was this?
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, and his children are scammers, right?
Not all of them. Maybe one of them.
They're his children. Is actual.
No, Ivanka's the shit. I mean, bro, you should hear the way people talk about his children. His children are awesome. People that don't like him. Bill Maher. Like, there's people that talk about his children like that. They couldn't believe that those kids came from Donald Trump.
They're scammers. All of them are in scam businesses. We got the scam cell phone that nothing is coming out. We've got Witkoff and the scam crypto stuff and all the scam.
I don't like Witkoff. Witkoff's a piece of shit. I mean, Trump's not. I don't like. I just like Trump because directionally, he's doing the right shit.
The direction is into the ground. There's not going to be any legislation about immigration. There's not going to be any balanced budget. There's not going to be any legislation about housing price or anything else. I don't know if there's going to be any legislation. I don't know if Trump knows what Congress is.
No. But look, if he doesn't, if the Democrats will literally never vote for anything, like, well, what's the point? And also, isn't Trump in the executive branch?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the legislative branch. That's their job.
No,
Trump,
but you work with them. You're the leader.
Powers,
No, but you work with them. He doesn't use them because he's trying to do it all on his own via executive order.
Well, that's because that's because the Democrats will not pass anything. They wouldn't even pass like the.
Why was Biden able to get the Republicans to pass stuff? You have to work with them. What has Trump even presented them?
Aren't crazy.
What is Trump? Trump has presided over 2 of the longest shutdowns in all of government history. Is that just a coincidence?
Yes,
it's because of the Democrats.
The first one was because he wanted to. Yes, it is because.
How is it always everybody else's fault but his? Even when they have a majority in Congress, it's still the Democrats' fault.
It literally is. It literally is just like some of the other shit's Trump's fault. They will not vote for anything that Trump wants. Just like with the no tax on tips. They said that was part of their campaign or campaign during.
Come on, at some point the buck has to stop with Trump.
Now they won't even fucking pass it because Trump,
at some point he has to have some responsibility. It's just a coincidence that 8 out of the 10 largest protests in American history have happened under Donald Trump. Is that just because of the media?
Yeah, that is because of the media and because Donald Trump falls for the crazy shit that the liberals out there protesting about. He falls for the debate.
The Republicans lost their House majority seat for the first time in any Congress in U.S. history. Was that the Democrats' fault? The McCarthy and all those guys, they lost their majority seat and they voted them out. And it took like 30 votes to reseat somebody. It was like 3 weeks.
It's their own fault for changing the rules to
they
be able to do it.
But this is all like MAGA shit. These guys are all.
That wasn't MAGA. That was when Trump. They were like they changed that rule whenever Trump was ousted. When Trump wasn't supposed to be part of the party anymore. But I don't want you to be mad at me. I love you.
I love you too, buddy.
Appreciate listening to you.
Yep.
Hopefully I can talk to you again one day. All right.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you.
Thanks for coming on and chatting. I appreciate it.
Yeah. They're gone. All right. Globby is the next one, and they're a real Asmon viewer, is what I'm told.
A real Asmon viewer. Oh boy.
Globby.
Wait, I have this person blocked, so they must be a real Asmon viewer. Hold on.
Yeah, unblock him. Hold on.
No, I have to unblock him. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, Globby, go ahead.
All right. So I'm a long-time follower, long-time viewer. Like, I remember the Baneling analogy.
Mm-hmm.
And your poggers.
And you are an Asmongold viewer now, right?
I am an Asmongold viewer. I was checked at the gates, and they checked my papers, and they verified I'm an Asmongold viewer.
Based. Wait, real quick, Mooten, is there what is the next thing you need for your expedition? Just tell me the item, so I know it's a farm. Figure it out and type it to me. Okay, go, Globby. Yeah. What's up?
So I like Asmongold. I like you. I don't think Asmongold is as bad as you think he says, and you're pretty cool yourself. I obviously have had the benefit of being able to watch your stream for like the last hour and being able to look at sources to show that you're wrong in a couple of things.
Okay.
So you said, and I quote, "I feel Italians are the perfect example of everything horrible for an immigrant group. Larger,
I feel like, wait,
organized crime."
Could you repeat that? I feel like what was the second word you said? I feel like.
I feel Italians are the perfect
Italians.
example
Okay.
of everything horrible for an immigrant group.
Mm-hmm.
They have the largest organized crime. Little Italy's. I don't think we ever banned Italian immigration or stopped Italian immigration. So the 1924 Immigration Act, specifically, I don't know if it's specifically targeted, but it definitely had a massive impact on Italian immigration. It actually had the biggest impact on Italian immigration.
Okay. Did we mass deport any of them afterwards?
I don't know if we mass deported them afterwards, but
okay.
But we restricted the immigration because we don't like them.
Okay.
Just want to bring that up.
Gotcha.
Of all the ethnic groups, another one, has there ever been a white one or darker ones? So you were talking with a guy like, I guess, 2 hours now, about whether or not Trump has picked out white people or non-brown / dark people out of the crowd. Trump has many times over been anti-European, anti-NATO, specifically anti-Germany, many times in his rhetoric. I would just want to bring that up. Obviously, Trump isn't just picking out Somalians and Venezuelans and basically brown people, but he's also been anti-white people in general. I don't think that necessarily Trump is a racist. He's also gone out of his ways to be like, hey, there's problems with these quote-unquote white countries as well.
I don't necessarily disagree with that for Trump. I feel like I've heard Asmongold make statements. I was going to watch some clips between those just to refresh my mind relating to white people. I feel like Trump is more xenophobic than just strictly racist. But I do feel like there's a very disproportionate focus on brown countries, though. So like when he tries to do his like Muslim bans multiple times, when he talks about, was it Somalia or some other country being a shithole country? When he thought like a Mexican American judge couldn't like rule favorably in his case because they would be too biased. When he talks about, it's okay to, Vance was the one who said it was okay to make up information about Haitians eating cats and dogs. Like I feel like directionally it's generally pointed in that direction. The Haiti stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would be natural to point in that direction considering, obviously, people who are of a first world nation would probably have less, less of a relationship with people from third world countries, right? So I would anticipate there would be more criticism towards, the 80% of the population rather than the 20%, right?
What can you clarify what you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, like, white people are like 10% of the world population, right?
Okay.
So you would anticipate that 90% of his critique of quote unquote foreigners would be like 90% non-whites and 10% whites, right? Probably.
Maybe. I don't know if that would apply necessarily to immigrant groups in the United States, but I guess backing up, I guess my big issue isn't well, no, it would still be the targeting of these groups. But I think my big issue is the fact that so many of the things that he brings up are just like lies, and they're okay with it. So like that whole the whole concept of Haitians or anybody eating dogs, like all of that was based on one guy going to some city council thing and basically just making a bunch of shit up, like on a Facebook post. Like there was never any proof of anybody eating cats or dogs in the street. Like a couple random weird videos that didn't show that it all got posted and people thought it, but like that was just not a true thing. So when you're making up false things to attack groups of people who all happen to be non-white, like at some point it looks a little bit sussy, I would say, or we're probably past the sussy thing. The whole Tren de Aragua and MS-13 thing, even though conservatives will rewrite memory hole or rewrite history now, like he talks about these things like these were like every American was freaking the fuck out about Tren de Aragua and MS-13. I don't think that was the case. I think that these were problems that he wanted everybody to care about, and they repeated it so often. Now people are like obsessively thinking about or worried about like MS-13 or Tren de Aragua, but these were not like huge problems that the American people were so worried about. I don't believe that's true.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know about any of that. I just wanted to bring up the points that Trump obviously has targeted ethnic groups or groups of people that are non-minority pretty often, especially when it comes to anti-NATO and anti-European sentiment.
Sure, but that's a different thing. That's foreign policy, not necessarily domestic policy. Like foreign policy-wise, I could say the easiest thing to point to would be Ukraine, right? In that he hasn't been good at helping those white people.
Yeah, sure. I just took issue with the particular statements you made. Like, obviously, he has targeted ethnic groups that are not immigrant, not brown, etc. Right?
Sure, I get, but I'm talking when I'm talking. The reason why I say xenophobic and not racist, though, like it's kind of weird to talk about like xenophobic foreign policy. Like I feel like xenophobia is almost always going to apply to your own domestic population because xenophobia is usually like keeping outsiders out and only allowing your own group in, kind of.
Is sussy an argument or like a position?
What do you mean?
Well, you said it was sussy.
As in, it appears that his xenophobia is like somewhat, well, sometimes it can be racially motivated. For Asmongold, I think. I don't know as much for Trump. It kind of feels like it's a little bit racially motivated, yeah. But Trump, my criticisms about Trump are generally that of xenophobia, not usually racism. I don't know about Asmongold sometimes. It's weird when he starts making, whenever I hear people start making arguments about how like these people have a different type of culture and they can't assimilate or whatever as well as other people. I feel like I've heard Asmongold say things about like, well, if you come from this country, you're not going to assimilate as well, coming from other countries. That starts to get a little bit weird because I don't know how far they're taking that. But it's also hard because these people live in echo chambers.
You don't think that's true? That some countries have a better tendency than others to assimilate?
Generally speaking, I think that's probably true. I would imagine on average, if you were to take like an average like Somali and an average German and put them in the United States, the Germans are probably on average going to assimilate better. But the big issue that nobody ever talks about when it comes to immigration is we never get averages from other countries, right? We're generally always getting exceptional people from other countries because it's a long journey to immigrate here, right? Coming across an ocean, like you just go to Europe if you're poor or you're trying to like illegal immigrate. We don't have a bunch of illegal immigrants from Africa coming to the United States. Where were we? When I talk about Trump, I'm generally focusing on the xenophobic thing, but my arguments about Trump aren't necessarily the same about Asmongold all the time. Just differentiate between those two things, yeah.
Well, right. Like, is it that immoral to be like, hey, like a particular, like, I'm not going to say race, but like a perceived race. Like, if like a perceived race has like values that are not in line with the values of the country that you're in, right? And there's another one of a perceived race that they definitely do, right? I mean, do you think it's okay to discriminate against one or another?
Wait, hold on. Okay, so this is a big issue that I have. Okay, is that like, okay, this is the reason why I hate conservatives the most. Okay, and people like Asmongold the most is because I think that there's actually good conversation that could happen here that I think needs to happen, but we can't have it because all of the people that are having it are just racist or xenophobic. So like, I actually think that there's a valid conversation to be had about having like a certain value set for Americans that, people coming to this country should probably share. Now, I don't know how specific I would make this or not specific, but like, for instance, somebody who wants to immigrate who thinks that like rape and murder should be legal is probably not somebody I would say who's like compatible with American culture. And I think it's okay to have that argument. But when that argument seems to only apply to ethnic groups from a group of people who seem to be xenophobic against just certain ethnicities, it makes it really hard to have that conversation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, maybe a little bit.
Or what part of that doesn't make sense? Or wait, how did you live through the COVID? You're not 18, are you? Or how old are you? Can you say how old you are?
I'm 30.
Okay, so like here's the thing that I think, okay? I think that it would be fascinating to go back through the COVID time period and look at how everything was handled prospectively to see if there were better decisions that could have been made. That conversation has never and will never, maybe like 30 years in the future, maybe it'll happen, but it can't happen. Because when we talk about COVID lockdowns, it's all like New World Order, Illuminati, locking us in our homes because they had it, like that's it. There's no real conversation that can happen there. But I think there's a lot of interesting public data that we could mine epidemiologically to be like, well, was the school shutdown, was that a good idea or a bad idea? Was should we have had a 50-state rule or not? Like, I think these are, was something too long or not long enough? Should we have mandated vaccines or not? Or, I think these are interesting questions. But because the conservatives are so brain broken on all of it, we can't talk about any of it. That drives me crazy.
I mean, you think you can't have these conversations with the conservatives?
No, you can't. Absolutely cannot. No.
I mean, I've had plenty of conversations with them plenty of times about all of these topics.
Really? Where?
On the r/conservative Discord server.
I'm curious because you're in that server now, and I'll wait a minute. Is it possible that you could control F COVID or anything else and screenshot one of those combos and just paste it in this chat? And that combo, you're having a conversation on what should good lockdown policy have been like, where nobody brings up, well, we know that they just used it to control our lives, and we know they were just trying to close down the churches, and we know they just wanted to kill old people. Those conversations
I know that there are people who definitely say that shit. I know there's definitely schizos who say that kind of shit and who believe the most off the wall bullshit.
Well, you say schizos, that's the mainstream conservative position.
I don't believe that's the case.
So you think the mainstream the mainstream conservative position is not that Fauci lied, people died?
I don't think that the mainstream conservative position is that, hey, like it was a pandemic and it was a lab leak on purpose, and like Fauci went out there and did that. I don't think that that's the case at all. I think there's schizos who believe that, and they're way overrepresented. But I don't think the mainstream belief is that.
Percentage of conservatives who believe COVID was planned. Plandemic is probably one of the more extreme, but let's see.
Would hoax be a better term then?
Maybe. Well, no, plandemic and hoax are kind of the same. So,
yeah.
Same.
I don't know where this is at now. This is July 24th, 2020 data. Where are we at? Republicans. So this is saying that 48%. Wait, no, that's high school. No, hold on. This is all U.S. adults. Wait. Definitely true. Okay. Okay, definitely true, probably not true, definitely not true. So 24% of conservatives, am I reading this correctly, believe that there's some truth that COVID-19 was planned. Even 18% of fucking liberals and Democrats believe that. But 1/4, and that was back in July of 2020. Has this gotten better or worse? Oh, no, wait. I'm so...
Send it to me.
Conservative mod... Wait, cons mod. Rep, lean, rep... Wait, I'm so retarded.
Like I'll grant you...
Oh, wait, this is a conservative Democrat?
Yeah.
Hold on. Is it 34% of Republicans or lean Republican believe it? Okay, conservative, moderate Democrats. You're right. I'm sorry. So it's 18% of Democrats and it's 34% of Republicans believe that COVID-19 was planned. And that's like the more extreme version. That's crazy. And that was back in 2020.
What do they mean by planned?
That
study.
So this is what they give as a thing here. I don't know what the exact question asked is. We could probably try to find it. But they say, percentage of U.S. adults who think the theory that the coronavirus outbreak was intentionally planned by powerful people is ... I
mean, I would need to look into it. I mean, I don't think, from my personal experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've spoken to a lot of people, and I would agree that on the COVID conspiracy theories, conservatives have it probably worse than liberals, obviously, right? But I don't think it would be mainstream. I think when you go online and you talk with people, it's a lot more prevalent, but I don't think it's mainstream that it was like a an intentional pandemic from people in power to do whatever else.
Like the White House official website literally has publishing on like lab leak, the true origin of COVID-19. They say the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2 publication, which was used repeatedly by public health officials and the media to discredit the lab leak theory, was prompted by Dr. Fauci to push the preferred narrative that COVID-19 originated naturally. And then they have this whole page on some of these things are just straight up lies. Like they literally have a page on how these scientific publications were lies and our fucking conspiracy theory is true. They bring up this eco-health bullshit. Dr. Peter Daszak. This is insane to me. Like, this is a White House Talk Up website. I don't know if there are current numbers on who believes this, but I mean, we could also do the social, they even have things here. So social distancing, the 6 feet apart social distancing recommendation, which shut down schools and small business across the country, it was arbitrary and not based on science. During closed door testimony, Dr. Fauci testified that the guidance sort of just appeared. The mask mandates. There was no conclusive evidence that masks effectively protected Americans from COVID-19. Public health officials flip-flopped on the efficacy of masks without providing Americans scientific data, causing a massive uptick in public distrust.
Is it coming from a lab? Like, is a suggestion that it comes from a lab, like, is like evidence of a pandemic? Does that make sense?
Not necessarily, and I don't even have necessarily an issue with people thinking that. It's that they're saying there was an intentional conspiracy to cover up the origins of it, led by Dr. Fauci. That's too much. That's a retard position.
Okay, so like obviously Fauci knew, and like he prevented the information from passing down. Like that's retarded. But like me being like maybe it came from a lab is like fine.
Maybe. I mean, I would just consider a person uninformed at that point, not like a conspiracy theorist or crazy person. But like this, Dr. Fauci arbitrarily and intentionally covering stuff up, that's the position that is on the whitehouse.gov website. So to say that this is like a conspiracy position or not mainstream, like...
Do you think Donald Trump is a radical, or do you think he's like middle of the pack?
Well, it's a kind of a begging the question thing. It's kind of hard to define that. Like, is Donald Trump a radical? I mean, definitionally, I would say in some contexts, well, yeah, MAGA is radical. But in other contexts, well, they're not radical. It's the majority opinion on the right. So it's like definitionally not radical, right?
If there was a scale of 0 being like the most liberal, 100 being like the most, I guess, conservative, natsock, whatever you want to be, where do you think Donald Trump falls in that? Just roughly.
The reason why I don't have a good
leader from another country.
Well, the reason why I don't have a good answer to this is because I actually don't think it's easy to qualify Trump there. I think Trump is just very, very, very narcissistic, and I think his narcissism is what guides most of his decisions. So like if tomorrow a poll came out that 100% of Americans wanted socialized healthcare, and all of them would think that Donald Trump is the funniest, coolest guy ever, and they'd all follow him on Truth Social, if he like did that, I think Trump would work to pass like social healthcare tomorrow. So it's hard to say. Like I think he acts like all of his actions in accordance, I think, are like in the direction of like authoritarian dictator type person. But I think that's a byproduct of his ignorance and narcissism, and not like him thinking like, I'm going to be an authoritarian type leader, you know, like somebody like Stephen Miller would be. So it's hard to like put Trump, because he's so stupid, it's hard to assign to him or ascribe to him like a strong...
anywhere in the spectrum. He's just like, I just want people to like me, or he just wants like a particular set of people to like me. Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, where would you... Because like obviously he has very, very, very right-wing opinions, right?
Does he?
On
some
what?
Things,
but does he on what? I can't think of one that comes to mind.
Sure, I think it's really hard to, because
probably
it's,
immigration.
Maybe. I mean, look at the whole H-1B fiasco, right? Like he was pretty economically oriented in that, right?
Right, but like to order the Border Patrol and Immigration and Customs Enforcement to deport so many people, like that would require somebody that is, I think, really, really, really committed to some form of idea about something, right?
I don't know.
Like,
I mean,
I would never see a Mitt Romney
Sure, for sure, but I don't think it's because he would want to do that.
Right.
I would have to think about this maybe a lot more, but like the reason why I just don't view it that strongly is I think that Trump is a guy who's heavily driven by his own narcissism, and I think he looks for things that he considers to be like easy wins. So like even when people like Fuentes and all these types are very quick to ascribe like Adelson or whatever, like the Jew influence on Trump, I don't actually think Trump gives a fuck about Jews. He just sees Israel as like they're always going to win, so of course he's going to back them. Like that's why. And then same thing with Ukraine, Russia. Like I don't think that Trump is necessarily like Russian oriented, or he thinks that Putin is like a good guy and he wants to be friends with Russia because he supports Russian interests. He just sees like Russia's probably going to win, and Putin like butters his goose or whatever the fuck. There's a saying there that I don't know, but yeah, that's how I view it. He's just driven. So it's hard to ascribe like a particular ideology. I don't think he hates Ukraine or hates Zelensky. He just hates that like that conflict is still going on, and there's not like an easy win that he can eke out there. That's why he gets really mad at Putin when Putin starts bombing shit again after saying that they've gotten a peace deal figured out.
I mean, I can see that.
Like, look at the Mamdani flip. That was just insane to me. That was so embarrassing. That Mamdani talks to him for like 5 minutes, and he's basically deep-throating him, on camera afterwards. I think it's crazy.
Well, he's going to hate Mamdani today, because Mamdani completely denounced what he fucking did. So, yeah, that'll be funny to watch.
How do you feel about right-wing extremism and left-wing extremism? Like,
I think they're both bad,
yep.
but I think that like we see what the right wants us to see. Like left-wing extremism is bad in that the ideas are bad, but it's like not a real thing. Whereas right-wing extremism is like controlling the country. Like who has more popular support in law right now? People like Hassan or people like Asmongold? Like Hassan and the Tankies have gotten nothing politically for the past 10 years, and MAGA runs everything in the government kind of.
Well, I would say that obviously Asmongold has its problems, but it's because his spread and his influences way outpaces Hassan, right? Obviously Hassan, if his views were as mainstream or as popular as Asmongold, I would probably argue it'd be worse.
I don't necessarily disagree, I think, but I'm just saying that in terms of like whose opinions are more proper or are more popularly represented right now in the country, it seems to be that like people like Asmongold, most of their shit is like MAGA is mainstream, right? That's what I'm saying. MAGA is mainstream. Tankies are nowhere to be found in government. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
Yeah, I mean, Tankies are way rarer than like MAGA.
Well, non-existent in government.
There's a lot of. Yeah, there's probably no. I mean, I'm sure there's some Democrats who are Tankies, but they don't necessarily own up to all those. All that stuff. Maybe a couple, but like I don't like necessarily think of Tankies.
Maybe like Ellen Omar and Rashid Tlaib, maybe. But
well,
like,
obviously Tankies, we're talking about 5% versus like MAGA, which is like 35% or something, right?
Wait, what do you mean? MAGA is like half the country if they support Trump, no?
Well, I don't necessarily think that because you vote for Trump that you're MAGA, right?
I mean, if we're gonna use. If we're
so
going to use
I've done
that,
like political door knocking plenty of times, and many people are like, "Hey, like I fucking hate Trump, but I'm voting Republican because I feel like this way on abortion or this way on these topics." I mean, in my personal experience, it's like probably 10 to 15 to maybe even 20% of the population.
Sure. Let me just, if I'm just looking at like power in terms of control of the country right now, MAGA has a huge, what I would consider to be like the far right or extreme right has a huge influence, and the extreme left has zero influence. Do you disagree with that position?
I wouldn't say huge and zero. I would say maybe 2 or 3 times to 4 times as much of an influence. I think there's.
I would say 1,000 times. Who on the far left has any influence in American politics?
They got one mayor.
Not even, and that's even he's like reaching out.
We're talking elected officials.
Yes.
How many elected officials?
They can exercise politics in the United States. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely MAGA is way overrepresented in that category.
Yeah, not 4 or 3 times, but like 100 or 1,000 times.
No,
right?
I would agree. Probably 100 times. Yeah.
Okay.
But I would go on further to, like, it's not necessarily about how many elected officials you have in it. I think the Republican Party over the last 10 to 15 years has definitely gone through some kind of transformation or transfiguration, something, right, to where people from like these radical voices can like go into it. And I don't think the Democrat Party is that far behind. I think
wait, on the you're saying the far left can gain like notoriety or influence or whatever?
Well, I think maybe in 10 years it definitely could be the case, right? I don't think it's like I don't think just because this is the case now doesn't mean like in maybe 10 years it couldn't be completely not flipped, but it couldn't be much more equal, much more even.
I mean, it could be, but why would I even consider a hypothetical problem when I have a real problem right now?
Well, because if we went 15 years back in the past, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Nobody would have thought that the position that we're in would have been the position we are in now.
Well, sure,
Right?
but then I would just.
I think that definitely there's a radicalization.
We would have a different conversation 15 years ago. I agree with you, but but we're not 15 years ago. We're now, so I'm having this conversation now, right?
Right, but my opinion about this is that more that we happen to exist in an environment where these talking points and this argumentation would work, right? And I don't necessarily think this will always be the case, right? Definitely, I could foresee a future in which Democrats are like the far left is far more prominent than they are now.
Okay, and if that happens, then I'll talk about that.
For sure, yeah, I agree. I think that definitely the radical people on the right, like especially the anti-vaxxers, the whatever else you want to do, the pro-Jan 6thers, right, are a problem. But I don't necessarily think that Asmongold supports these things.
But he supports directionally almost everything, it seems, from the Trump admin. Like, I think that if you were to ask him today, if you could choose today after everything that's happened over a year, like in my mind, if you would still say that Donald Trump was a better choice over Kamala Harris at this point, I just think you're deeply politically unserious person. Or like, you have to be super deep in the Trump camp to say it. And it really doesn't matter how much lip service you pay to saying you're not a Trump supporter. Like, if at this point you still believe that, after worldwide tariffs, after threatening allies to invade them, after unilaterally kidnapping a leader from a sovereign foreign country, after alligator Alcatraz, after like there's just so much stuff. Where it's
I don't want to hop between topics like crazy ADHD style. But how do you feel about the Venezuela thing?
Not good.
Briefly.
What do you? Or what kind of an opinion?
For you to watch the
oh God,
Trump speech.
Yeah.
That's gonna be good.
Did you watch it?
I haven't yet. No.
I mean, he basically said like, "Hey, like we're gonna take the oil, we're gonna take this country, we're gonna run it for like."
Don't ruin it for him. It's gonna be good.
My bad. Spoilers.
No, it's gonna be good. Yeah.
But why do you not feel good about it?
Because I think that there is, if I were to ascribe any political ideology to Trump, which I don't because I think he's just stupid, the only ideology I would ascribe to him, or the only reason I would say why he supports, kind of sort of like people like Putin, is because Trump fantasizes about this like illusory, like realpolitik type of world where what happens is if you're a strong country, you can do whatever the fuck you want to your neighbors. And if you're a weak country, you just basically have to sit there and fucking take it. And I think he likes the idea of that world because he's the leader right now of the strongest country in the world, indisputably and undisputably the strongest country in our hemisphere. It's like not even close. So when Donald Trump does these things of deposing leaders because he thinks it's based and epic pilled, I think it's bad. I think that setting this new standard of like you can just like invade other countries and capture leaders and shit is super not good. It's not how the world should work. It leads to like an unstable world that is going to cause like bad outcomes for everybody involved.
I mean, do you think that the I guess, quote unquote, charges and the indictment are illegitimate, and do you think we should have not acted on them?
I would have to look at the particular charges. I mean, it's fucking Maduro. I don't think you'd have to fabricate anything, but like, there's just not.
Let me give you a hypothetical real quick. Like, if there was like a president of a country called Zimbabwe. Right, hypothetical country, right? And like he was like obviously pushing drugs into the United States through all these means intentionally. Do you think it's something the United States should not get involved simply because he's the president of a particular country?
I think the strongest thing you can do is build a coalition in the United Nations to take action against it. I think you need to like have a coalition of international partners and say, hey, look, we need to do something about this and build on those partnerships and then do something. We're the leader of the free world. We should be able to do this.
Okay.
You ever see the TV show? Have you ever seen that?
The United Nations doesn't exist.
Well, then it's a different world, right? Then I would say I would feel a lot differently about a lot of things. But like you've seen the show Dexter, right?
Like the first season.
Like everybody that Dexter kills like deserves to die, arguably, right? But like we don't really want a vigilante murderer out there like doing justice on his own, right?
Well, because they'll get it wrong, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Batman's pretty good.
Good one. Yeah, because he could get it wrong, right? And I think that's like, oh, you motherfucker. I think that's Trump's big. Well, that's like a big problem, right? Is like, I don't know who he's going to go after next. I don't know. I have no idea what anything will look like. After Trump is done with whatever the fuck he's doing now. And I don't trust Trump to do it because Trump hasn't shown himself to have like the leadership skills or abilities to to guide the country through literally fucking anything that doesn't just serve his own ends. Like what foreign policy issues has Trump shown this great level of competency in?
Well, let's say that, like, hey, Trump is like, hey, Venezuela is doing X, Y, and Z, importing drugs, whatever the fuck, right? His reasonings are. So he goes to the UN and, like, I guess Russia or China vetoes any kind of action that they do. I don't know the inner workings of the UN, right? Like, what does the United States do then?
I mean, if it gets to a point, I'm not saying that, like, you can never take military action against anybody ever. I'm just saying that, like, that has to go, like, up an escalatory pathway. Like, it can't be... am I really arguing this right now? You can't just depose leaders from foreign countries. Is that the type of world that you want to live in? Do you think it's a good thing?
Arbitrarily, no. But, like, if their values align with mine, if their values align with, like, American values in general, then... I mean, it would depend. Like, we don't want to cause, like, a massive exodus or problems with the country, which could cause a lot of people to die, or, like, food shortages and
or
stuff.
Here's a question. Like, do you think we should have gotten rid of Saddam Hussein?
I mean, I don't know that much about that particular situation, but like,
let's assume that Saddam Hussein was a bad guy. Let's assume that he wasn't cooperating with UN investigators when it came for doing the investigations on weapons of mass destruction, and that he was like turning away all of the inspectors and everything. Like,
even then, I would have more questions. Like, hey, like what is the likelihood of him like gassing a bunch of more civilians in his country? What's the likelihood of him like backing terrorism against the United States, right? What's the likelihood of all these other things, right? I could definitely foresee a situation in where we're like,
do we
hey,
even know, like, do we even know the percentage of drugs that come to the United States, like, even fucking come from Venezuela? Like, do we even know these numbers? Have these ever been put out before? Do we have any idea about this?
It's
hey,
not
Rock.
fentanyl.
What'd you say? Oh.
I said it's not fent, which is what they were claiming.
No, it's probably not fent.
So I don't even see there being like a good justification. It's not like, this is like the saying of like, we've tried nothing and we ran out of options.
I mean, I feel it's like my emotional opinion, right? That we should be able to go into another country that is diametrically opposed to us and be able to cause regime change. Obviously do what is ethically as possible, right?
Sure, well,
But
here,
I think we
let's
should
say
be
I
able to
agree with
do
you. Let's say I agree with you, okay? If that's the case, then fine. But you have to at least make that argument to the American people. Go to Congress, get a declaration of war, whatever the fuck you need to do. Like, you should have to make you shouldn't be able to do it unilaterally, especially just as the president.
I mean, obviously, if we're talking constitutional argument, as to
No,
whether or
not
he has the right to-
constitutional.
Hold on.
No, like,
no,
morally.
I understand that, but part of talking to the American people is being elected, right? Obviously, if his platform was like American first, and we should be able to put these dictators in their place, then I would have a lot more ability to like give him some leeway. But like, obviously, he ran on the platform of no new wars, right? No,
but even if you,
said,
but I mean, you shouldn't, just because you won an election doesn't give you carte blanche to do basically anything you want, as long as it conceivably fits under the slogans that you use to get elected. You should still have to make your arguments to the American people, follow the correct legal pathways, like do the things that you have obligations to do as president of the United States.
I mean, unless you think that, like, for example, inviting Congress into a conversation would lead to leaks or other information, right? Like, if Donald Trump was like, hey, like, we could go through, like, 10 committees and have 400 conversations, and then we could be sure of whatever the fuck we're doing, right? But if he's like, hey, we have this opportunity to do this thing aggressively and do it well, I feel like we elect a president to be able to do things like that. If Donald Trump, like, obviously Donald Trump's an idiot. Obviously, Donald Trump probably had this he had to make this decision, right, pretty quickly. I mean, I don't know how.
I just like the issue that I have is that like, I agree with you on the most highest and abstract theoretical levels. But like, we're talking about like imminent threat to the United States. Like if the country of Mexico was planning on launching missiles and we need like a swift and vigorous executive to make a quick snap decision, we don't have time to run through Congress and everything else, then sure. But like, apparently the indictments for Maduro are like 5 years old. It's not like the Venezuelan shit is new. And then like, when you look at everything else going on in the country related to the Epstein stuff, related to the tariffs, related to the inflation, related to the general unpopularity of the presidency, it doesn't really seem like this is some like, oh my God, it seems like a Hail Mary to try to like win some more approval back from the American people. Like there's a world where conceptually what you're saying is true, but as applied here is just not even remotely the case.
Trump even said today in the briefing that he had is they have been trying to do this for the past 5 days, but weather wasn't permitting. So they've known that they were going to do this exact same thing. They could have talked to Congress.
Yeah, I mean, this would be important to be like, hey, like, why didn't you talk to Congress? But I think we put a lot of we put a lot of importance in being the president, and I think the president should be able to make these kinds of military decisions when it comes to these things. I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world for the United States to do what Donald Trump did. I mean,
It is,
Obama
though.
killed how many people with drones, and we didn't consult Congress with every single.
But it was
person
in a
that
theater.
airstriked,
It was in a
right?
theater where we had the authorization for the use of military force across the Middle East to fight terrorism. Like we had the
Congress
president.
approved of it.
Yes, the UAMF. Yeah, there was broad authority for the president. That's why they never challenged him on his authority to do it. They just will complain about it afterwards. But he had the authority to do that. Biden did. Trump did.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump has the authority to do what he did.
I don't think the UAMF applied to South America. I think the UAMF specifically called out.
I don't think it does either, but I definitely do think that the president has the ability to take military action within a certain time period.
The president of the United States has the authority to kidnap foreign leaders if drugs are being exported from their country into ours.
Do you think that the president of the United States has the authority to engage in limited military interaction?
For sure, even unapproved by Congress.
And do you think the United States has the ability to engage in law enforcement across like international lines?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think the DEA, for example, could go to another country where somebody ran away to extradite someone, to take them into custody and extradite them?
No. And that's definitionally, that's not what extradition is. Extradition is the other country doing it. And if you did that, you get killed. There's no way. That's why those are like special ops, like black site missions. If you're going into another country to grab somebody, yeah, you can't do that.
Well, real quick, how do you feel about like the Mossad going into like Argentina and other countries and just basically taking them and just like bringing them back to Israel for trial after the crimes of the Holocaust?
Were these like kidnappings, or I mean, if they did it, my guess is
They basically were.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the Mossad does stuff like that, like assassinations of other leaders and shit, where they would be like contraindicated by international law and everything. But I think they do that, right? Yeah. Are you? But I'm guessing that's a boring answer. I'm describing it. You're asking me like, is it morally acceptable? I think it's a little bit more difficult to evaluate Israel's position there because the threat to their country is greater than any threat to America, and their status as an existing country and as a only country for Jewish people is like a little bit more peculiar or special. Like if the United States was legitimately being threatened by like an enemy and it was like represented a dire real threat to the United States, then like I said before, I think we want a swift and vigorous executive that can do something. I wouldn't necessarily be as opposed to it. That's why I'm saying on like the broadest, most abstract level, I don't disagree with you, but as applied to these circumstances, not even close. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I kind of agree with the reason, or not the reasons he did it, but I agree with what he's doing, right? Obviously, to secure Venezuela, secure their natural resources for the United States. I mean, I agree with these sorts of things, especially when it's a hostile regime. In general, I would be in favor of turning nearby hostile regimes
so if we just start invading every country in South America, if we do Colombia next, Cuba next, you'd be okay with all of that, deposing, kidnapping all of those leaders, collecting them like Pokemon cards, and just stashing them in U.S. prisons while we install our own regimes there?
Well, no, the best possible route, right, to consider that these people, hey, all of these countries could potentially be enemies if we do it the wrong way, right? To go about it in an intelligent way, to basically do regime change to the ones who are hostile and support the ones who are friendly.
Intelligent
I feel
way
like
implies like soft power things, not kidnapping foreign leaders of sovereign countries.
I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think an intelligent way, showing overwhelming force in a situation, could definitely deter other hostile players in the area from being hostile. Right?
I disagree. I think what it does is I think it creates a new set of rules, and it puts everybody a little bit more on notice in a really bad way. Like I don't know where you're still in this. Hopefully you're not crazy or whatever. But like there are some people who think that like Charlie Kirk was assassinated by, I've heard from the Russians to the Mossad to the French to everything else. I'm sure you've heard these conspiracy theories, right?
He was obviously assassinated by the Jews. Right?
True, yeah. But like this is a thing where like on its face it's so ridiculous of a theory because other countries like it would not be staging assassinations like this in the United States of America, especially on a U.S. national. This would just be so crazy for so many different, because now everybody would be like, oh shit, like I don't know if the United States is about to start killing my people. But now like if you're a U.S. president, do you have to be careful, like, the countries you're going to? Like, could people just start fucking kidnapping you? Or, like, are world leaders now going to be wondering, like, am I safe to travel to the United States? Or can I go to countries that are out? Like, that just gets really weird. You're creating this really hostile environment that is going to make everybody less trustworthy of each other, and it's going to hurt towards any type of international coalition building. It's just really bad to rewrite international rules like this. This is the same thing with, like, Russia invading Ukraine and taking territories. Like, you're not supposed to do this type of stuff anymore.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's problems with it. Obviously, the critique that Putin levied at Trump being like, hey, like, you can't just invade a sovereign country and blah, 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 that I saw on Twitter, which is definitely true. Like, I would say that to take a step back from everything, right? I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to go up to somebody and be like, hey, like, you're a shitty leader, fix your shit or we're going to come after you because you're diametrically opposed to my set of values. I don't think this is like the worst thing in the world. In fact, I would go as far to say that, like, hey, if there's a leader, especially in your sphere of influence, that is opposed to your goals in the region, especially when, like, for example, I agree with the values that country has, that we can't take actions against it.
No, you keep generalizing. We can take actions, and we should. And you should fight with people for like job promotions, and you should fight with people to outperform them, to get top rankings in your classrooms in school or whatever. But that doesn't mean you can just start killing people because you don't like them. Like, there are rules to this, and the reason why these rules exist is because we want them to be reciprocated. Because we want a world where we agree how we're supposed to fight each other. We don't want a world where it's like winner take all. The most powerful person is the one who wins, because this is just like a world of infinite 9/11s and shit. Where it's like, okay, well, I guess we're just like mass terrorists attacking everybody now because the United States thinks that they can just do whatever the fuck they want because they've got the power over us.
Like, I see what you're saying, but do you think that these people abide by our set of morals, our set of standards? Like, do you think just because we have or haven't done something that they will abide by those set of norms?
To some extent, absolutely, yes. Like, as crazy as like Venezuela or whatever is, I don't think Maduro would be like assassinating like random U.S. citizens. That's like a one-way trip to hell. And
well, he probably doesn't have the capabilities.
He absolutely could. There are American citizens in Venezuela, of course. You could be killing these random people or imprisoning them indefinitely or torturing them in Canada. Of course you could.
India did it to Canada.
We did it to Venezuelans. We're like capturing them and imprisoning them and torturing them.
No, I'm saying if Maduro wanted, there are American citizens in Venezuela right now that he could do that to, but they would never just do
You're
U.S.
giving the example of like, we're not doing this, they're not doing this, therefore they're bound by our set of standards.
Well, no,
like,
because
I think they're not doing this because of a real politique reason. They're like, hey, we're not going to torture random fucking American citizens because that's going to give Americans a casus belli to come in with fucking literally everything that they have and butt fuck us.
Exactly, but the real politique thing here is a bit more extrapolated than you realize, because you're saying that the real politique is actually following international set of norms, right? I'm not going to do this because if I do this, then I know what America will do this. Well, then, so we shouldn't do it because we're showing that we're willing to follow some like set of rules, right? As long as you don't do this, we're not going to do this. But if we start doing it, well, then the real politique math changes because now they're going to do it, right? If Americans start capturing and abducting fucking foreign leaders, then fuck, maybe we should engage in ABC, XYZ behavior.
So you think that the fact that America, like, stole Maduro, that like all these other countries around the world are going to be like, hey, this ambassador in this country, we could totally steal him for like political points?
Potentially, but the thing is, it's hard because Trump is doing so much extremely crazy radical shit. Like, I don't think this all changes overnight, but it definitely starts to build on those arguments. Yeah, for sure. When a country does a bad, and then another country wants to do a bad, and then the international community goes to that other country and say, why are you doing it bad? Of course that other country points to other people and go, well, look what they're doing. Fuck you, right? You want to build, this is why you have to be able to build like an international coalition and consensus around some things. But when your own behaviors betray the standards you're trying to enforce, then you have less moral authority internationally to do things, and people are less likely to follow you in on those things.
But what if we don't need international consensus?
But we do. It's important to like work with the world. We can't do everything on our own. We're a very interconnected world.
So in a world where we didn't need international consensus, we wouldn't need to abide by.
Then potentially in a totally different type of, on a different planet where there's like just one master country, maybe it would look a lot different. But right now, I think we have a good incentive to want to work with other people and to be a friend to most other countries. Yeah, I think that benefits us.
I don't think stealing Maduro is going to cause any European countries to not agree with us on matters like Ukraine or Russia or like China. I don't think the kidnapping Maduro is going to make any of the South American countries less likely to like us. In fact, I think it would be more to force them more likely to agree to what we want to do to them. Right?
Like imagine some other country like decides to like fucking Panama. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know the relationship between these countries down there. But imagine some country, Argentina or whatever, decides that they're going to capture the Colombian leader, and now you've got like local conflict starting because these people have decided, oh, I guess this is all on the fucking table now. So let's go crazy with it. Like, wouldn't that be a worse world? Wouldn't that be less stable and more unpredictable? I just said the same thing twice.
I don't think a single person that would go and try and kidnap the Colombia leader would have in their mind, oh, America did it, therefore I think it's okay that I do it.
I think they will. I
think
think they
people
absolutely
in Michigan
do.
who try to kidnap the fucking governor, and they're fucking random schizos. Like, and this was like 4 years ago.
Well, but like, why did those people think they had the authority to? Because the Democrats are trying to destroy the country and steal the elect. Like, people build on this. This is why people rewrite history so much, is to give people the moral authority to do whatever the fuck they think it is that they want to do, right? That's why rewriting history is so important. It's because it feels like it gives people the authority to do whatever.
I think there's infinite reasons to do something. I think that any schizo who wants to do some crazy ass bullshit is going to find a reason.
I agree with you, but we're not talking about any schizo. We're talking about leaders of countries that we expect to act a bit more rationally and self-interested.
Well, so for example, are you saying that obviously we're talking about some random guys trying to kidnap the leader of Colombia. Is he a random schizo, or is he the leader?
I wasn't talking about random guys. I'm talking about leaders of countries looking to do it.
So, like, what, Panama kidnaps the president?
Sure, or Millet, or whatever the fuck, maybe, yeah.
Okay, so the president of Argentina kidnaps Colombia's president because America kidnapped Venezuela's president. Do you think this is in any way, shape, or form likely in any way?
Likely, no, but it's more likely now than it was before, for sure. You don't think that when people look at the United States doing a thing and they see the celebration and they think the United States thinks it's acceptable, that if they could gain some huge favor with the United States, you don't think they would do it?
I think that doing something that the United States makes you, like, for example, if the United States does a thing and they're like, hey, hell yeah, this is super cool, and then you do it to get favor with the United States, absolutely, right?
Yes.
But to say that, like, hey, I'm diametrically opposed with the United States, like, I'm a hypothetical communist Argentina, and I want to kidnap Chile's capitalist president because the United States kidnapped Venezuela's president, I can go and kidnap Chile's president, and, like, they'll think it's good or something. I don't think that's the case.
Well, it's that they have, like, a stronger authority to do it. So, like, there's two ways that this work out. One is that people who are trying to curry favor with the U.S., maybe they could start looking to do things like this because they know that the U.S. will reward them for it. Or two, maybe somebody does this in some South American country, and then we look at that and we say, well, this is bad, and we go to the UN or NATO or whatever. We're like, I don't know, not NATO, maybe the UN. And we're like, hey, guys, we need to do something about this. It's not okay. Like, other countries in the UN are going to look at us and be like, well, motherfucker, you guys are literally doing the same shit. Like, what the fuck do you want us to do about this? Like, why, we would have a much weaker moral authority to go and challenge these actions because we're literally doing them ourselves.
I think it's much more likely that, like, weaker nations would be disincentivized for being uppity and annoying if the United States is going at them with, like, fucking a hammer to their head every single time they fucking pop up. I think it's much more likely the case that, like, hey, Argentina, we want to kidnap Chile's president because of blah 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 reasons. Like, we probably shouldn't because the United States is run by a fucking dumbass who can fucking blow our fucking brains out at any fucking point, kidnap us, and do whatever the fucking on the USS Iwo Jima, right? I think that's
well. Donald Trump has been Donald Trump has been threatening stuff with Maduro for how long? Did it seem like it affected any of his actions at all?
I think for the last 6 months it's all been intentional, probably.
What has been intentional? Maduro wanted to get kidnapped, or?
Oh, no, not Maduro wanted to be kidnapped, but the obvious buildup over the last 6 months or so to get something done in Venezuela. Obviously, the rhetoric Trump has been putting out, the buildup of U.S. forces in the area. It's my opinion that we definitely did strikes on Venezuela's capital to get him to move, and that's when we apprehended him, right? This whole thing was a ploy to get to that point, right?
Okay, so you think in your version of the world, it should literally just be everybody just taking it should just be all, like, strongest countries bullying weakest countries, and that's a better world than the one we live in now. If you want to take land or depose leaders or do whatever you need, so, like, if China were to invade Taiwan, you'd say, well, I mean, they have the right to do that. Or if Russia wants to take over all of Ukraine and then invade, Poland next, well, Russia should have the ability to do that. You'd say, like, well, it is what it is.
No, not necessarily. My opinion is that I have a set of values that I think are the best, and I have different reasons to believe in those sets of values. And I definitely think that we should support things like the United States because they have a set of values that are really good. Their institutions are great.
We're not talking about just supporting. We're talking about, like, you can be opposed to a thing. Like, I have a set of values, and there are values against mine that I'm opposed to. But just because I'm opposed to something doesn't mean that I feel like I have the moral authority to take the strongest possible action to prevent those things from coming to fruition. Like, I'm opposed to Christianity. I think religion is cringe, but I don't think I should be able to ban Christianity in the United States or kill Christians.
So I would have a position, and I would have a set of values, and I should take actions to maximize the most amount of people to take their own actions to create a society that I think is most ideal in general, right?
Yeah, sure.
So, right, and so I definitely think that, hey, like, there's this very clearly crazy guy in South America, and I think that putting his head on a pike is, like, super based and omega pilled because nobody else would be against me in the long term, and then we can fund all the people against like that are in favor of him, fund against them the whole time throughout all of South America, and through this action, I can deter a whole bunch of shit. I think that's kind of good.
Can we make? Shouldn't we be able to make that argument then to everybody else? Why do we have to do it on our own in secret? At the very least, can't we make this argument to the American people? If it's so obviously a good action for us, but Trump didn't. He did it unilaterally from the executive without even going to any committee in Congress or anything else.
Listen, I'm not Trump. I don't know what's going through Trump's head. There's probably a lot of things going on, but all I know is that Trump did something that's mega poggers, and I like it, and it's PogChamp. And even if Trump did it for the opposite reasons, right, I'm still in favor of this action. If Trump is like, actually, I'm a secret leftist, and I just want leftism to be blah, whatever the fuck, right? The point is Trump did something that's mega poggers. I like it, and that's why I like Trump. And Asmongold, he's super good, even though his taste in transmogs is dog shit.
Okay. So at this point, you would be okay if Donald Trump tomorrow announced that he was going to invade and depose every single leader from every country that opposes U.S. interests in South America. You'd say, well, that's okay. It's good for that.
No, because I think it would have a negative effect overall.
But deposing one leader and kicking him out of his country won't have a negative effect overall.
Right. So, like, let's say I'm playing Risk, right? A board game, and I'm playing against 7 other people, and I'm immediately like, hey, fuck all of you, I'm gonna kill all of you, blah 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 blah, and I go off. Obviously everyone's probably gonna single me out and come after me, but like if I can go after, hey everybody, this one guy's the problem, and if I can go after the next guy, hey, this guy's the problem, and eventually it leads me to dominating the whole board, that's probably the best way to do it. Obviously him like saying, hey, by the way, like 3/4 of the world, you're all our permanent enemies forever and always, and we're all gonna invade you, is probably the dumbest fucking thing he could probably do.
Like he is with the tariffs?
Yeah, like he is with the tariffs.
Or like he is when he threatened to invade Canada or Greenland or Panama?
Absolutely. Like he's dumb as fuck when it comes to Greenland, Panama, and Canada. Mashallah.
All right.
Well,
that's
no,
an
hold
opinion.
on.
Yo.
This is a retarded opinion. You must recognize this is a stupid opinion.
That we should push American values? Or at least
Wait,
I should
why are you
push my
saying
own
it like
values?
that? Hold on. Do you think I should be able to rape a woman?
Probably not.
Okay, is sex bad?
Probably not.
Okay, should I be able to rape a woman?
Probably not.
Okay, is sex bad? Do you see why you keep... I don't know why you keep doing this. You keep doing this, you retreat to the most lukewarm, tepid position of like, we should be able to support American values. I agree with that. We should. Like, USAID is a good way to support American values that we trashed in this administration. Like, I agree that supporting American values is good. That doesn't mean deposing foreign leaders and kidnapping them and exercising regime change in relatively stable countries.
What was your question?
This is like obviously a bad thing that the United States has now just said that if we don't like you, we can depose you. It makes the entire world, even from a U.S. interested point of view, a little bit worse. And potentially way worse if we continue down this pathway. And it's not pushing American values. It's making everything worse. We're not going to gain a lot by deposing Maduro. We're never going to be fucking taking oil from this fucking country.
Okay, I mean, I could totally see it in a different way. I definitely see it as like, hey, if you're a socialist, communist, and anti-capitalist regime, you're gonna get the wrath of the Americans on your doorstep, right? I definitely see that as a generally good thing. If you're an autocrat and you bully your own people, you should probably watch
Wouldn't
out.
an autocratic socialist be like Donald Trump taking stakes in American businesses and only allowing certain social media platforms to exist because they're favorable to him, even if it's overriding U.S. law, like when he got rid of the TikTok ban because he thought TikTok was friendly towards him, or when he's using the FCC to bully political opponents off the air? Like, aren't you describing Trump there?
What was one thing at a time?
Why is Donald Trump having the United States take positions in U.S. companies like Intel or U.S. Steel?
Why is the United States having what is it?
Why are we having stakes or positions in companies like U.S. Steel or the other one I just said?
Why do we have stakes in U.S. Steel?
Intel or whatever.
For national security reasons, or probably.
Okay, so everything is excusable. Okay.
Well, not necessarily.
Yes,
Things are
yes,
definitely,
no,
there are
everything
some
is
things that are
excusable.
gonna-
Everything is excusable to you. You're always going to have a reason. National security, president, U.S. interests. There's nothing that he can't not do that you wouldn't have an excuse for or some reason why it's okay. I don't know why you just said you're against socialism. If I could say, what about socializing some things? You say, well, if it's for national security, it's good, meaning Trump did it, then you'd be okay with it. So you have no values or no positions or no
depend.
principles on any of these things. What is the national security interest of a 10% stake in Intel or U.S. Steel?
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily know about that one specific example, right?
You don't know
But
the
I could
United
definitely
States
think of
government is taking official, like, has positions, like owns equity, I guess, non-voting shares or whatever, of two of like huge U.S. companies. It was dominated the news for at least a month when this happened. You don't know anything about this? You've never heard of this before?
I have not.
Okay.
Classic.
And then
I mean, I'm sorry, I'm trying, but I don't know anything about the United States taking positions in U.S. Steel and a whole bunch of other things. I mean, I know about I think there was an antitrust thing with U.S. Steel in like the 50s. If I don't think that's
no, this is under Trump.
what we're talking about.
But okay, if the United States had taken a 10% stake in like Intel or U.S. Steel, is that kind of like a weird socialist autocratic thing?
It's like a publicly traded company, and they're buying it with U.S.
Well, they're using the Biden Chips Act fund, I think, to say they now have a 10% ownership thing in it. So,
I mean, maybe I could see that.
okay, what's your problem with socialism then?
What's my problem with socialism? I don't think all of socialism is bad. I definitely think like a socialist society where there's no capital ownership, there's no private ownership. I think that's probably not a good overall design for the society. I think that leads to a whole lot of issues.
Do you think there's issues when the president of the United States, his friends, are starting to have control over large swaths of American society? So maybe this is in the form of his, was it Eric Trump's company got like a $700 million contract from the DOD?
Oh, like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk.
Or
and Twitter
Elon
and
Musk,
like
yeah.
That, or, yeah.
Isn't this kind of bad?
Yeah, obviously, there's an issue with that. It's a consolidation of power that I would hope to not have.
Okay.
I would wish to not have.
But it's happening more under Trump than any other, at least in our lifetime,
Oh
president.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, and Trump acts more autocratically than any other president as well, right?
Oh yeah.
So how is it that the United States is putting out a signal that if you're an autocratic socialist regime, we're going to depose your leadership when Trump is the most autocratic quasi-socialist leader we've had in 30 years?
Well, like I don't think it even pairs in comparison to like the governments that we're addressing that we have issues with. Like we'll look at the Maduro or Chavez regime, and they basically nationalized basically the entire oil and natural gas industries under Chavez, right? And I think that that not only causes your country a whole bunch of fucking harm, and you're automatically autocratic to like an insane degree from that. Not to mention the amount of the billions of dollars worth of theft from the American economy.
I agree with all of this, and I think it's worse there. But just because Trump hasn't been in office for as long, so Trump has the entire strength and power of centuries of the U.S. economy behind him, so he can't destroy it all at once. But like Trump is doing like what would be a Maduro like wet dream, right? The idea that he's the sole gatekeeper of tariffs. He's doing econ policy, not even from the executive branch, just from the White House. So if you're a corporation and you want to do something, you've got to go to Trump and grovel for reprieve from the tariffs. He's the sole negotiator on every trade deal with every other country around the world, things that Congress should be doing. His own children are involved heavily in a lot of different businesses across U.S. society. He's friends with all these other oligarchical tier rich people who are controlling social media
for sure.
or other.
I agree with you. Trump obviously has a lot of issues going for him, but if we're talking about a matter of scale, like Trump, like America will exist after Trump is gone, right? I think that Trump being the worst of the worst doesn't necessarily mean that like I don't support Trump. I mean, I voted for him, but I don't necessarily Trump is the best thing, right?
But you thought he's better than Harris. When he's moving the country in a worse direction than Harris would be in basically every conceivable metric.
I think some of Harris's economic questions, especially the unclaimed gains tax, whatever the fuck that's called, are stupid. I think that's problematic. I definitely think that Trump's tariffs are also super fucking problematic.
Sure, but the
I don't
difference
think
is
Harris would have taken decisive.
Harris would have never been able to pass her wealth tax, right? Because she would have gone through Congress and Congress would have said no because it's a retarded idea. So that would have never happened. But Trump can do anything he wants to do because he doesn't believe in democracy or rule of law. He just does it from the White House.
Yeah, probably Trump cares a lot about it. I'm sure there's a lot of things Trump wants to do that he probably hasn't been able to do.
This administration, I think he's doing almost anything he wants to do. For the first admin, I would agree, but this time he realizes he needed a bunch of people who didn't believe in rule of law.
He just went and
I
kidnapped
guess
a military guy, the president from another country. I think he's just doing whatever the
Maduro?
fuck he wants.
Yeah.
the president. Yeah. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that's like the worst thing in the world.
I'm not asking if it's the worst thing in the world, but I'm saying that like even economically, like nothing Harris would have done would be to the equivalent of like the Trump tariff shit.
Yeah, I mean, if she got everything she wanted and Trump got everything he wanted, obviously Harris would have been worse. But whether or not Harris could have gotten what she wanted, she probably wouldn't have. You're probably right.
No, she definitely wouldn't have. I don't know why we're comparing these things. Trump rules like an autocrat, and Democrats rule like democracy believers, right? Biden got legislation passed to do the things that he wanted to do. Harris was the vice president. Why would we expect Harris to be much different? Donald Trump tried to be autocratic in his first admin, but he didn't realize that he needed other autocrats to do it. So all of his cabinet were kind of like saying, hey, bro, you're fucking crazy. This time he got a cabinet that was willing to go along with this crazy shit, and now he's doing whatever he wants. So like the things that Harris would have been able to pass, I imagine would be comparable to what was going on under Biden. I think Biden's first term, if it was an indication of Harris's term, I just don't know like in what world would Trump be outpacing Harris realistically.
Yeah, to be honest, when the election happened, I wasn't thinking as to whether or not Harris would have been able to accomplish her goals. I said like Harris wants this, Trump wants this. Wow, Harris's thing is super fucking dumb and bad. Like that's kind of stupid.
You don't think it's kind of stupid to just evaluate things based on campaign slogans? So if a president came up and he was like, I'm going to make every single person in the country rich, you would automatically vote for that guy without even thinking about it?
No, I think it goes more deep than that, right? Obviously, you have to do some kind of critical thinking. Obviously, you're a high IQ individual that watches Rick and Morty, and so me too, right? Obviously, if it's a super basic claim that like, hey, everyone's going to be a billionaire and no one's going to have to need anything. Obviously, this is a claim that is like.
Okay, a wealth tax is also
stupid.
like we're never doing a wealth tax.
But
in
if
the
you're
United
like,
States.
hey, I want to. What was that?
We're never doing a wealth. I hate wealth taxes more than anybody, more than any of you guys. I hate wealth taxes, but like this has never even come into my mind as a possibility. There's no world where Harris gets a wealth tax passed. It's just never happened. I know anybody that knows anything about economic finance in the U.S. is never happening. It would be an impossible to pass thing on the Democratic side. Now, if Trump wanted a wealth tax, Trump could probably do it because he would find some way to do it from the executive branch.
I think a wealth tax would be political suicide for him. Obviously, he probably, let's say hypothetically, it wasn't political suicide and he wanted to do it. He could probably force a way through to do it.
Sure.
Because he's anti whatever, you know. But as of right now, I think if Trump ran on the platform of a wealth tax, I think that he wouldn't have been able to do it in their current climate. If Trump and Harris both had the exact same platform, I don't think Trump or Kamala would have been able to do it. I think it would both be political suicide.
I mean, Trump's platform is basically just tariffs.
Oh, Trump's platform is...
And deport, anybody brown.
Yeah, tariffs and deport the Browns.
Okay.
My overall, I guess, final statement, I don't necessarily think it's the worst thing in the world. In fact, I think it's actually pretty good to go after hostile world leaders, anti-American world leaders that are against their values. Depose them, I guess kidnap them, that's not the most ideal thing, but to go after them and stop them from being able to do what they do. I think that's completely fair and normal, and I was sitting there in my gamer chair.
So were you upset when Trump said no new wars then, when he was running on that? You were like, no, we need more wars.
Yeah, because I'm a neocon, and I was like, yeah, I do want new wars. I do want, I don't think we should have left Afghanistan or Iraq.
Sure. I don't know why you say neocon. Really, like even a neocon wouldn't have supported the unilateral deposing of Maduro in this way with no backing from Congress.
Okay, maybe that doesn't make me a neocon, but I do think I would support the deposing of Maduro or other autocrat leaders, and especially anti-American leaders in South America.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the chat. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Globby.
Yeah, mashallah.
And you got unblocked, so
yeah, I'm gonna send you more DMs. All right,
that's big for you. All right, do you want to do another, or do you want to listen to the Trump speech?
I don't know. What does chat want? Do a poll.
Slash vote. Trump speech or more call in. Oh, there you go. Rin looks it up. I think you do speech, and I think we, pick these call-ins up tomorrow again.
Okay.
Oh, good. Now, I need you, when you're listening to this speech, you gotta be the strongest warrior you've ever been, because I'm telling you right now, you're gonna want a Fed post more than you've ever wanted to. but we're trying to get you remonetized here. So think of the Simpsons meme, like the do it for her, but swap the her with a $sign. And while you do this, I'm gonna go build a bed. So
Okay,
I will be back for Arc Raiders after though,
Right.
and I'm gonna be watching. If you're freaking out, you can call me. I'll be on my phone. Okay. You can fed post to me.
Be careful. Let me use the restroom 1 sec, and then we'll watch this, I guess. Hold on.
Are you doing the room here? Yeah, I just picked up a power rod. Okey-doke. I came in with one, so. I'm gonna loot out here the things then. Go for it. And I got a power rod out here. Make that too.
Jesus. This speech is not safe for life. Hold on. This.
We appreciate you being here. Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela.
The capital, nice. On the ground.
Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer.
No new wars, guys.
All perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark. It was deadly.
I hate him so much.
But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, it's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have. And you see that even if you just look at the boats. We've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%.
Jesus.
And those drugs.
One boat, 25,000 dead Americans. True.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So
Jesus Christ.
We don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious.
Oh, also, just as a quick thing for you fucking retards in my fucking audience. So I quote tweeted Dave Smith, and I said these people have no values. They'll support fucking anything. And people are like, actually, if you read Dave Smith's tweet, he wasn't supporting it at all. Fuck you, okay? Was he supporting it in the tweet? No, he wasn't. Not really. But it was the most hedged language. The most like, well, guys, the important thing is next, and we'll see what happens, and this, the next stage, and we'll blah, blah, blah. But if this was a Democratic leader, he would have gone off. It would have been, I can't believe we're doing a legal regime change. It's the worst possible thing. America is making the same mistake. Remember, Dave Smith is literally only popular. Fucking the Iraq war to Dave Smith is like fucking Palestine and Israel to Hassan Piker. If it wasn't for Iraq and him reading a single book about this and having every CIA conspiracy theory in his mind about it, nobody would know or give a fuck about who this guy is. Okay? His whole political schmuck was driven by the hatred that he has about the Iraq war. And so for him to give such lukewarm, tepid kind of sort of criticism over the bullshit that he's basically supporting it. He's basically saying like, well, if the outcome is good, then everything will be okay. Fuck him and fuck that and fuck you.
Transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela.
Right.
And that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind.
That's what we care about.
Decades
True.
of that.
King.
We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place.
What the fuck does that mean?
As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure. and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually.
Thanks.
This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal.
How long do you think we'll stay there? I have no idea. I don't even know what he means when he says we'll run the country. I don't know what he means for like any of this, or what that entails, or like what. Because I mean, weren't we supposed to do this for Gaza? And they released like that fucking like a high schooler's guide to like, oh, this is how everything's going to work out. I don't think we've done anything with that, have we? So who the fuck knows?
Criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solis.
Oh, another
which flooded
one.
our nation with lethal poison,
True.
responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, and many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil.
Also, where's my international law historic people capturing other nationals to force them to stand trial in your country? What is that seems like a not good, a no bueno thing. But I don't know what historical analogs would exist for this. But
now they're on a ship they'll be heading to.
Like even for Saddam Hussein, he stood trial in Iraqi courts that were set up after his deposing. You wouldn't say deposition, right? His deposure? I don't know what you would say, but whatever. Bush Sr. did this in Panama? Okay, I don't know anything about the Panama shit, so.
New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's
Israel kidnapped Adolf Eichmann and held a trial for him in Israel. What was Eichmann's background? He wasn't the leader of the fucking country, though, right? I don't know. Like, Israel does some stuff that is, in terms of international law, like the Mossad does stuff that is not, or it did in the past. Well, arguably with assassinations in other countries, still kind of does. I don't care as much about them, though, because they do it in other countries that don't give a fuck about international law, so fuck them.
It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over in particular the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment
Stop.
complexes.
Everybody keeps saying Eichmann was a senior official Nazi or orchestrated the Holocaust, blah, blah. I'm saying what positions, he didn't have any like positions in government, though, in like Argentina or wherever the fuck he captured him from, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, Maduro was the president of a country that I imagine has a legal system that can prosecute him there if they so choose to do so. Like, capturing people and taking them to your own country. Fuck! To stand trial in your legal system is, oh my god. It's generally not an okay thing to do. This thing is going to kill me. I just have to make it close enough to call the thing. Ugh. $187. Can I make it? I have coils in my butt, I guess. I don't think I can make this crawl.
They cut the fingers off people if they call police. They were brutal. But they're not so brutal now.
I don't have the healing looting one, do I? I don't think I do.
Congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have 2 on average
You
2
did
a
the
week
meme.
in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore.
No,
The
I
restaurants
don't.
are opening. Everyone's happy. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. It's been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now. And crime is down. We just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part
No fucking shot. Wait, do you want an item? Hold on. Wait. There we go. Thank you so much. I love you, buddy.
Louisiana, and we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on.
They saved
where the
LA.
Head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's
What? Who the fuck is he talking about here? What?
long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never.
Oh, he's
again
talking
be
about when
able
the fires
to threaten
happened.
an American
Oh,
citizen or
okay, good one.
anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst. They say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungary. What happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. It was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons, a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States.
Everybody.
But no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and sold American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal. But we've superseded it by a lot. By a real lot. They now call it the Dunroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before.
Really,
but these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist Maduro is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raidin Kane. He's fantastic. Man, I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him. And I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Let's go,
Thank
guys.
you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the president said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry, and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raidin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve, the most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026. And under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our Chairman Raidin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January.
I don't know if this needs to be said or if this is just obvious or not, but like, respect, when they say like we're respected, this is the most respect they've ever been. Respect is when you don't actually have to do anything. That's what respect means, right? Respect is somebody comes in and they say, do some shit. And people are like, ooh, okay, we got to do some shit, right? When you have to constantly assert your strength and constantly, he who must say, I am the king is no king or whatever, right? That's the opposite of, people have no respect for you. That's why you have to use the military to do everything.
2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise, it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation.
Okay.
After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise, and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel, so as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component is, was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit, but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up, and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we say $50 million. And
make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when he tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is
what happened to that day zero solving the Russia-Ukraine crisis. Why did it take a year or whatever to figure out, or 9 months to figure out the Gaza Strip thing?
Way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out.
Hi, what? Well, I have 20 minutes. Let me finish this.
Okay, I'll link you the thing.
Somewhere else right now, very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think that the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Wait, was this Hassan prediction from Venezuela? This wasn't last night, was it? He wasn't literally like 2 hours off this, was he? This is apparently from his stream yesterday or whatever. 5 hours prior.
Trump expands Latin American posturing. I don't think Trump is gonna, dude. This is gonna be a Russia-Ukraine situation possibly, but Trump doesn't invade Venezuela.
Well, there you go. How does he do it?
Please.
Maybe it's his fault.
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure that people...
Destiny, you're always right. I mean, I don't think I called for him to... I don't think I thought he was going to do this. I wouldn't have predicted he would have done this. What I have? Wait, what would I wouldn't have predicted he wouldn't have done it though. I would just say I have no fucking idea. Trump is fucking a lunatic. Who the fuck knows? Unless I did predict it. If I did predict it, then I get full credit for that 100 million%.
Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually.
Oh.
We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that the country
we don't
is
give
run
a
properly.
fuck.
We're not doing this in
Okay.
vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S.
Yes, it's all being done right now.
Yeah, just who cares about the details?
We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
We'll figure it out.
Run Venezuela.
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time. The people that are standing right behind me, we're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead. You're not talking about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were.
It's going to be the hottest country. True.
The hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world, and it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well, I
going?
understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He's just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today, he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So, just what are your messages?
Well, he has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Watch that ass.
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in it.
We called members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that.
Can't trust Congress.
Has a
True.
tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point. You know, a lot of ships out there, they sort of knew we were coming. We wasn't. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
Jesus, can't trust our Congress. Got to do everything from the White House. True.
What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know what a safe place is? All steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, did we get him by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they
Do we
were
have like a
waiting
kill
for
count?
something.
How
There was a
many
lot of
Venezuelan
opposition.
soldiers
There
or
was a lot of
military or whatever
gunfire,
people
so
were
some of
killed? Do we know?
But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
Oh, that's the worst. Getting killed in rust like that.
Time being right now, do you know?
You get inside, you can't close.
Ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to.
People saying at least 40 people killed in U.S. airstrikes, including military
That's
personnel.
going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards.
Not with
Did
me.
that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's why we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't
had peace in the Middle East like 6 times.
You wouldn't have peace in the Middle East.
So much peace.
With me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want Venezuelan people to hold election?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. it's actually very dangerous. It's a blow up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country. Yeah.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them?
Well,
when
in
it comes
terms
to
of
oil
China and Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to give it. In other words, we'll be selling oil. Probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying, Mr. President, are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that?
Oh, Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches
peace,
that you
justice,
should have had for a long
truth,
period of time.
justice, the American way.
But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country, and they destroyed it. Remember, I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we wouldn't have.
Don't worry, you remind us every single fucking day, bro.
In terms, I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military
They're
troops
going
to
to be a
provide?
team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro. And right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn in as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with...
Is it? This guy a stream sniper? What the fuck is this? Hi, are you looking for something?
No, I'm just looking around.
This fucking kid, Jesus.
With Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States. And frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
In the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're very protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait, behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Is there a message for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba's an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation, and we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Yeah, Marco.
I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all the guards that helped protect Maduro. This is well known. Their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit. Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's a pre-existing.
The answer is yes. Yes.
Opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President, on Monday.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S.
true?
has been administrating Venezuela for years?
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial, so it's not going to cost us anything. We will. we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world.
She won the
That was
election.
happening,
Yeah,
and
so
you don't want to have that.
This is the
but we're
Nobel
going to
Peace
be
Prize winner, right?
rebuilding,
Or am I mixing people up?
We're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be. It's going to be a very important. It's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries, and we also have to have energy. Very
Surrounded
important.
by,
we have to
true.
have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look; it was such a disaster. So, what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year, is going to be a great thing, and the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Wait a second. The U.S. military. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the
Well,
US
I don't want to
at
get
war
into the
with Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, "You got to surrender." And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did. Yeah.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted.
We don't talk about him.
Can you explain how these two situations?
Well,
We don't talk about the Honduras guy.
As you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
You referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that?
Well, no, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr.
Unless it's a
President.
bad question, in
It's
which
about
case I'll
Putin.
go one word.
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin. Well, that's always nice
you had
to
a phone,
talk about Putin.
You had a phone call with him
Yeah.
on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't.
And
We
then-
never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this.
I'm not thrilled
intelligence-
with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin.
Oh my God.
He's killing too many people. I thought that would be so.
It's like some
I
high
settled
school
8
shit.
in 1 quarter war. You know what the 1 quarter was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1 quarter, so I'm up to now 8 and 1 quarter. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace, so I only give 1 quarter. I thought the easiest one would be one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not, and they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's
Two
war. That's not my
sides
war.
it.
But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month 30,000? It was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2. Now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions. We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people.
wanna make
We're losing
money.
25, 30,000 human beings. They come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities, you know, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath. And we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much, everybody.
I guess it feels like the, I guess it's just like everything is fake and nothing matters and you can literally do whatever you want. Like there's a lot of gentlemen's agreements in terms of how the government should run and what the president should be allowed to do. But I guess if a guy comes in who's literally retarded and he's like, well, but what if I just did everything I wanted to do with no oversight and no correction whatsoever? Like, would anybody stop me? I guess the answer is know if the Republican Party is this cucked out. X have a question. Yeah, it's just fucking retarded. Like, because I think I saw a few people on the subreddit. Like, if you're sitting here thinking, like, well, Venezuelans should understand this is bad, right? No.
Dude, I genuinely, I would be open to hear. You know what? If you give me a possible, actionable solution to these problems, I'm more than happy to listen. I don't want to see you, by the way, because I'm not well versed in fucking geopolitics. What would be a solution that wasn't employed in the last whatever amount of years that they were in power and they should have been? How many, like a decade? A decade? What was the solution?
What is he asking for? Like, the solution to... like, him being an autocratic leader and non-democratic? Or the solution to... Maduro? Like, I don't... The thing is that sometimes countries will have leaders that you don't like. And sometimes, you know, autocratic dictators exist in countries that you know it's bad and you don't like it, but that doesn't give you the moral authority to depose them. Yeah, if you want to act against another country, especially when we talk militarily, but really with any kind of sanction, then the goal should always be to build international coalitions to do it. Because when you build an international coalition, there's like a few things that are happening. One is you have a lot of people on your side, so there's like an obvious like numbers benefit. So if you want to sanction somebody, you've got more people who are willing to say, we're not going to ship anything to you, we're going to punish you financially. So it makes the punishment greater, you know, and that's good. The second thing is that it gives you more, what's the word I'm like, right? Not authentic, legitimacy. It gives your punishment more legitimacy, right? It's one thing for the United States to say, hey, you're doing it bad. It's another thing for, you know, 100 countries to come together and say like, hey, you're doing it bad. Or imagine like some sanction or some activity that like the Security Council doesn't veto. You know, it's like, all right, there must be a big, big bad going on here. Yeah, so you have the ability to exert control that way. Ideally, you do it without having to have like a military intervention at all. This could potentially create a whole bunch of problems down the road that we don't want to deal with. Like, imagine Venezuela becomes, hopefully it wouldn't happen, like imagine Venezuela becomes like a collapsed state, like some Syrian thing, right? A lot of the issues, I guess, in quotation marks, not really. A lot of the political situation in Europe today, in my American opinion, is kind of defined by the response to the Syrian refugee crisis. And a lot of the stuff that flowed outwards from that, and arguably the U.S. agnostic to favorable position on like the FSA and the deposing of Assad and everything, maybe kind of flowed through to that and helped to exacerbate that or influence that whole crisis, right? And you've seen like this rightward bend in a lot of European politics, Brexit and everything else, you know, arguably partially at least as a response to that. You know, who's to say that something similar couldn't happen in South America, that there's some huge blowback and the way that leaders feel about us or other citizens feel about us is not good. And this, you know, leads to a bunch of random, it could be terrorist attacks, it could be lack of economic cooperation, it could be cooperation with our enemies, you know, whatever else. Yeah, there's just like so much potential negativity that stems from that. Cooperating is just generally a better thing. I don't even know why, obviously. Well, no, okay, that's okay to explain. Because I don't know why I have to explain this. Why is cooperating a better thing, but... It's a lot more likely than you think that Venezuela turns out like Iraq. There aren't any institutions or courts left that aren't controlled by local generals/warlords. It could be a disaster. Maybe. I don't know enough about the domestic situation of Venezuela to say. It's possible, but...
One central lesson from Iraq is that the United States, under no circumstances, ought to...
Okay, well, listen to this guy.
That was fast. The United States has captured Nicolas Maduro, the now former president of Venezuela, in a daring overnight raid. It has been very much a blink-and-you-might-miss-it affair. Those of us in the United States went to sleep not knowing anything was happening, and woke up to find out that Venezuela no longer has a leader. Literally, the headline at 2 a.m. Eastern Time was, Venezuela accuses U.S. of carrying out military aggression. Maduro activates defense plans. By 4:21 a.m., it was Trump on Truth Social saying that the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement, details to follow, which presumably will be at today's press conference. This happens in the wake of the United States slowly amassing a large naval presence along the Caribbean, which was not enough to launch an invasion of the country. And to be clear, that is not what happened overnight. It was just a surgical strike and extraction operation. More of a special military operation, if you will, except this one barely lasted 3 hours, never mind 3 days, and certainly not more than 3 years. Indeed, the U.S. naval presence was better geared to do things like strike alleged cartel speedboats, and then later engage in a campaign to capture oil tankers key to keeping Venezuela's economy afloat, with the capture of the skipper tanker seen here. You would be forgiven if you thought that the latter campaign would have lasted longer, because there is a non-trivial chance that economically strangling Maduro would have worked. But then again, maybe it did. Let me explain what I mean. And as a preface here, we do not have any real information about what went on, other than that there was a small amount of shock and awe over Caracas, which culminated in Maduro's capture. There are 2 different ways this could have gone about. One is that the United States had just figured everything out. The folks over at Intelligence knew exactly what Maduro's movements looked like, they knew how to disable key air defenses to allow for helicopters to operate with impunity over the capital, placing assets in the Caribbean for show. Meanwhile, if you think that this is the end of the video, then congratulations, you just committed the same fallacy that the Bush administration made way back in 2003. Here is another thing that I wrote from that abandoned script of 2 weeks ago. If there is one thing I am not worried about, it is the United States accomplishing its military mission in Venezuela. That is the easy part. If the Trump administration wants to put in the effort to do it, it will not be a problem. Well, so far so good on that belief. However, if there is one thing that does worry me, it is what happens to the country afterward. And it was especially concerning back in November, when the media began seriously reporting on a possible invasion, and leaks from inside of the White House suggested that there was little to no thought about the proverbial day after. The charitable interpretation of the delay in real action is that the administration has been working on a plan.
Like, it's kind of worrying that Trump is up there saying, like, oh, we're putting together a board of people now to figure out who's going to run the country. I was like, I feel like this should be the most important part of the planning, no? Shouldn't this be literally the most important thing that you're thinking about? What do you mean you're putting together? Did you not think you were going to capture him, or did you not give any thought to what would happen afterward? Did you not give a fuck, or...
Plan, so that they do not have to do it live. And there is reporting that plans were being made, even if it is unclear whether the lack of planning is what caused the delay. One central lesson from Iraq is that the United States, under no circumstances, ought to pursue a policy analogous to de-Baathification, which is what followed the fall of Saddam Hussein. De-Baathification, with its hyphen and apostrophe, is not only atrociously spelled, it was also atrociously designed. Basically, it said that anyone connected to Saddam Hussein's political party was henceforth fired and would not be welcomed back. One slight problem. Anyone working for the government had to join the party as a prerequisite for the job, even if they had no political bones in their bodies. Thus, de-Baathification meant that no one in Iraq's new civil service had any idea what they were doing.
Thank you, Thynark, for the gifted kick subs. I love you.
Chaos ensued. To make matters worse, a bunch of those individuals had guns. And if there is one thing you have learned from this channel, it is that agreements must be made commensurate with the balance of power to be sustainable. Telling a bunch of people with guns that they are no longer welcome is not commensurate with the balance, as it turns out. Aside from that, in comparison to Iraq, Venezuela has 2 upsides and 1 downside. Upside number 1 is that there is not the same type of ethnic fractionalization in Venezuela as there was in Iraq, with a...
Wait. Real quick on this. This came out a few hours ago. President Trump said Delcy Rodriguez was sworn in as Venezuela's interim president and would act as a partner in letting the United States run the country. She's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again, he said. Less than 2 hours later, Ms. Rodriguez, who is Nicolas Maduro's vice president, delivered a televised address to Venezuela that made clear she viewed the United States as an illegal invader that must be rejected. We are determined to be free, she said. What is being done to Venezuela is a barbarity. Her swift defiance, Mr. Trump made clear that his plans to swoop into the South American nation and run it as his own faced many more hurdles than he suggested in his Saturday news conference declaring victory in Venezuela. We had already warned that an aggression was underway under false excuses and false pretenses, and that the masks had fallen off, revealing only one objective: regime change in Venezuela, she said. This regime change would also allow for the seizure of our energy, mineral, and natural resources. This is the true objective, and the world and the international community must know it. Significantly, Ms. Rodriguez delivered her address alongside what she called Venezuela's National Defense Council, which included the nation's defense minister, attorney general, and the heads of the country's legislature and judiciary. That unified front directly contradicted Mr. Trump's claim that the United States would run Venezuela, especially given the White House and Pentagon officials had said that U.S. aircraft and extraction forces had returned to the USS Iwo Jima. Venezuela's defense minister and attorney general also both publicly criticized Mr. Trump and the U.S. military action on Saturday. She repeatedly said that Mr. Maduro was Venezuela's only president, and even the text on Venezuelan state television labeled her as vice president. When she ended, the state broadcaster said that Ms. Rodriguez was the vice president who had just stated that Mr. Maduro was Venezuela's president. Well, good luck.
A minority group ruling over a majority group, and the latter poised to dominate democratic elections. Upside number 2 is that the structure of government is more or less already in place in Venezuela, and it will not require the same level.
Can you explain why 100 countries with legitimacy matters? Because when you act in concert with other people, it gives you the ability to leverage more power, soft or hard, on anything. You can ask people for help. You can ask people for help protecting yourself. You can ask people for help punishing others. It means you're less likely to face retribution or repercussions for your actions because multiple people are agreeing. So there's a diffusion of responsibility, morally and legally, and things like just everything is better.
Number 2 is that the structure of government is more or less already in place in Venezuela, and it will not require the same level of domestic upheaval to implement democratic institutions. Autocrats running democratic elections is often the target of jokes, and rightfully so. But at least in Venezuela's case, the people there are used to real elections, even if they are not accustomed to having the true vote counts dictate the winner. So, the plan would be to replace Maduro with someone from the opposition, and then run another election shortly thereafter, so that there are no questions about the legitimacy of whoever wins. That takes us to the one downside. Venezuela has cartels. Remember how that was supposed to be the whole reason that this thing got started? In any case, the cartels are well-organized de facto militant groups already. That puts them a step ahead of where all of the various factions in Iraq were during the initial invasion. And the problem for me is that the politics and territorial control of those groups is opaque. Consequently, I'm going to leave that discussion here. One hopes someone in Washington had worked out the real details before executing the extraction mission. Either way, the die is cast. Whether this turns into a long-run civil war will depend on the actions taken in the next hours, to days, to weeks, to months. Bush's poor management of Iraq sunk his historical legacy. Trump has shown no willingness to stick with long-term military operations. Unless something about Venezuela makes the country different, then being absolutely perfect during the transition period will be critical for this to go well over the long run. If you want to learn more about the US-Venezuela crisis, check out this new playlist that I made on the subject. And if you enjoyed today's video, then...
The problem I see is that you are getting lumped in with Hassan and the rest of the communist crowd. Just today, Asmongold made a comment linking you to Hassan and that Jackson Hinkle guy. That perception is damaging. That's why it's important to clearly and publicly go after communists and make it unmistakable that you reject them. I would even lie and give credit to Trump if that is what it takes to clearly separate yourself from the degenerates. That's retarded. Nobody that watches any amount of my content or knows anything about me, like, thinks that I have any link to either of these people. Like, that's the dumbest fucking thing in the universe. Like, if conservatives want to lie and lie and lie, they can, but it's a totally delusional lie that's just totally, it's just not, there's just no basis in reality for that whatsoever.
Please like, share, and subscribe, and I will see you next time. Take care.
Take a chance after having done this, but we can't take a chance after having done this incredible thing last night of letting somebody else take over, where we have to do it again. We can do it again, too. Nobody can stop us. There's nobody that has the capability that we have. You know, when I watch that war in Russia going on and on and on and everybody dying, and it's like, it's primitive. It's primitive. It's horrible. It's really horrible.
Could you tell us, Mr. President?
But we can't take it.
Good one. Is there a reason not to just have this set to 4x? 420 FPS. Like, why set it to auto? What does auto even do? Holy shit. Now this is my shit. You guys can't see a difference, but... Frame time is 8.4 milliseconds?
Hey, hello.
Forks isn't worth the input lag. The input lag is just going to be measured in frame time, right? Paste. 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 You motherfucker. I feel like the frame time, maybe on average, is what, a millisecond lower, maybe? Maybe? It's wrong to compare this to Iraq because in that situation, the Bush admin had to make up evidence in order to invade. True. Trump doesn't even make shit up. He just says, we're fucking going. The fuck did you pull your rattler out? Chill. Is he aiming at me? What? Stop being threatening. Hello?
Hello, sorry. I'm just asking when is a good time. I apologize. I apologize for chat.
Good, you should.
I apologize to you.
Go, real fast. What's up?
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, I was just gonna ask if you wanted to like kind of like not moderate, but like kind of be in a conversation with me and Case about Venezuela, like maybe later this week or whatever.
Yeah, probably. Couldn't you just DM me and ask me this?
I did DM you. You didn't respond.
Oh, just DM me a question, and if you put a bunch of other stuff after it, I'm not going to see the last thing, so.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But
Thank you so much.
Yeah, have fun.
Bye-bye.
Can you just explode? Are Ankh Raiders so PvP averse? I don't know if this is a hot take or not. And I don't know what the ordinary players feel, but I think that the the aggression sorting for this game is way too aggressive. It's not good. Yeah. I think that you can it's too easy. Like these, like the pacifist queues are just way too pacifist, and it like kind of trivializes the entire game. Like once you're in a pacifist queue, you can literally just do like 80k loot runs like over and over and over and over and over again, and there's literally nothing that can be like bad. It's like it's so crazy how aggressive the sorting is. Hey, you can send him up. What do you think the Dems' posture should be, a la Jeffries and Schumer or others? I don't even know at this point, bro. Like, Trump should have been impeached for a million different things. I think this should be impeachable, but like, Americans are fucking retarded and don't care about literally anything anymore. So I don't even. I think I've said this for a long time. I think if you're trying to win elections or do shit, like foreign policy is just never the issue to talk about. That's why the retards that obsessed over Israel-Palestine were worthless. Like, Americans don't give a fuck about other countries at the end of the day. You have to run on the things that affect them more domestically or locally. Are they even going to probe if it's an official act or whatever? Well, I'm not talking about criminal shit. I'm just saying that just fucking impeach him. Just get him out. This guy's crazy. You come to me, please? God damn it. Does the recent thing show our military will by and large violate their oaths? I don't think that when it comes time to like following legal or following illegal orders, I think that should apply to like specific military actions on the ground. Like if you're being asked to slaughter a village of civilians, or if you're being asked to like double tap somebody who's already like clearly not militarily fit for combat, I think that these are the things that the military should not be doing. In terms of second guessing the president on big things like this is, I would expect them to follow through. I wouldn't fault the military. It's not up to them to make broad determinations on whether or not like a particular war is legal or illegal. That's just not up for the individual military people to decide. Motherfucker. Is there a war? I don't know. We don't say war anymore, I guess. But I mean, we invaded another country and we captured their leader. That's kind of like a war, right? I would say that. I mean, we've basically been at war, no? Like, we've been blowing their people up in the ocean. We've had ships aggressively postured outside their country. We've been preparing to invade and capture their leader. We did an on-the-ground invasion and captured their leader. Like, I mean, if that's not war, like, what else? We authorized the Alien Enemies Act, which is for enemies of the country that we're at war with. Like, yeah, our military operation killed about 40 other people, I think. Do you see Venezuela retaliating? How? I don't know if they can do anything. I mean, we're the US. We can do whatever the fuck we want. But if Venezuela gets real fucked up after this, it's going to look pretty bad. And all these people that were traumatized by the Iraq war, who said it was the worst fucking thing ever, and who couldn't fathom ever being in any military conflict ever the fuck again, are apparently not having strong opinions about this, is pretty stupid. Stream disagreements. Hi, what's up? Oh, nice. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Can you open a Raider's hatch when you're downed? Like if I have a hatch key, can I open that? King of Pandas, I can't hear you if you're speaking. Yes, I think so. Okay. King of Pandas, you can do this. It's just making a microphone work in Discord. I promise you, you can figure this out.
Hello?
Hey, you got it. What's up?
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry about that. Okay. I wanted to... I'll preface this by saying that I consider myself a liberal, like yourself.
I'm about to hear the strongest defense for Trump I've ever heard in my entire life. Okay, let's go.
No. I don't think the I think what we did in Venezuela was I disagree with it in the sense that it wasn't authorized by Congress. That's my main that's like the main thing that I don't agree with, that he just kind of did it unilaterally, but it's kind of par for the course at this point, but it's bad. But like in a vacuum, or maybe like, do you think that we should have maybe in some sense gotten rid of Maduro? Or let's say if he had done it, you know, through the proper channels, and they're like, okay, we're just gonna, this guy he's gotta go. Do you think that would have been a good idea?
It could have been, sure, but that's not what happened, so I don't know why we're talking about that.
Okay, so like, what's your, when you think of what happened, what is your main problem with what happened?
Is he's doing it unilaterally from the White House without even informing like other parts of the government what's going on?
But if he had done it properly, that would have been fine with you.
I mean, I'd probably oppose it on other grounds if it's like the first step. I don't think I don't think Trump has the mind for managing other nations, and I don't trust the U.S. Motivation for doing anything like that. But that would be a separate action, so I'd have separate criticisms for it. I'd be opposed to that action too, but.
Okay, I thought we disagreed on more than we actually do, so never mind. I'm sorry.
Well.
Okay.
Well. I mean, so what, you're okay with it because, why are you okay with it?
Well, it's not like, I think it would have been nice if he had gone through the proper channels, but at this point, like, I don't know what I would have preferred we have done. If we had had like a more steady hand in the White House, that would have been nice. But like, I don't know exactly what I'm waiting for from the United States to to do instead? Like, what other options did we have at our disposal? I'm not like jumping for joy at the thought of killing people in
I mean, what were the? Did we have like mass sanctions on Venezuela or anything?
Yeah, we have basically an embargo on Venezuela at this point.
An embargo, like we were blowing up
like,
ships that were going to the country, or?
Oh no, but like there was just no trade. There was just I don't know what else, like what other sanctions we could have levied on them.
Did the UN have sanctions on Venezuela?
I'm pretty sure they've been pretty critical of Maduro. Like, it's why I don't really understand. Well, I'm not saying that you're doing this, but like when people talk about like appealing to the UN or some international or wider international body, like I don't know who's going to make that decision. Like who's going to be the country to take action, because we've been talking about Maduro, and since Hugo Chavez, I mean, the country's been a disaster. So I don't know exactly.
But that's not a good reason. What is our reason to unilaterally invade and depose the leader?
I don't know. I guess I'm unconvinced that like. Well, actually, that's a poor way of putting that. That's my fault. I don't understand like why we should just let him. The election was a fraud that just happened. They've been frauds. I think the rest of the world is kind of knows that it's fraudulent, and I think if we had gone about it in a better way, probably we could have gone a little bit less.
I feel like the elections in the Donbass and Crimea were fraudulent as well. No.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
We're not doing shit about that.
We should.
We're not.
I don't know if we should go bomb Russia, but I mean, yeah, I'm fine with a more active role in.
I mean, I feel
Ukraine.
like if this is so horrible, I feel like we should have been able to get a coalition of people at the UN. Like, well, I just don't understand. Like, yeah, I feel like Maduro's bad. He's a bad person, and the regime was bad. It's a bad regime. That's an argument for the United States to invade the country and depose the leader.
But who was going to join us?
If nobody joins us, then we just don't do anything. It's just a shitty leader that exists, and it just sucks. But is America literally now going to just depose every autocratic leader because we think it's our moral mission to do so, even if nobody else supports us doing it?
I don't know if we have to depose every leader like all at once. Like we just say like, all right, if you're a dictator, we're going to come for you in the next like 4 years or something. But
that's what we're going to do. We're going to start deposing dictators.
Well,
but the bad dictators, right? Because we're okay with like the monarchs, like in the Gulf states and everything. We're okay with those dictators.
Well, yeah, that's not good. I'm not trying to say that Trump has a coherent foreign policy. It's just on this discrete issue. I don't know what else we could have like. Who would we be appealing to? Like,
if a thing is incoherent, then every action is bad. It doesn't matter if it turns out okay sometimes. If you have a sociopathic surgeon who just runs around removing people's appendixes, and it just so happens that of the last 5 people, one of the appendixes was about to burst, I'm not going to give him credit even for that single appendicitis. I'm going to say all of them are bad because it's coming from a bad place. No? Isn't this like, I can make a billion examples of this. All of these are, if you run around and you rape 100 women and 5 of them had secret consent, non-consent fantasies and you didn't know about this, I'm not going to say, well, for those 5, there was no harm, that was fine, you were okay. I would say all of them are bad. Like if you run around executing 100 random people and 2 of them were about to commit murders, but you saved the lives of the people that I wouldn't give you credit for the 2 people you randomly kill just because, like, I don't understand, like, if there's no coherency, if there's no plan, if there's no consistency, I'm not going to give credit even when some things might have some potentially positive side effects spun out from them.
I can understand that. I just
wait. But you disagree with it. I'm not asking you to understand it. I think intuitively, I think every single human being would agree with this. Is there an example I gave that you disagree with, or is there some reason none of those examples are analogous to this? Like, why would you ever agree with this example?
Those are valid points. I don't know how much it tracks to the foreign policy of this administration, though. Like,
okay, do you think that Trump has a coherent plan for South America?
No, probably not.
Do you think that we have the best interests of the Venezuelan people at heart when we've deposed Maduro?
Do you mean like our casus belli was like we're going to save Venezuelans? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
No, that's not the primary thing.
Okay. Do you think that given the opportunity between enriching the United States and helping the Venezuelan people, if those 2 things are at odds, which one do you think Trump will choose?
If they're at odds, probably picking our interest. I mean, I would imagine so.
So then what? So how can you possibly? I don't understand where the support for this can come from in any way. It seems like every single part of this is just selfish, narcissistic U.S. interests with a guy who has no comprehensive or future vision for the region that will always opt towards favoring the U.S. over domestic interests anyway, domestic interests of Venezuela.
Because I don't know if preserving the status quo is preferable to that. Like, I'm
well,
not
but
sure
they're
that,
preserving
like,
the status. It's their status quo. We don't have a responsibility to disrupt the status quo at every single government or any government that we don't like.
We don't have a responsibility, but I don't know why, like...
Well, it doesn't give us a justification
I don't think we have, like... No, it doesn't give us a... Well, I don't think we need a justification. We're the most powerful country on earth. It's like... Not that we should go out and...
Okay,
like,
so if
blow
I
up
break into your
everyone,
house and I rape your mom or sister or girlfriend, or you if you're shorter than me, is that okay because I'm stronger than you? What is this might make? This is like the weirdest might makes right argument in the world. Is slavery okay if we can get enough black people to be?
It's not that it's not that it's right. It's just that that's how it is. Like I would like to live in a world where we have what do people call it? Like the rules based international order. Right?
Don't we have a rules based international order right now? Isn't there a weaker country to the north and south of us that we could take over militarily, but we don't?
I would say that kind of nation states and borders predate what I'm referring. I'm talking about stuff like the UN and like more modern internationalist institutions like the UN, and like we have those, and those are great, but they're not effective at preserving, they're not effective at keeping the well-being of the people that they're meant to.
Haven't they been though? Haven't we been like relatively peaceful over the past 80 years compared to prior World War II and prior to that?
Is that because of
the rules-based international order that all of us are adhering to? I would say so, yeah. Or
is it because of the UN, or is it because of like there are these powerful countries that are kind of steering us in a certain direction for now? Like I would wager that because Trump I consider him to be a very bad president. And he's steering us in bad ways. Like I don't think the UN is like going to be like, hold on now, guys, we can't let this happen. And the US is going to say, well, all right, well the UN said so. Like push comes to shove, I think what matters in the global order is that might makes right. And in that situation, I don't know what other...
I agree with you that in a descriptive sense, might can make right, but the things that we should be making right are a rules-based international order. That the strongest person can come into a room and he could say, I'm going to subjugate all of you, but the strongest person also has the ability to come into the room and say, I'm going to ensure that all of us adhere to some rules-based order, right? So like the monarchs having the Magna Carta or whatever and agreeing that even the king is subject to the laws of his people, like George Washington stepping down after his term as president. Like these are things that people who are powerful and in charge can ensure that everybody follows like this kind of like rules-based system. So just because you're the strongest player doesn't mean you have to act like a sociopathic, rapist, homicidal freak. You could also say like, I am the strongest person and I am going to enforce a rules-based international order. Like, isn't that a thing that we have the ability to do? Shouldn't we be doing that?
I think we should. I agree with you totally. But
so then shouldn't we disagree with the deposing of Maduro?
Well, if it okay, this sounds kind of stupid, but if a Democrat had done this, I think that it would be very bad because ostensibly, or literally anyone other than Trump, but what we have now with Trump, we're never going to get that sort of... Trump is the might makes right guy. That's like his whole thing. I would imagine you agree with me. Like he just wants to be tough. He wants to project power. And so he does these sorts of things. And usually I would say almost always that's bad. But in this situation, I'm not sure that well, let me put it this way. Like if we had a leader who was interested in what you said, like we're going to use our power to create a rules-based international order, what would we have done with Maduro?
I don't know. You sanction and you progressively pressure the country until you see what you can accomplish, like going down that road. We don't have a reason for war. We don't have a just reason to invade that country and go to war with them. I mean, at some point, there can be countries that exist that we just don't like, that we hate, that have bad leadership and rig their elections and do bad shit. But I mean, you just kind of, that's part of the world. I guess some countries can do fucked up shit and make bad decisions. If it's really bad, if like genociding their people or something, maybe we can intervene. But at that point, it should be so bad that we can build a coalition around the world of countries to go in and take care of it.
I don't know if even when we have built coalitions to deal with stuff like genocide and stuff, when I think the international or rather the moral weight of the the crime occurring is so grave that like it seems obvious that everyone would be on board to stop this. Even then, we struggle to form coalitions. Like,
we though?
We trip over ourselves.
For Libya,
With
didn't we have
Rwanda-
is Libya the one where China didn't even vote no? Was that a NATO thing? Or I don't remember if that was with the UN blessing.
That was a NATO intervention.
Yeah, but I don't.
think
There
it
was one. It might have been
I think it
NATO
was like
with
a
the
UN thing.
But there have been things in '91 for the first Gulf War. Like that was a thing that we had, I think, like pretty broad consensus for, and like
I agree.
it was a moral thing. Like
I think like it can happen. I don't disagree that we can make it happen, and that would be the ideal. But I mean, for every example you give of like that coalition forming, there's an example of it not forming. Like we've tripped over ourselves in Rwanda, and 1 million people died because.
What was the thing preventing us from intervening in Rwanda?
There was the friend. I think I'm not an expert, so
I'm not either. I don't know enough about the situation to say, but like.
But if I understand correctly, it was basically that the French government was unwilling to support an intervention because their people, the interest that they had in the region were friendly to the genocidaires. So they were kind of stubborn. That's my understanding. That might be wrong, but I know that like that coalition never formed because there were UN troops there. They left, and there was a genocide, and then the other Rwandan rebels came in and stopped it, and then it ended. And like stuff like I agree that we should be able to do coalition stuff, but I don't know if that coalition exists for Maduro. Not that people don't like him. Like people hate him. He's reviled like everywhere.
I guess like this is my issue is that like I feel like there is a like, do you know who like Andrew Tate is? I feel like there's like this 6-year-old approach to the world where it's like if I walk around and I beat the shit out of everybody, people are going to see I'm the true alpha male, and then like everybody's just going to follow me, and that's like the best way to run the world. And I feel like that's like a child's view of how international affairs works. But like the true view is the more friends you have, the more alliances you have, the more economic cooperation you have, the more intelligence cooperation you have, your Five Eyes and other forms of international collaboration. Like these are the things that make America like such a fearsome fucking ally, is that we have eyes in every country. We've got so many friendly intelligence sharing agreements with so many different people. We can deploy anywhere with any friend and do anything we want as a result of these cooperations, rather than this like 4-year-old's view of like America's the best because we can fucking kidnap any fucking leader we want. Like that's like retarded. That's not sustainable. Like that's the thing that collapses in a generation because now everybody views you as an unhinged fucking maniac. Nobody wants to form any deals with you. Nobody believes in any kind of long-term coherent strategy from you, and they're worried that the next schizo president you get is going to undo every deal you just had with them, whether it's Trump blowing up his own trade deal, his NAFTA, USMCA or whatever agreement, or blowing up the Iranian nuclear agreement. Like, why would you ever sign any? Like, this is just such a short-term, like, retard strength strategy that is going to fall apart in a single generation. I don't know how anybody can support this with over like 75 IQ. It just seems so stupid to me and so short-sighted. Like we built like the strongest empire in the history of the planet by being a friend to so many people. Like, do you think that was an accident or by mistake? Like Russia and the Soviets invaded other countries, controlled them as satellite states that completely fucking collapsed. China's having issues with their own people, and they still haven't been able to climb and have this middle class ascension like they thought they would. Like the United States is like, we're creating our own problems right now. We're fantasizing about Islamic jihadism in the United States because of Mamdani winning an election as New York City mayor. Like the West has been so successful, we're literally having to invent our own problems. Like Russia's fears right now are like an oligarchical collapse of support for Putin because he's not able to invade what was supposed to be a walkover fucking country. China is having massive economic issues with building fake cities and trying to get foreign direct investment to work, and other countries being resentful of how they work. And the United States' problems are like fucking trans swimmers and I guess like girls with small boobs in video games. It's just so crazy to me that we look at the West. It's like, oh, the American project has failed. Now we need to go invade and depose leaders in other countries. And meanwhile, Putin couldn't even get rid of fucking Zelensky. I just don't understand where this concept comes from that like the U.S. has failed because I guess students are going into debt because they're using Klarna loans for fucking DoorDash. And, meanwhile, in other countries, it's like we need to invade Ukraine and take over their power plants because our economy is literally wholly supported by energy because that's the only fucking thing we have left here. I just don't understand it. It's very confusing to me.
No, I think I agree with most of what you just said. I'm not a friend of Republicans in the slightest. I just, it was just on this issue where I was like, I don't know if I'm like super for the intervention. Maybe I came out about it the wrong way, but it was more that like, I have trouble like coming up with a coherent argument for why, we should have waited or there was a better alternative like to what just happened.
I mean, we could just do nothing. We don't have to invade and change the leadership in Venezuela. We didn't have to do any of that.
I agree. We didn't have to. That like I guess I can agree that we just could have let it be. But if maybe I'm too much of a lib shit, and I think like if we can, these people obviously are not fans of Maduro. They obviously want him gone. This is a very unstable country. The country is literally falling apart. I mean, not now, but before there was a famine in the country. What is it, like a fourth of the country fled because the situation was so dire. It's not a genocide. I think that it's not a genocide by any sense, but it's like I would consider it a humanitarian crisis. What's happening there? So if that's something that we as a country want to do something about, then like
we solve humanitarian crises by deposing the leadership and saying we're going to go and take their oil. Like another huge issue is even if I grant you everything you've said, is Trump there to solve a humanitarian crisis? Like you yourself said, if there was U.S. interest conflicting with Venezuelan interests, we would side with the U.S. interest.
I agree. I agree. Which is why, like, I think it's a little too. It's like very much wait and see for me because if he goes in there and all he does is depose Maduro and like.
But that's what he said he wants to do. There's no mystery here. You're inventing like all of this complexity where there is none. It's a serial killer running up and stabbing somebody on the street, and you're like, well, hold on, maybe he's going to do surgery. And the guy's like, I'm stabbing this guy because I want to kill him. And it's like, why the fuck would you think that? Trump doesn't give a fuck about Venezuelans. We know this, right?
But I mean, what happens afterwards in Venezuela? I might have not read the same stuff you have, but it seems to me like it's not 100% clear what happens afterwards in Venezuela. And if it ends up with like nothing happening, right? Like the vice president or whomever, some other lackey of Maduro ends up taking power, then I don't know. I'll admit I was wrong, and like I'll come back and be like I was wrong. I'm sorry, and because then functionally nothing changes. But like if by some possibility, right, we get what was the name of the woman who won the Nobel Prize or someone
the one that they
that
explicitly said they're not supporting.
Or someone like that, right? Because she's not the only one, I imagine. In that case, then, like, the situation in Venezuela is maybe not like, well, I would say there's a higher likelihood that things improve. And in which case, I don't know, it feels like people benefited from it. And it feels like, yeah, like something good came out of it. But I guess maybe it's too early to say, so I don't know. I just wanted to give my 2 cents, I guess.
Hold on, just as a quick thing. Because I don't even believe this is your real position. Because, like, if I were to ask you this, would you be agnostic on every single U.S. invasion in the future until you found out what the outcome was? Trudeau was not liked in Canada for a long time. So would you have been agnostic on Trump deposing Trudeau as a leader and being like, well, let's see who comes next. Maybe it'll be a better leader.
In the hypothetical you've given me with Canada, no, because the very act of the deposition would be so catastrophic to Canada, and there's just no like. I would have to.
What if it wasn't catastrophic though? What if it was okay?
I mean, if it turned out okay by some miracle, like 10 years down the line, like Canada's better off after we had a coup, then I guess like hindsight is 2020.
So then you'd be okay with it, with deposing Canada's leadership if it turned out better in 10 years?
If I knew, like if I had like magical powers, like if I knew that it would turn out okay, then I mean, yeah, I have magical powers. Why would I? If I know it turns out better, if I know more people are better off afterwards, I don't understand why I wouldn't do that.
What if you thought more likely than not? Like there's a 51% chance.
Then I guess I would have to know by how much better, like the situation is. Like, is it like a trillion? Like, are they living in like a utopia? I'm like maybe, but like if it's like slightly better, then that 51-49 doesn't really make sense.
When you say you're a liberal, do you mean you just like weed and gay marriage, or what does liberal mean to you?
Like liberal democracy, like separation of powers, constitutional principles.
Okay.
I like weed and gay marriage too, but I mean, yeah,
Okay.
but that's not really. Yeah, maybe I didn't explain myself right, but it was interesting conversation, so I appreciate it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I appreciate you coming on to chat. Yeah.
Right, see, thank you.
Be careful. What? What's so funny, Mooten?
It's just been a crazy day, you know. Trump goes and steals the president of Venezuela, and people are in here defending it.
They'll defend anything.
Yeah, I mean, are they going to defend if Trump stops all U.S. elections?
Well, if he thinks there's voter fraud.
I feel like they will. And that's scaring me a little bit, because I before said Trump wouldn't do this.
Don't worry, so did Hassan.
Oh, no. Well, if Hassan said it, now I know it's coming true.
Wait, you didn't see that?
I did. It's the second time, too. I think he said the same shit about Ukraine.
It's funny because he even said, hopefully this is not another Russia-Ukraine situation. And it was. It was like a couple hours before it, too. Like, Trump might be watching Hassan's stream.
He might be the biggest fucking hater. Fuck this guy. I'm going to go get that man.
True. That's what they were saying. We're waiting for the conditions to be right, and that's what Trump was waiting for. It's like, all right, we have the Hassan prediction. Let's go.
Didn't he also say something retarded like, oh, well, if America does this, it's going to be like another Russia-Ukraine where we're going to be in a fucking long-standing war or whatever?
Who said that?
I thought I could have sworn Hassan said that.
Oh. I mean, the U.S. doesn't, we don't do long wars. Like, we should be able to do shit pretty fast, so.
Yeah, we do things in, I guess, 4 hours. You want to drag more people up, or you want to arc?
No, let's chill. It's been 5.5 hours of this, okay?
Okay, let's go.
What oh, I found all your, wait, well, I have my chicken strips. I need to eat them, okay? Also, I have all your...
Okay, eat your chicken strips.
Cooling coils or whatever, I think.
I need, and I got 1 day to do it. We got to do throwing the snowballs at the Rocketeer. I'm position 15 now.
Oh, nice. Wait, how many snitchers do you have?
I mean, look, I think I got 1. God,
what?
There's no way to search yet. I let you get all the snitchers.
Oh, you just don't pick anything up. You're lazy as fuck. That's it. You make me get them all. You make me get them all.
Hold on. Let me see how many I have. Where would these even be under?
They're green. Snitch snatchers or something? Bro, these people are so tryhard farming. Oh my god.
I don't think I have a... Hold on. These got to be somewhere. Raidin, what are these under?
They're called snitches. I think they're green items.
Okay, that doesn't help me.
What do you mean? You scroll down, go by alphabetically.
Category.
After simple gun parts and before steel spring, snitch scanner. Just sort it by category.
Yeah, that makes... I went by name now. So simple gun parts. I got 1.
You have 1 simple gun part or 1 snitch scanner?
1 snitch scanner.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I got like 1,000 simple gun parts.
Supposedly you get 600 points per call on a night raid. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Times 3 is 21. Times 600 is 12,600. So that would be 12,600 points plus year 1 is 13,200 points.
And that's for the damaged flying arc enemies one?
Supposedly, I think I read that. It's like 600 points per 12,000. Would that even put me anywhere? Oh my god.
That would like double my points that's in my... Nah, I wouldn't even. So if I got 12,000, that'd be like 40k, which would bring me up to 7.
42k. How do I see that?
This fucking tryhard in my ladder has 85k at the top.
Yeah, these people are... Fuck. But I think they're abusing the...
With the Rocketeer, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we gotta...
Fireballs is never happening.
For damage to Shredder.
Arc probes is cringe.
Yeah. So
Shredders is cringe. We have a high damage to Shredders. I don't think we're beating that.
Yeah, 8, 10k, 11k. It's good. Some asshole has 300k at the top of mine. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think my... What was my top? Was it 100 and something k? What is it? Hold on. 185.
What are you at right now?
37.7.
Okay, I'm at 27. I'm at like 28, but I don't have any damage to snowballs yet, so.
That's good. Oh, wait, hey. If you're in chat right now, boost my tweet, guys, so I can get unbanned from Twitch. They said that if I get
That's not happening, man.
5,000 likes on Twitter, they'll unban me. Dan Clancy told me that. No, wait, I mean 10,000 likes. It's got over 5,000. Here you go.
Where'd you link it?
All my chats.
Oh, there it is. I got 3 chats.
What?
It's like I got 2 phones, like the song. There you go. I gave you a like.
What is it?
I'm not giving you a retweet though.
Why not?
I ain't fucking
No, fuck you. I'm never retweeting you
No.
again.
You're at 5.6 right now. Who hosted?
Your mom.
Well, IRI followed me. Time to follow him back.
After today, what odds would you put on Trump stealing Greenland? I don't know, bro.
I mean, I think if he did it, no one would do anything, so
Yeah.
fuck it. He might as well. He's gonna come for Canada after that. Just take the whole West. Well, yo, Dan.
I just came to, you know, see how you guys were doing.
Yeah, they're good.
Just chilling.
What do you want to do, Steve? You want to go cold snap? You want to go... Nothing's up right now.
I don't know. Let me eat. Okay.
Oh yeah, you're eating.
Hold
sorry.
on. Jesus.
How were the call-ins?
There were a few okay ones.
Good. You able to farm some good content off it? That's the most important part.
Oh, big. Big time.
That's good.
Who the fuck would even, who's gonna defend Maduro?
Asmongold?
Tankies.
Oh, you're talking
No, I
about,
mean in
like,
court.
Lawyer, yeah.
I don't
I
know.
don't know. I'm sure some fucking rich law firm will do it.
Well, the question is there special protections in U.S. criminal law? Like, I know we treat ambassadors differently, right? Like, that's the
Well,
whole
given the
meme,
fact
like-
that this guy got fucking arrested, no, he doesn't have those protections.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But like, think about it this way: like, there's the meme about, oh, you're an ambassador. We can't. Ah, damn it! He killed the
It's
girl.
called
but we
diplomatic
can't do
immunity,
anything.
basically. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, does that automatically extend to every politician, or does it have to be specifically granted?
No, we arrested the guy. He's not a recognized ambassador.
Yes, I understand that. I know what Trump's done. I'm saying, what do the actual laws say? Like, does diplomatic immunity have to be explicitly granted, or is it implied that anyone from
My guess is it's granted when you're like given like visas or when you're seen as like a foreign diplomat or whatever.
So that would be like the question. Like, I understand we've already arrested the guy, but the question is, how
No
does
one
the
cares
U.S.
about these laws, Dan.
Well, no. I mean, this is the interesting part. You're asking what's going to fucking happen. Like, that would be a thing. Like, does the U.S. have the authority to be able to?
No, I don't. That's not the interesting part because there's no way that it's going to be like, oh, well, diplomatic immunity is gone. They're going to prosecute him. I think the interesting question is who's going to defend him, and then like, how does it jurisdictionally, like, is it going to be a jury of Americans that decide this, or?
It's gonna be Joan.
I would say outside, if there is no diplomatic immunity, then any lawyer could defend them, and it would be treated like any other federal criminal trial, would be my guess.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Which means he would have to, go get an attorney, I guess, right? Like, they're going to try this guy in federal court, obviously.
Well, yeah. I just hear Destiny continuously say that it's insane we're arresting a world leader no matter what, but we don't recognize him as the leader. I haven't heard his defense of that, and I feel like it's the most obvious argument. What do you mean, you fucking retard? We're arresting foreign nationals. We're bringing them here. Whether we don't recognize them or not, it's still, like, I don't know, do we recognize Putin as a legitimate leader? Like, his elections are obviously fucking rigged, but, like, he was, at the very least, de facto, the leader of Venezuela. Like, we arrested him and we brought him here. We can say we don't recognize him, but, like, that's, like, the That's like the retard talking point of like, oh, well, actually, I didn't murder anyone. And it's like, what do you mean? You literally killed this guy. Well, I don't consider them a human being, and the law only applies to humans. I think he's subhuman. Oh, well, good. That's such an ingenious legal argument, bro. You got it. Like, it's so retarded. Well, we didn't see him as the leader. Yeah, he probably wasn't. He wasn't legitimately elected, but he was de facto, if not de jure, I guess. I don't know, the leader of fucking Venezuela.
So, diplomatic immunity, it looks like, is not a U.S. thing. It is a international law from the Vienna Convention.
Oh, we don't give a fuck about that.
So,
okay, never mind then. They have to release him. He's gonna walk. He just has to remember to say
walk
that.
away, Dan.
They got him.
You know what?
They got him.
Man.
He's
You
gone.
fucking solved
He's
it,
gonna
man.
make it. Somebody
you
come
know what?
Maduro.
I'm actually gonna say you guys are actually fucking retarded, because how many times has Trump done retarded shit and then the courts are like, nah, you're retarded, and then they have to fucking let him go? Okay? How about fucking that? All right? Like, Jesus, you guys are so fucking cocky. Like, Trump's did it. Oh, it's done. Like, there's been plenty of times Trump has done shit, and
Name
then they fucking, you know.
Name one.
Name one?
Name one.
Abreu Garcia, or whatever the fuck his name is.
You don't even know his name. You fail.
The tariffs, another thing.
We still have those.
I don't
You
know.
got owned.
I didn't get it. Like, you guys are just being fucking retarded, and I don't know why. For what, like, specific reason?
We've been doing this for 6 hours. We're just waiting for
Well, no,
Steve to
diplomatic
finish his
immunity
sentence.
is a thing that countries generally respect because you don't want people arresting other people's ambassadors. But, like, people don't abuse diplomatic immunity. Like, I know in the movies it's like a meme, but, like, nobody's going to go to another country and like, oh, I'm going to fucking start killing everybody because I have diplomatic immunity. You'd be expelled immediately, and the other country would probably be held fucking, like, liable for that. And I imagine they would ask the other country, hey, can you extradite that ambassador back? We want to prosecute this guy. He did some fucking crazy shit. Diplomatic immunities, you don't want your ambassadors getting arrested for breaking foreign laws or any retarded shit because you have, like, a general good faith of any countries.
I understand. Okay,
but if
I was
we've
just
invaded a
curious if the
country,
United
we've
States
arrested
had
a guy, we brought him
specific-
back. I doubt that there's no diplomatic
Why?
immunity. It's not
No,
like,
that's where you fucked up right there. That's where you fucked up right there. Okay, because we could have a specific U.S. law that states that any president of any other country is granted a U.S. version of diplomatic immunity. You don't know that. I don't fucking know that. And if that law exists, it means that this federal criminal indictment will get tossed the fuck out. Okay, that's what you don't know, and I don't know it either. Okay, so there might be even existing case law on this where the federal courts are trying to arrest someone that should have diplomatic immunity, and they say, go fuck yourself. Okay, so just because Trump has done this and done this crazy shit doesn't mean that some fucking federal judge is gonna be like, this Trump motherfucker's retarded, this guy's gotta go. It means nothing. Yeah, they did it. The question is, will it stand? I have no fucking idea.
These aren't federal charges, right? They're in New York?
no, they're federal.
Oh, they are? Okay, so what if what if Trump pardons him?
True.
That's the best question.
The only thing I don't understand, right? So if you completely forego diplomatic immunity bullshit and just say that doesn't exist, we're really just arresting a criminal. So if that's the case, we already have an indictment out from this guy. Trump did it in his last term. So there's already an indictment out that's been signed, sealed, delivered, etc. We're just prosecuting a criminal. That's it in that case,
Yes.
right? So the only question comes down to, do we have to respect diplomatic immunity? In my mind, personally, like the whole can we invade a fucking country and get you shit? That's a whole other issue. The question is this motherfucker even allowed to be tried by us or not?
I mean, I don't think he was like, Maduro was a recognized ambassador from Venezuela to the U.S., so I just don't know where the diplomatic immunity would come from.
You don't think the president? I mean, well, that's why I don't know, right?
You should ask questions.
I would assume that, like, the president of another country coming to the United States, unless it's like some weird fucking African country or something, but like, I don't know, if the fucking prime minister of the UK came to the United States and fucking ran some kid over, I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to arrest that motherfucker.
Okay.
You think we will?
I think that they probably could.
No, I think you couldn't, actually. Now, it would probably be prudent for that person to say, I will, turn myself in, politically speaking. I just don't think they can do it. I'm just not sure how far, who gets diplomatic immunity and who doesn't, right? Obviously, diplomats do. Do presidents, vice presidents, chief of staff?
Are you doing this because I said you couldn't hack it in the debate panel anymore?
Uh-oh.
Earlier
No.
today?
I'll have you know, I was talking about this issue yesterday, before Venezuela got invaded.
I think you're just trying to get on Wix panels again.
Okay.
He doesn't deny it. Trump lies.
What'd you think of my, now that you've had time to simmer on it, what'd you think of my Pisco impression, by the way, from earlier?
Who?
You, because you heard it.
Who the fuck asked? Yeah,
Oh my God.
got
Stop
his
bullying Dan. We're
ass.
bullying Dan a lot. I don't approve of this.
That doesn't
He
make
bullied you
sense
too much.
because
He bullied you too much.
I was the one who asked.
I don't remember it. I don't remember
Wait,
it.
wait. That what you just did is just retarded. I asked you a question.
Yes or no?
You understand how fucking cooked you are right now, right? If I ask you a question, you don't get to say who. It's me, motherfucker. I'm the one who fucking asked.
Let me wash my hands. One second.
Wait, can you do your Pisco impression? I don't remember it, genuinely.
Well, it was better. I won't be able to do it as good as I did this morning. Well, if you don't remember it, then fuck it.
Did you do like a yes or no? Is that what you did, or?
No, that's fucking amateur hour,
Oh,
bro.
I remember. No. I remember now. I fucking remember what you did. No, yeah, your Pisco impression's good.
Okay, good. I thought so as well.
Sorry, I needed to do the yes or no into thinking about him, and then it got me there. Chad, I'm just fucking tired. I built a bed. I've been streaming all day. You know, I did 7 hours this morning. Then I hosted Steve's shit for 4 hours. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's 11 hours. Then I got off. I built a fucking bed from StructTube. Ugh. And now I gotta play Ark. Not gotta, but now I'm gonna play Ark. Canadian brand, by the way. Fuck the USA.
Sitting presidents generally have head of state immunity, a robust form of immunity under customary international law. Customary sounds like we can say we're not going to fucking follow that shit. Interesting. I wonder if there's a specific U.S. law.
Did it break the last bed? No, it's just, it was a huge like IKEA bed that Peaches had for fucking 10 plus years that I've rebuilt. I'm not kidding. Minimum 6 times. So it was just kind of time for that bed to go.
Wait, hold on. We have the Diplomatic Relations Act of 1978. Hold up. Wait a second. This is what I said. We got a law for this, bro. Hold on.
You cracked the case, Dan. Thank you, Kurt Chuck Norris. You broke it 6 times. Well, I can think of 1, 2, 3, 4. We moved 4 times. So that means I put it together 4 times and took it apart 4 times, minimum. So that's 8.
I think, here's the Dan prediction. I think some courts are going to toss this shit out. For which reason? I don't know. I think it's going to be some fucking technicality. I don't know specifically what, but it'll be something. It'll get tossed, and then obviously it'll get appealed, and then it will go to a higher judge, and they'll agree, and then it goes to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court is going to have to be like, do we follow international law or not? That's my guess. Because I think we typically would want to follow international law. Not following it would probably be bad for us in a lot of places, right?
Yeah, man. So you want to debate someone? I can bring someone up from Stream Disagreements if you're interested.
No, I'm not trying. I'm just thinking out loud. Fuck, can a motherfucker just think?
I'm trying to get you your deck for Wix panels again. You know, I'm trying to help you out here.
I'm having some fucking serious deja vu. Tell me right now that you just want DGG to like me.
What's happening?
I just want DGG to like you, Dan.
Okay, thank you. That's a vintage meme for people that know it.
Wow.
Obama.
Get
What?
fucked, Huff Daddy, retard.
Whoa.
Good job lifting things up and putting them down again. Wow. Special icon for you, dipshit. Fucking this guy's world accomplishment is that he can pick something up and put it down again. I'd probably kill myself, actually. That emoji that you have by your name right there, okay? That's a sign of retardation.
Stop typing in chat. I'm trying to click Egerim's link.
Whoa.
New York Times Washington Post learned the U.S. attack of Venezuela ahead of time, but withheld publication to avoid endangering U.S. troops. Beta.
Is that our job to do this now? Or not our job, but their job, I guess.
I mean,
they do that sometimes, yeah.
They probably should do that, yeah. Well, they didn't report on that the Yemen strike ahead of time, right? They waited until after.
It's pretty. I feel like it's pretty customary for them to wait. So.
When will Destiny watch the Trump speech? I already watched it. Yeah, wait. What special events are okay right now?
All right. Blue Gate Matriarch. That's it.
That's it?
That's it.
When is the next cold snap?
Let me look. How do you tell? I'm looking at the bottom ones that are counting down. So it's 2 hours from Spaceport, 2 hours from Buried City. It's gonna be a night raid. 1 hour from Electromagnetic Storm on Blue Gate and Dam, and then an hour from Stella. We're talking about there's a cold snap on Spaceport right now. Wait. Oh, there is. Wait. I don't. Okay, there is. I don't know why. I feel like it doesn't usually look like this.
This is a big time, too. God help anyone who votes fucking 1. See yourself in the fucking perma hell when J. Dr. Fernanda punishes you. That's all I'm going to say right there.
If you're online during the transition, it'll be grayed out. Got it. Thank you. That's why I was confused. I was like, what the fuck?
Can you read donos? Let me look real quick. Question, Destiny. Is there a moral or legal threshold where a head of state's actions are so fucking atrocious that foreign military intervention becomes justified? What would that criteria be? Yeah, there is. So there's this concept. I think domestically in law we call this malum and se. Let me look up so I'm not making shit up.
Hey, mama, say, mama, pusa.
Is a legal term for acts considered inherently evil or morally wrong, like murder, rape, and theft, regardless of specific wrongs. These acts violate natural law or societal principles, contrasting with malum prohibitum offenses. So, like, there's some things for domestically, just like these are just always bad. In international law, I think we refer to a similar concept called, I think, Jus Cogens. Fundamental, universally binding principles in international law that are so essential to the global community that no treaty or custom can override them. So for things like genocide, slavery, torture, you can't torture your own civilians, for political disagreements, even if you pass a law saying it. Like, we recognize internationally that you can't do this. So there are going to be some things that are like so bad and so wrong. So things like genocide, slavery, like mass rape or torture or whatever, that we probably have an obligation to intervene on. But we should be able to form, if these things have been violated, these principles have been violated, we should be able to form some kind of international coalition to go and do something about it.
What's supposed to happen when a president just fucking breaks the law? Like, let's say instead of all this shit,
Domestically or internationally?
Well, let me give you a situation. Let's
Also,
just
wait,
say
real
that
quick.
Trump just...
Wait, hold on, wait, real quick. What's the event happening right now?
Cold snap, Spaceport.
Okay, let's just run it and go our separate ways and just open probes if you see them, okay? We're probing. Also,
Okay,
bring
so
a gun.
I shouldn't bring a crazy loadout then.
Not a crazy loadout. And then bring a gun to shoot down the scanner guys so we can collect the snitchers,
All
okay?
right, I'll bring Anvil.
Okay.
Let me put a lot of this shit away.
Yeah. Okay, what did you say, Dan?
Hypothetical situation. Let's say Trump uses the attorney general to arrest the CEO of Marriott Hotels, forcing them to sell half of their portfolio to Trump hotels. And, we find out in this, and he actually, Trump had someone killed as a result of this as well. What's supposed to happen here? Let's say Trump killed the person. Actually, fuck it.
I mean, we don't really know. This is why it's called a constitutional crisis. There's no real solution for it. If the cop breaks the law, there's like kind of nothing you can do. That's why the executive is such a big deal. Oh wait, do electromagnetic storm instead. That event is up.
Okay. And we're doing the same thing? We're
Yeah, run around, kill snitches, and collect probes.
Right. Kill the snitch. Throw him in a ditch. Call Dan and tell him that Steve's acting like a bitch.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Like it's like it's like asking like, what do you do if a police officer breaks into your home and he says he'll shoot and kill the judge if he tries to, or shoot and kill like a prosecutor if he tries to like charge him with a crime? It's like, well, there's nothing you can do at that point. That's why.
There's really nothing you can do about that.
Well, you could kill the cop, but it's like civil
Maybe our
war.
Second Amendment guys could.
Good one, Trump. But that's why it's called like a constitutional crisis.
I thought
there's like no way out of it legally. Like, how do you win Monopoly if somebody hoards all the money? Like, they literally physically just won't give you the dollars. Like, if you like, if they land on your property, they don't pay you. Like, I mean, there's not. I mean, you
Ready
fight
up.
them for it. There's nothing you can really do.
Wait, that's a good Monopoly idea.
Yeah, true. How do you win Monopoly? Lots of trend. Beat the shit out of them, boys.
Pay me rent. No, I don't think I'm gonna. Fuck you.
Uh-oh. Hold on, Joe Rogan clip.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see what he says.
From the time Trump's been in office, deaths by overdose have dropped off a cliff. Look at that.
Oh, it's this stupid thing.
Has he talked about Maduro yet?
I don't know. I don't know. There's been an episode.
What did
today,
Jaw
right?
say about it?
True.
All right, let's do this. We're 5 minutes late.
Doesn't matter. We're just looking for probes, right?
Looking for a probe.
You're saying that might makes right? Might gives you the ability to... There's two different things that you can look at. You have descriptions, and descriptions are describing the things as they are. And then you have... Wait, this is electron. And then you have prescriptions, okay? Prescriptions are like how the world ought to be. What is morally a good thing, okay? Might makes right is prescriptively true, or is descriptively true. And that, like, if you have the ability to kill everybody that disagrees with you, I mean, technically that's going to be the prevailing thought. However, you should use that descriptive power to establish something prescriptively that we can all find more moral, right? So it might be descriptively that the strongest party gets to set the rules, but we should make rules as the strongest party that are good and moral. Oh, these arc couriers don't count as arc probes? Really? That's so cringe. Okay. The landed ones and the tipped over ones both count though, right?
If you're talking to me,
I am talking to you, but that's okay.
I got
Don't
no
worry about it. Okay. It is. They do.
Oh yeah, the landed
They
ones
do.
and the
Yep,
tipped over
that's
ones.
what I
Yeah,
just
those
said.
do
Thank
count,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Thanks for catching up. Cool.
Well, yeah, my brain's not too
Fuck
good
you.
anymore.
Fuck you. You don't need to breach them, but make sure to search them for full points. Wait, so we can find one that's already looted and search it and get points for it?
Ooh,
Oh, remember
didn't know that.
Now you do.
I mean, I'm not seeing any fucking probes anywhere.
Just look.
I'm looking with my special eyes.
Calm the fuck down. Stop freaking out. Could you believe what Dan was saying earlier? True.
I mean, yeah, it's crazy. This guy thinks he's a fucking lawyer, huh? Did he leave yet or no?
I don't know. I think he's still in here.
What? What?
Nothing.
He's acting like we're bothering him now.
I didn't hear what you
What's
said.
wrong with
I
this
just
fucking guy?
I just heard you say he's still in here. I didn't hear what came before that though.
All right, you're corn popping.
No, I just didn't hear what you said. It's not really corn popping. I was doing something else.
Trimplaz. It's corn pop.
Oh my god, 3 probes?
I found a probe too.
I found the probe graveyard. It's over now. Wait, let me know when you've opened yours. Have you opened it yet?
I just opened mine.
Okay, we got 1,000. Okay, sick. Even before searching it, we got.
Oh, I got
points.
another probe. Holy shit.
Oh boy. Does the lightning damage you or just stun you? I forgot.
I think it damages, if I recall. Keep Tort.
What?
I like Podgy, but I love Tort.
Whew, this is our best too, so we're about to crush. We're about to crush this score, okay?
If we travel together, we can search the same probes and share points?
Fuck, wait, is that true?
That's what Radiant said.
Wait, oh, this is a good
Alright.
chance to ban Radiant. You should come where I'm at.
Yeah, I'm on the way. I'm linking my spot right here.
Okay, I'm linking my spot right here.
I'm on the way.
There are 3 over here, so if
Dude,
this
would be a
works,
sick fucking Radiant ban. It's not true. He's retarded.
time to find out if this
Well,
damage
that
is
wouldn't
here.
make any sense because we're sharing points.
Yeah, I know it doesn't make any sense.
Spider right over this ridge for you. Just careful.
I would solo him if I wanted to. Nah, I'd win.
Are we shooting things in the air? Is that what our goal?
Just the spotters, so you can get the snitch.
Just the spotters,
things.
got it. Base Radiant.
What do you say?
Said he saw it on Reddit. He can't confirm until we invite him to our squad.
Lying.
You gotta respect the game.
No, you don't.
It's always a trip to wake up to just fucking 1,000 mentions saying "Dink Donk, go live. Trump invaded Venezuela."
True. Wait, what is this? Hold on.
Good night. Happy New Year.
Footage of former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro entering the DEA building earlier in New York City, telling bystanders good night and wishing them a happy new year.
That's a nice guy.
You're on the WIC panel on the Somali daycare shit? When is that?
Wick.
Uh-oh.
Pretty cool. He definitely doesn't look like a guy who hangs outside of school.
Wait, did you go and inspect those down probes?
No, I didn't.
Good. You shouldn't. Don't even waste your time.
Did he get his teeth fixed?
I think so. A long time ago, no?
Oh.
What do you mean beat this? You can't ever beat it. 10 more years of Arc Raiders.
True. The fuck? Is this
Snitch
trapped?
scanner in the safe spot. Hold on, I gotta get out of here. This Rocketeer is a little too close for my comfort. I got him.
When does this stupid season end?
When does it end?
Yeah, for Arc Raiders.
Like the expedition or?
Yeah, the expedition.
I think that's 60 days. Like, I think it's like 40 days from now, 50 days.
Jesus.
I think it's 2 months.
That's crazy, chat.
The trial ends in a day and 8 hours. I haven't found another arc probe since.
Well, keep searching, Moot. They're out there.
I'm looking. Damn arc probes, they be out there.
Good one. SpongeBob reference.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
What keyboard do you recommend for someone trying to learn piano? Also, maybe to program some drums on down the line? I don't know if it matters for programming drums. Any MIDI keyboard will do. I don't know. I think 88 keys and weighted are the 2 most important things. And it should have a good natural piano sound. Can you imagine if Trump pardons Maduro and sends him back to Venezuela? How crazy that would be?
I mean, he'd be like, I had a good talk with Maduro.
Yeah.
Great guy.
Literally the
Big
fucking
misunderstanding.
the Eric Adams version, except internationally now. Jesus Christ.
Huge misunderstanding.
We actually talked, and he actually agrees that Venezuela has a lot of drug problems. So we're gonna be. I'm excited to work with him on figuring everything out.
He gave us all of the oil as a show of goodwill.
True.
I said I don't need the oil, but he wouldn't. He just couldn't stop insisting.
How can a piano sound natural? They're human made. I mean, the ones we use now are, but the pianos used to be the things that were in nature until we started making them ourselves.
Oh, I found one.
Did you? Oh, I hear a thing. Are you near me, you motherfucker?
Not like 100%.
Oh, never mind. Oh
I'm
shit!
like
You should
300
be
away.
probably running with your mini map out too, because they show up on your mini map even if you don't.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, thank you. Ow. Okay, the lightning hurts you.
Yep, it does. I already figured that out. Rip to Dono. Wait. If Biden
Just
ordered
put
this
your
strike
money-
the same as Trump unilateral without congressional approval, do you think Republicans would be calling for impeachment? How would MAGA react to the situation? Yes, and they would react poorly. I feel like it's not obvious, yes. You saw this with the Syrian
Republicans,
strikes.
yeah.
They hated when Obama did it. They loved it when Trump did it.
Damn, we're at 10K for arc probes. Hold on. We're cooking.
Yeah, we are. I wonder what happens if one person dies and the other person extracts. Does the dead person get credit?
I would assume so.
Holy shit. Imagine if Maduro gets into a room one-on-one with Trump and they have like Trump's asking him questions and Maduro like slides a piece of paper across the table to Trump. It's just like a bunch of random words and they search for it online and it's a fucking Bitcoin wallet and you find out Maduro's like the majority owner of Trump coin. He's like, now you listen to me. Oh no.
You have to do right by your investors, Trump.
Why the fuck are people saying I shit myself? First off, I have push to talk, so it's one of these two fucking retards. If you heard anything,
What
that
are you
absolutely
talking
ripped
about?
ass. Okay?
Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. I fucking look and I see a
crazy lunatic,
fucking
man.
screen of blue saying, "Did Dan shit himself?" Sniffa, sniffa, sniffa. And it's like, bro, hello?
Are you okay, Dan?
No, I just said I'm not.
You're losing
I'm not
it.
okay.
You're losing it.
Not okay.
That's my generation's music. Shut the fuck up.
No,
you have
that's
Bieber.
my
You're a
generation's
Bieber boy.
music.
When you say things like the prequels were unironically good, you don't get to do pop punk, okay? It's our
Yes,
music.
I do. I didn't say that. I said episode 3 is the best one.
Exactly.
Now, the prequels, episode 1 might be...
You would rank episode 1, 2, and 3 above every 4, 5, and 6 except for 5. That's what you would say. You would.
No,
You would.
Not above 4. Not above 4.
Yeah, right.
Episode 1 is below 4 and 5.
Doubt it. You probably loved pod racing. You're like, whoa! Be honest. Yep,
Dude,
there it
Jar
is.
Jar?
You love pod racing.
Oh, pod racing? Yeah, that's base.
There it is.
Yeah, sorry. Shrimple has. That's base.
Wait, do we ever? Whatever happens to Anakin's mom? Did we find out, or did they?
Anakin's mom? Yeah, she gets like raped and murdered by the sand people.
Jesus, is that in a movie or is that just in
No,
a
I'm serious.
comic or something?
I'm pretty sure that's in like a fucking book.
Oh, okay, yeah. But in the movies, he just like leaves and no one cares. Oh, 2 more. Oh, fuck. Wait, hold on. Did Mooten open these? Do you see where I'm at? Did you open these or?
Where are you?
Well, on the map.
No, I did not open those. I'm nowhere near those.
Okay, we're about to find out if we get credit for it.
No, in the movie, Anakin sees the... Yeah, Anakin goes and genocides the fucking sand people.
Oh, okay. I don't remember that at all. Take your word for it. Okay, you're not near a thing, are you? A probe?
I'm not near a thing.
You're not near a probe.
What?
The things we're looking for.
I should be somewhere near
Okay,
a probe.
12,000.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Okay, I opened logbook. 13, you do get credit for it. Okay, so if you see one on the ground, you should run up to it and just search it because you still get credit for those.
No, you don't, because I was never near where you are, you fucking retard. Oh, you're talking about... never mind, I understand what you're saying.
There you go. You got there all on your own. Did Moon just shit himself?
I told you, it takes me a minute. Dan keeps shitting himself. I don't know what you want me to do.
Is this really that funny to you?
It's only funny when you get mad.
What?
I think that's how it works.
Okay.
Oh, I just ran into a spider. Oh, I might be cooked. Oh,
Bro,
no,
don't die. Are you okay? Do you need help?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Do you think there should be a mini map in like the top right or whatever?
Just hold on. I'm getting away from a bombardier. This is...
Oh my god.
I might be cooked.
You okay? Do I need to start running towards you?
No, I think I'm alright. I think I'm out.
Good job. Is there a single other person on this map? I haven't heard anything.
I haven't seen anything or heard anything. This has been awesome.
True.
I think I got away from it.
God damn. 16K. Moot.
Might get a snitch scanner here. Just kidding. Fucking Bastion.
Bro, stop fucking blue texting me, you god fuck. Stop mentioning me.
Are you
Mention
okay?
someone else.
Dan's about to get so many mentions.
You know what? I'm gonna log out. Well, with that, bitch, get fucked. Yeah, can't fucking blue name me now.
There's 2 arc probes here, but there's a Bastion right on it. I should just fucking leave, huh?
Don't die. You're gonna be real mad if you die.
I'm getting out of here. I don't want to get...
Wait, but there are 2 probes, you said?
Yeah, there are. Hold on, I'm getting spotted. Damn, son, hold on, I'm fighting orcs.
Okay. You did it. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, I'm fucking a warrior.
Okay. You want to go back to that bastion and do this stuff?
If you want to, yeah, I think it's a really bad spot.
Why?
There's just a lot of shit there, man. You don't know. There's not much cover.
Sounds like you're a pussy-ass bitch. I got fireball burners.
Okay, we'll go up. I'm already Tracer.
Ooh. Crashed arc probe up here? Or is that one of the ones you were talking about?
That was not me. Did you hear that?
Oh. I did. There's a dead body down here too. Oh, full dead body. Hold on.
Okay. They're up there. Oh, I see a person.
Oh god, he's about to die.
They're like upstairs. So what are you doing?
I'm looting. I just said I found a full body.
How long are you gonna fucking loot for?
As long as it fucking takes me, you little cuck.
There's people up here, man.
Okay, coming up.
Nearest extracts across the map, by the way.
Do you think we should just extract?
Do you want to kill or do you want to get?
No, I don't really want to kill because we have so much
Then
fucking.
let's get out of here.
Okay.
Let's go this way. This is a good way. Ooh, if it's shooting that way.
Ah, I just got shot. Nope.
There they are.
Okay, hi, run.
I did.
Okay, hold this. Can you hold this corner?
Yeah, I can hold it. They were on the other side.
That's fine. We just got scanner grenaded, I think.
Yeah, they're just shooting randomly over here.
Okay, just chill. What the fuck is weighing so much? My fucking inventory! Okay. How far down are they?
Hold on. They were on the whole other side.
Why the fuck were they shooting at us then? The fuck they got
retarded
to shoot at us for? Okay, and there's only one fucking exit. And my shield is at 7. Amazing. Oh, fuck! Stop.
What?
Don't go up there. The Bastion.
Okay. You're freaking out. Let's just go back down. And let's go out to the right. This is not a safe way.
Oh, but on the ground is.
On the ground, I would rather be here because I don't know where they're at here. Whereas I do know where they're at over there. So let's go around this way.
Okay, so
And let's go out into the left. Out into the left.
Out into the left? Or right?
Well, they're right, so...
Wait,
we're
we
gonna,
have to hold on.
To the right, then.
Okay, because we're trying to get to the exit, right? We can go down this way, right?
Yeah, we can probably.
Hold on, I gotta see how mad I'm gonna be if we die here. Okay, 16,000. Okay, if I die.
Okay. Do you have a hatch? Oh no, it's never mind.
Yeah, that's.
Do you want to go straight here?
Yeah, shouldn't we?
This looks pretty. Oh, right here. No, this way, east. This looks pretty clear to me.
We have to get to the extract, right?
And this is directly to the extract. If you just take a right.
Left? Why do you keep fucking your directions up?
Dan's pissing me off. That's why.
I haven't said anything.
Wait, we're
You're
gonna
just
walk in the
fucking
total
garbage.
open so everybody can shoot at us if any. We've died walking this exact path before.
Okay.
Why don't we stay here where there's like the
I'll follow
cover?
you. Hey.
Okay.
I can barely hear. It's raining. I'll follow you.
Okay. Thank you.
We got 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, I need to turn my
catching
volume
Dan's
up. Hold
fucking
on.
corn pop. Yeah, it's fucking loud, man.
Good.
Arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Broken weapon, are you serious? Anvil's broken. All these are broken. Fucking loser. Oh my god. No, he can't see us. We're good.
Arc above us.
If we can avoid shooting him, that'd be good.
Yeah, I agree.
Is that you shooting?
I have to shoot him.
That's fine. Just let me know.
I can't shoot it, man. He's just at the perfect angle.
I got you. I got you. I got you. Okay. Come. Oh, Jesus. Flare up.
I have to shoot again.
Just run to me. Run to me. Run to me. I got you.
All right, I'm healing.
Okay. We should probably go up.
Let's go. 3 minutes.
All the time in the world, baby. Oh, fuck. Is that aggroed on us, or is there a person right up here?
It's aggroed on us.
Easy. Okay. I don't know why I turned on. Sorry. Okay, that door's closed. Should be good for us, right? Okay, don't just run through open doors in case there are mines. Careful.
Now, I'll tell you, I'm having vision problems. It's smoky in here.
The longest fucking death hallways in the universe.
Let's go to that arc probe.
Ignore that ping. I'm greedy.
Closing door behind us.
2 minutes left. Last chance to get out.
Shit. Oh. Oh, that's good for us. I think.
I think it's good as well.
Oh shit, we gotta get the fuck out of here. Do you know where to go? Which way goes up?
I don't know which way goes up now.
Okay, we just gotta run it.
We can go out back to the right and it'll go up.
Up here. Found a stair.
This is outside at least.
Okay, oh, I know this. I know this. I know where we're at. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's good. Rocketeer above means nobody out there, I think. Oh, Jesus. There's a mine on that button, so...
Yeah. I'm gonna come over here.
Just check that building. It's the scariest thing to me, this building.
I'm watching it. You want me to go in there or just...
No,
from a
just
distance?
keep your...
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I see somebody. Yep, he's peeking me. On the right.
Building? Yeah. Reloading.
Oh my god. My shield is dead.
Okay, do you need a shield recharger?
No, my shield is dead. Like, I don't have one, it's broke. Oh god. I'm going in, I'm hacking.
Alright. I downed one, so they're gonna have to
I'm
deal
hacking,
with it.
I'm hacking.
I'm coming in. I'm in.
I'm down. You gotta hack.
I'm hacking.
Oh, Jesus. Did they get in? Oh, they're dead! They're dead! Yeah. 0 seconds! They're gone. See ya!
That's awesome, man.
$16,008 points.
$16K.
That's what
I'm up to 40 now.
That's what the fuck I'm talking about.
That fucking Rocketeer is wild work.
He's a big memer.
For me.
I'm position 8 on my leaderboard.
I'll check mine. Position 7.
Unreal, dude.
And I don't have snowballs done at all, so I'll be able to get in there.
You really can't look at... You can't even look at what other people have? That's kind of weird. Or is there a way? Am I just missing it?
Like, you can't see what they've...
Like, I should be able to click...
into?
Yeah,
I agree.
and see what they have for points.
Show me which one is dominating the snowball category.
True. What's the, Oh, there's a cold snap on Spaceport right now. We could do that one.
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, we kind of need to just go get a ton of snowballs for a map.
Well, it's cold snap, so we can get them on that map, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We just need to go there and get, like, 200 snowballs, and then next map we'll be able to do the meme.
Oh, you could. If you want to be a big memer, you just down it near a snow patch.
A snow
And then it's because it stays
patch,
upside down forever. I don't think it ever like rights itself.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or at least when I did it, he stayed flipped over for like 3 or 4 or 5 minutes.
You can get 100k in snowballs easy.
Well, you can get infinite. Well, not infinite. I guess you'll be limited by time, but you just mine a snowball, throw it. And
what do you bring?
the Hornet drivers will do it.
A Hornet driver. I don't have any Hornet drivers. Wait, no I do. I lied. I have one. Can be thrown will briefly stun nearby targets. Showstoppers are more effective, or just make sure you have multiple drivers. I've showstoppered one before. Does it have to be near the ground already?
I feel like when you show stopped it, I feel like he didn't flip over.
I also feel like he didn't flip over.
Also, I don't mind the Hornet drivers because I can just spam them, whereas I feel like shit when I miss a showstopper.
I feel like a retard. You have to hit it at the very center of the back to shock both rear thrusters. But that's a Raidin call, so.
True.
Hit it in the front.
Okay, Wasp drivers are just worthless, right? They are. Fuck all this shit.
Alright, Zool said you have to just stun half the thrusters. If you get all 4, it won't flip. Thank you, Zool.
There we go.
Finally, someone who knows about the fucking game. I can't believe those fucking losers shot at us.
True. And they got fucked though, right? They lost everything.
Yeah, they did. They lost everything.
They're mad.
That's a night-ending queue right there.
Well, they might have literally just been free loadout scrubs. Because that guy was trying to snipe me with like a fucking snitcher or something.
It might have been a Pharaoh, actually.
What? No, the guy shooting me from inside the building was using a snitcher.
No. I'm talking about the guy. I was thinking they're the same guys from when we got shot on the bridge.
Oh, maybe.
When you mean a stitcher, you misspoke.
What did I say?
Snitcher?
Yeah. You don't. Shut up, Will.
Corn popping out.
How far off do you think those Asmongold fans were from the average Trump voter? The ones that we talked to earlier, my guess is they're probably far more informed than the average voter. I don't think people realize how what the average voter is or looks like.
You readying up or?
Yeah, hold on. Jesus Christ. Okay. We're going snowballs. You're bringing...
I'm bringing a Hornet driver and a showstopper. And an anvil.
A Hornet driver. How many are you bringing? Just one?
One. It's all I have. One Hornet driver and one showstopper.
Okay. I'll bring 6.
Who are you voting for antagonist of the year?
I don't know. I haven't even seen the polls. Where are they?
Right here. I'll clink them. There you go. It's actually a really nice site. I voted for the deer.
Jesus. This is cute. When is it over?
I think 3 days? 4 days?
Good job,
So
Resistant.
yeah, you got time to go through it all. And then you gotta watch J Dr. Bananas.
Well, I don't think I can go through, like, I guess I can look at it, but I can't vote, right? That
You
would
just
be.
look at it. Yeah, you can't really vote, yeah.
Try to find a pile of snow so we can just mine some snowballs right now.
Looking for a pile of snow. Trying to find a girl to go.
True. I'm about to get the best item in the game right here. Huge BP.
An anvil?
1 adrenaline shot. Based.
Okay, huge. Fuck, I forgot to bring my adrenaline shots.
Oh, guy.
Snitcher. Shrimp eyes. Nice try. You're not getting it.
You wish. Fucking nerd. Nice.
Yep. Oh, shots.
Yep, yeah. Don't mind me. Shielding, healing. Oh, he's right next to me.
Okay, I'm on the other side of the wall.
I'm about to die. He's up there somewhere. I'm retreating back. I'm going so far back.
Okay, the other one's on the left. Just really, I'm trying to heal.
I did not bring combat shit. No one was on the right, right? Are we inside right now?
One was on the right.
Okay.
I think we were, yeah.
We are right now. We're on side. Oh, we are.
Yeah,
There's
we
no
are.
snow on us. Okay.
So one was on the right and one was charging you on the left. The one on the right was going after me through a grenade.
Yeah,
I don't know where he is now.
You're looking left. I'm looking right. Okay.
I'm looking left.
Okay. What the fuck? Please
might have
fuck
fucked
off, Surveyor? Okay. Wait. They definitely didn't fuck off. Oh, look. See? He knows.
He knows.
Okay. You want to both go left?
Yeah, we can.
Let's fucking go.
I'm getting stamina.
Where's What do the berries give HP or do they give stamina? Do you know?
0 idea. Never eat them.
Okay, hold on. Okay, maybe they totally fucked off.
A Rocketeer by that building.
Do you want to run in that direction so we can keep tabs on him and maybe find
Yeah.
snow? Oh, do these they don't give food or they don't give stamina or HP? The fuck?
Surveyor to the right.
I feel like there's usually piles of snow right outside buildings.
Agreed.
Oh, yeah, here's some.
There it is. Yep. I'm just warming up.
Good.
I don't even
I'll
think
collect
this is
snow.
warm yet.
While you warm up.
Are you running? Yeah, you are. Okay.
There's no snow in here, right? Because that would be sick.
Not that I've seen.
No, I think it has to be outside. Oh shit, do you hear that?
Yeah. I think it's to the right.
Yep, they're up there somewhere breaching.
Yeah. Oh, I see them. So they're going to be outside on the second level. Somewhere over here. I saw something.
I'm gonna go mine snowballs. One sec.
Should a door open? I'm watching this kind of side. They shut a camera.
Okay.
All right, so they're on the left side in here.
Okay.
Upper floor. They might come down these stairs. I'm watching.
Come on over to you a little.
Okay, yeah, so like right up there, northwest to the left, that just blew up something.
Go get more snow.
Okay.
Holy fuck, this prompt is annoying.
I just heard him up there making something. I think he made a zip line. I'm pretty sure they fucked off with a zip line.
Okay. There's a second snow thing up here then if you want to collect.
Yeah, I'm on the way.
Over there.
I'm gonna close this door in front of us. I just don't like it being open.
Good. Ooh, they mad.
I think if you run back and forth to him, it's faster.
Back and forth to what?
Both
Oh, the two snow?
banks.
I mean, maybe you run out of stamina. The fastest is just both of us collecting
Yeah.
at the same
I'm
time.
just getting warmth.
Do I got Miami? Yeah, of course. I saw us all the time. I'm shooting.
Welcome to Miami. Arc inside, I'm gonna have to shoot it.
Oh my god.
Nice tattoo. What tribe are you in?
You can't pronounce it. What did we get for these? I think it was $250 each. For each snowball throw?
I thought someone said it was 6 each. 600 each on Night Raid-ish.
Definitely not. You're quoting me for killing like a full snitch's worth of air units. That's how much you get for shooting air units if you kill all the things that come. I think it's $250 each per snowball.
Maybe I'm wrong. Or maybe I'm not. He's right here, by the way.
Fuck. Should we do it? How many snowballs do you have?
Let me check. I think I got like 20. I got 15.
I think I hear someone running around in here.
Coming in the warmth, and I'm gunning up. Guns out.
Or I'm just crazy. I've got 23 mine.
Oh, wait. Shh. That's a robot. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Full inventory gets you 20k-ish, so we need to keep going. Oh man, he's right here though. Maybe we just do snowball collection and then we get him next time.
Maybe.
This is a good spot.
If we had 4... Oh, fuck, I can't shoot. Wait till they're gone soon. It's $12.50 per stack? Okay. So if we had 8 stacks, that'd be 10k per person. That's not that much, jeez. So we get 20k.
I've got 4 stacks.
Okay. We should both get 12 stacks and then we'll do it, okay?
Yeah. Agreed.
You motherfucker.
Snitch. Not a snitch, but... Clanker. Shooting.
Nice. You know what? I might just try to flip him if he comes over here. Yeah.
Alright,
Rocketeer.
he's coming. Yeah,
Oh, maybe he's not actually.
Okay, maybe not. I don't know. I'm gonna warm up.
Because like if we flip him right here, we can literally just...
Yeah, we just keep snowballing him.
Snowballing
I mean, we got
him.
10 minutes to do it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm gonna shoot him once. I'll bring him over here.
Okay.
Okay.
Head home at the east elevator.
Just in case.
There he is.
Do you have things for him?
Yeah, you want me to try it?
Yeah, just the back two apparently.
Alright.
Also, they can fall off sometimes and shock you if you're using Hornet drivers because they suck.
Hold on, I heard a shot.
Is he shooting at you?
Not yet, hold on. Doesn't feel good. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Come on, bro. Why not be chill?
Did I get him or no?
Did I get him? I'm a god. No, I'm not. Fuck. I should have just kept throwing.
I'm out of my grenades.
Okay, hold on. You want some? Here. I'm dropping...
Yeah, drop 2.
2. Wait, is he like on fire? Is he almost dead? Wait, why is he smoking? Can you please just... Can you throw one at him?
Yep. I just fucking miss.
It's okay. Alright, let's just get snowballs this time. Come in here and wait
He
for him to...
just dodges perfectly.
Yeah.
I didn't even flip him.
Just wait for him to drop back, okay?
I'm out of meds.
You're out of meds?
Yeah, I'm out of meds.
Any fabric?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Arpeggio 2. Right.
From what?
One of these drawers. Just a drawer, yeah.
Okay.
Is he gone?
Uh-huh.
Nice.
I told him to fuck off. You know what? Just get 4 rows of snowballs. Fuck it.
Yeah.
1.25k each, so it would be 4 by 4 is 16, and then 1.25k is what? 12,500 plus 7,250. Something like that, times 2? What is that? Somebody math it out.
Numbers, yeah.
My head hurts.
That's not too far.
We'd get 40k for that. Ooh, that's not too far. Be careful.
Why does it take so fucking long to pick up a snowball, man?
Jesus. Do we want to... Are they fighting arcs? Maybe, I don't know. That's okay.
I'm gonna be honest. We've been picking up snowballs for 10 minutes. If I lose these, I'm gonna be
True.
not in a good mood.
I need 9 more.
That's a very near crack. It's probably right on the other side of this. Coming back in to get warmth so I can... Do you have healing?
No.
Okay. Hold on, there's a snitch in here. It's probably got a... Yeah, it does.
I can give you a shield recharger, though.
Nope, I got one.
No way would they come over here, right?
No, why would they? It's retarded.
True.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing.
Oh
10
shit.
minutes to get out
Snitch
of
to
there.
the left.
10 minutes.
I'll get it.
Well, let me get it because I got more snowballs than you, I think.
No, I just meant I'll get it as in I'll shoot it.
Oh well,
Dead.
that didn't happen either.
No, it didn't work. Obama.
Good one.
Are you gonna go get it?
Yeah, I'm collecting my snowballs first. Hold on. It's not going anywhere. Damn.
Oh, motherfucker, I was gonna collect 2.
All right. Oh wait, did I say 4 rows or 3 rows?
You said 4 rows.
Okay.
I gotta warm up. Alright, I got 1, 2. I got about 3 rows. How much is that gonna net us if each one nets us like 1,500, you said?
It's 5K per row, so we will each have 4 rows. It would be 40K if we landed every single one.
We're cooked.
Nah. But we need a full PvP loadout next time to protect these with our lives.
Yeah. I feel like we should get into like the friendly queues. We should go and die like 10 times in a row.
God damn it.
Shooting. You know, I'm starting to think Darius the Great isn't so great.
Why is that?
White.
True. Onk down. Ah, fuck.
Shooting.
So I still hear it flying. Or is it down?
Oh, he's down.
Okay.
I wonder if that's an alternative way to do it.
What? Oh, blasting off 2 boosters? Yeah, I've heard that too. It's just harder.
On the alt side. Because we did this before.
True.
But it was shooting rockets at us, and that was AIDS.
I don't think it shot rockets once it was down fully. No?
Maybe it didn't. You might be right.
It didn't.
Oh,
We
no.
got killed by
died
other
from
players.
Some random retards.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. There he is.
That extract is a
King shit.
600 meter run, so just a heads up.
Let's go soon.
I need 7 more balls.
I'll give you a ball. I only have 3 rows right now.
Jesus Christ. Damn, Thursday. How long ago was Thursday?
3 or 4 days ago? It's Saturday?
Nice try, Darius. She wasn't interested.
Cooked.
I don't think you fucked up the DM sound.
That just means he's ugly, right?
Or she was just talking to someone else. Who knows? Oh, that's cute. I didn't know those things went off.
We have ARC on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
What are men gonna do when women start just dating AI chatbots?
We're gonna be fucking AI hardware bots. Based.
Actually based, yeah. Kind of a both sides get what they want thing, huh?
True. How many more snowballs do you need?
9. No, sorry. 6.
Okay, here.
Wait. 5.
Let me just drop you and you can look at it
No,
after.
I need
'cause
9.
apparently you're having...
I need 9. I was right. My math was correct. 2 more. I'll grab them.
Bro.
Hmm.
If we die, I hope they at least pick up our shit.
You know they won't. They're gonna look at those snowballs, laugh at us, call us retards, and then queue up again. And we're gonna be on Stella.
Bro. I think we should take the underground. Are you getting...
Fucked me.
Oh, it's a turret? Okay.
Yeah, hold on. I'm looking for
What?
the blueprints in these.
Okay, hurry. Oh shit,
Just in case,
Bastion.
you know?
Wait, we gotta go this way.
No BP. We're good.
Bruh.
I'm already Widowmaker. You can go to the right here.
Left? Are you okay?
That's right, by the way.
We
can go out to the right here.
Okay, never mind.
We're looking
okay,
straight.
Okay. All right, okay.
You don't know how my...
No,
You
you're
were
good.
wrong.
Fuck! Say hi!
Hello? Hello?
Hey, hello.
Yeah, we're...
You got any Fent? You got any Fent for me, bro?
You need some Fent, bro?
I need some Fent, man. If you got any Fent, that'd be dope.
Here, I got 2 Fents for you right here, bro. There you go. Okay? Don't smoke it all at the same time.
Man.
Oh my god, be careful. Ah, yes! Robot hell!
Nice, dude. I wish that guy would just fucking kill me.
Let's head home at the central elevator.
Okay, that's, Do you have a shield recharger or do you need one?
No, I got none.
Where are you?
Behind you.
Just fuck it, just run. I don't even know if it would help you. No, it would. There you go, buddy.
I'm in Fent heaven right now.
Should we go underground and take it?
Probably. Cold damage and all.
Last warning.
Is underground weird? No, this looks retarded. Okay, well,
I don't know if we're gonna make it, bro.
Bro. We'll make it, bro.
Go, just go, go, go. We're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it, bro.
No, we're fucked.
No, wait.
Maybe they'll leave the elevator open for us.
No. Moot. We're gonna make it.
Come on!
Drop your shield, Moot. Just drop your shield. Don't worry about him.
Wait.
Don't worry about him.
Goodbye, Arpeggio.
Wait, were you over encumbered?
No.
Then I don't think it matters, bro. What's...
Steven! It's okay, keep going!
Yeah, you stay behind and shoot, and I'll call the elevator, because that'll give us an extra 2 minutes, okay? You're so brave, Mooten.
I'm down.
You're fine, you're fine.
Should I move or should I wait? 20 seconds?
Wait, where's the thing?
15?
Oh. Are there people shooting?
No, everything seems pretty chill. 10? I'm right here. There's a Hornet to the right, but it's a bit of a snowstorm, so... Hornet's coming.
I can't do a 1v1 mood. I can't kill him. He's too powerful. He's too powerful. Okay,
Bombardier to the left. Rocketeer. I lied. Yeah.
Where's our Fent friend?
He didn't make it, man.
What?
I got hurt from cold damage. It's fine.
Okay.
Just hack.
I got you, Moot.
Good.
What about our Fent
Let me
friend?
have some goddamn. That guy is fucking dead. He
Let me
probably
just-
took a hatch out.
Let me just look.
We can hold it.
Yeah, just look and make sure.
Hello there.
He's gone, man.
You're such a.
No, it went automatically.
No, it
That's
didn't. It's 2
automatically.
minutes. Oh, it's not. Maybe I
I'm
did.
standing behind you, retard.
Oh my god. See, we had no problem, bro.
No, we made it. That's actually
shrimple eyes.
Impressive, yeah. Yeah, he died doing what he loved, Fent.
True.
Alrighty then. You said we gotta bring a kit loadout now? God damn it, I dropped a medium shield for that shit. Whatever, they're not worth anything. I think they should make medium shields cost more.
Shut up. Where's your review for the dairy sticks? They're fine. The girl just, what can you do? Okay.
I dropped a med shield over snowballs? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Voltage converters. Don't have any of them. Alright, well, you're gonna have to make showstoppers. Good luck. Or we could just shoot out two things.
Yeah, we could. But I still want to bring... Okay. Combat Mark III. I need a power rod. Ugh, I need advanced electrical components. There we go.
You can make power rods, right?
Yeah. You can too, right?
Which combat... Yeah. Which combat Mark III do you make?
For this, I'm making the aggressive.
That's what I was thinking. You go heavy shield?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, but wait. I made the wrong... How did I make the wrong Mark III?
Uh-oh. We went full retard, guys.
Shot. God damn it, I made the flanking on accident.
Did you get a chance to look into Tim Walls' policies this week? What policies?
Bro, you don't know his policy?
Bro. You don't know these nuts? Got him.
True.
Okay. Bandages. Rechargers. And then... What do I need? Showstoppers? How many can you stack?
Showtime.
Is it 3 or 5?
I believe it's 3, but I don't know off the top of my head. Pretty sure it's 3.
1, 2, 3. Oh, it's 5. Okay. 5 advanced electrical components.
Come on, Dan.
What?
Huh?
Still here.
Did you really poop yourself, Dan?
Dan?
I'm not dignifying that with a response.
Yeah, he had a bit of a poopy time.
Wait. Do you have barricades?
I think I...
We should knock him over and we should set up 4 barricades. Like barricading
Around
ourselves
his
in.
ass?
Yeah, so that people can't snipe us when we're doing it.
True. I don't have any, but can I make them?
Can we?
Let me look. What would this even be under?
Utility station? I don't have it. I can
Oh,
make
I
a
do.
door blocker. Oh.
I can make 11 barricades. How many? We only need 4, right?
Brings 6. How it brings 6 because then you can stack 3 and 3.
6, yeah, fuck it. They're made. I never thought I'd use that, you know?
There we go. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, I need a thing for this. Gunsmith. Compensator. Don't make fun of him, stop. It's not funny. Some people are really sensitive about that stuff.
Can I get the Trump dance in our creators?
Nope.
That's what I want.
Alright guys, am I missing anything from this loadout? This should be good, right? Oh, can I put this? No. I'm bringing 5 showstoppers, okay?
Cool. Alright, where do you want to do this at?
Let me see what special events are up.
So there's Matriarch, Spaceport. There's Blue Gate, and Electromagnetic Storm Blue Gate. And
There's
Cold Snap
Matriarch count.
Spaceport.
I don't think Matriarch counts as special event.
I don't think it does, yeah. I think best place to do it would probably be a Cold Snap.
We didn't have any PvP in that electromagnetic storm.
No, we didn't at all.
But if like the
And it's
lightning,
Blue Gate.
imagine we use half our snowballs and the lightning kills the dude. I would be.
Yeah, I would lose my shit.
We should probably just do cold snap.
Yeah, I think so. And it's Spaceport. Spaceport huge.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Alright, fuck it. Wow, this is a fucking loadout.
Jesus. All right. You okay?
Hyped up.
Is there any point of bringing a Pharaoh 4 with an Anvil 4? There's really not, right?
Not really. Unless you want to use Pharaoh 4 first and then swap your Anvil after you
I think
shoot
they
one time.
Don't they do the same amount of damage?
No way.
They might. It's really
That would
dumb.
be retarded.
Yeah, let me check. Hold
Pharaoh
on.
4.
But they both do 40 damage. So the Pharaoh does 40 damage and the Anvil does 40 damage. Yeah, it's the same damage on both. Yeah, it's really dumb.
That's stupid. Then there's never a reason to bring a Pharaoh.
The bullet velocity might be higher. So the
Look, headshot mod though. Headshots can deal more around 60 damage thanks to a 2.5 multiplier.
cold snap and hatch key out for max safety. I don't think you can hatch key on a cold snap map.
You can't hatch key on a cold snap now. I'm seeing Anvil 40 to 80 HP with headshots being effective. Can you one-shot people if you have like the shotgun mod on it?
Doubt it. Fuck that mod too. I tried using it hunting shredders. It's just dog shit. You can hatch. Oh wait,
Use it, yeah.
Stop.
Oh.
Cancel. Wait,
Trying.
can you bring a hatch key?
I can probably bring one, yeah. Let's see what I got. Yeah, I can drop one of. Yeah, I know what to do.
Raider.
Heavy, light, medium. What do you get for deconstructing gun parts? Are they worth buying to deconstruct? Recycle. No,
Like if you
fuck
deconstruct
no.
heavy, you just get light.
Yeah, and light gives you simple. Okay.
And
cringe.
simple gives you metal frag.
I think simple actually gives you shrimple ass. Got him.
Actually, it gives you black guy laptop.
That's really funny.
What?
What's the joke?
You were mocking me. I was just saying it was really funny. Oh, it was really funny.
I'm not mocking you. I'm featuring you. A doe, a deer, a female deer.
What? Why are you mogging Dan?
Mogging?
Mm-hmm.
Just look maxing him. Can you imagine we spawned in and immediately got shot?
I would love it. Okay, I vote we go like this direction because I feel like that's like the least fucked with area. Like who the fuck goes over there?
Go.
That's it? You just fucking agree right away, Moot? Like a fucking cuck? You have no vote of yourself? Just,
no,
yes, no master! Vote. Yes, wherever you want to go! I'm there! How about, where do you want to go, Moot? Huh?
He's trying so hard right now.
You know where I want to go?
Okay, Moot, I'm gonna start baiting. Okay.
Wait, what are you doing? You're bringing him over here?
Yeah, why not? Or we're never gonna find one for the rest of the fucking map. Okay. Go ahead, I'll follow you. No! Okay. You gotta hit him, though.
I know, I'm trying, man.
Let me do it. Got him.
I got him. I actually got him.
Rocketeer, there, by the launch towers.
I don't know if he's coming, but...
Oh, he coming.
Oh,
Lord.
He coming.
Stop.
Synced up, dude.
Okay, I'm gonna be targeting left boosters, okay? Ah! Oh, gee,
That was
thanks.
me.
Yeah, cool.
What you were talking? So we're shooting his booster, correct?
Yep, shooting the left ones. Nice.
Reloading.
Yeah, you do that, cuck. Okay, wait for him to come closer. We don't want to do him way out there.
We're going left again, right?
Yeah, left. But let him get...
Oh.
What is he doing?
He's getting a bit frisky.
Stop. What are you doing? Stop shooting him.
I'm not shooting him.
It'd be nice if we were near a door so that we don't, like, take freeze damage. Mo, where did he go? Oh, shit. Okay, get ready. Wait, back up. Come to the left. What?
All right, I'm chilling. I gotta kite him, man.
No, he's kited. Come on, bitch.
He's fucking all the way out there.
Rocketeer, there. Rocketeer.
Okay, 100. He's coming.
We
He's
need
coming.
to bring a lure grenade next time.
No, we got it.
Ready? He went left.
There's no door over there. I looked.
There's a ladder, I guess.
Can you please just come in here, you motherfucker? Get in here. Come to me. Oh, Jesus. If we can bring him down anywhere inside this little industrial area, it'd be perfect. Perf.
Yeah, I fucking know, man.
No. Come on, buddy. Damn, nice shot. Come on, little bub. Oh, I guess that's where we're going. Okay, do you have barricades?
Yep.
Okay, start setting them up. Hurry before that spider kills us.
There's a spider. We gotta kill spider. Reloading.
I think that guy technically does take damage while he's on the ground, so we gotta kind of hurry. Can you go set up your barricades and I'll deal with the spider? Just don't let him jump on you.
And try. I'm running over there.
You got it. You're doing a good job. He's kind of running towards you.
Okay, you're just not dealing with the spider.
I'm shooting at him!
Shrimple ass.
Careful. He's...
Kill it, you fucking retard!
Moon's going.
I'm down! Fuck you! I'm not dealing with the barricade until the spider's dead again! Waste of my fucking time.
Just come in here and call to me.
Deal with the spider while it's on you. Fucking genius, dude. Defib me.
I don't have one of those.
I wouldn't have brought one.
Okay. Don't go out there yet. Did that guy blast off into space?
I'll fucking handle it then! Fuck it, I'm just throwing my snowballs, man.
Oh, that's good. It's strategic. We can use that. These don't do damage, do they?
Doesn't look like it.
Oh!
You retard.
I'm just...
You idiot!
We're doing it okay.
Why are you running around like you have fucking ADHD?
So if somebody's trying to snipe us in the distance, you're not sitting there like a stationary target like a fucking retard.
It doesn't matter. It's over anyways if they're trying to kill us.
Shut up! No, because we have those sick barricades set up. We can kite behind them, okay?
True. True.
Oh my god.
You're so dumb!
It's okay, it's
man.
okay, it's okay,
Just
it's okay, it's
fucking
okay.
Slow it down!
I'm so paranoid. Oh god.
It's pretty cold out here.
Oh shit, true.
Let me warm up.
Oh, we probably could just throw them from here, you know?
Well, it's been advanced tech for you. I've been seeing what you're fucking working with.
Alright, I throw mine. Do you have any more?
I got like 15 more.
Okay. Let me look real quick for, I'm shooting. Do you see any snow patches out here? We could just throw a few more, maybe?
I don't see any yet. I'll look in 3 seconds.
Okay.
All right.
I know there's going to be some over here.
Logbook.
40K?
We're at 40K.
What the fuck? There must be a snow patch.
Are we near like an extract at all?
Yeah, there's always one right there.
Head home at the central elevator.
No, we have a key. Don't forget.
Oh, true. Go back to the first building you went. Yeah, I'll go back there.
Oh, I found one. There's one right here.
Basin, I'm warming up. Holy shit, right here?
Yeah.
Oh, and there's one right here. Wait, what is that? Did somebody call the extract?
I don't know what that is, man. I don't like that.
That was the Rocketeer sound? Oh, he's just mad. You wanna go for like 60k and call it?
Yeah, that's a good amount.
Actually, that's probably a lot, because we threw a lot and we only got 40k, so.
That's true, yeah. So let's go for...
You know what, we'll see.
We'll see what we get. If we die,
I'm shooting?
I might have to go hit my wife.
Are you serious, bro? Get the fuck out of here.
Make sure you don't shoot it again.
I didn't. I would never do that.
I would never say that disgusting word.
Which word? Beep. Okay, grabbing 10 more snowballs, easy. Man, it's boring collecting snowballs.
That's what you gotta do to be at the top of the leaderboard, though.
True.
Please never do this fucking one again. Might just be us on this fucking map.
Don't jinx us. Okay, 45.7. I think 50k is respectable. What did I say? That's 50k. That's what we're going. Yeah.
All right, what are we at? We're at 47.
Make sure you're like keeping your eyes out in the distance for people rolling up on us. Okay.
I'm looking. Sure about a fucking looting 2 blueprint.
Why would you bring a blueprint?
I know, I misspoke. Phoebe Cat in the chat. Her cat's kind of fat.
Was that you shooting? Was that you shooting?
No, I didn't shoot.
I heard a shot to the southeast.
That sounds very far.
Okay, just it's always good to know when there be shooting. Okay, let's toss him.
Yeah. That's to the left.
Did it sound closer this time?
It was a death too. All right, we're at 50k. Fuck it.
Wait, 2 more.
Can I shoot
All
it?
right. Yeah, go. Nice.
It had a few more shots in it. All right, I'm looking for extract.
Okay.
Not central elevator. Let's go trench hatch west.
Okay.
That's closest hatch.
Loot the Rocketeer.
I guess.
Oh shit!
Hello. Friendly. Well, I'm getting the fuck out of here, man.
Hello.
Fuck that guy. Fuck the Rocketeer. I'm out. See ya.
Head home at the west trench hatch.
Yeah, fucking ditched me. See ya.
Did you loot any Rocketeer parts?
Nope.
You puss.
Well, I looted parts, but I didn't get the Rocketeer shit.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, I figured.
$51,250. Oh my god. Just leave it. Don't even shoot it. Could you imagine if there were campers right here? Oh, good one, Moot.
Good hit.
What's that noise? Oh, there's a bastion down here? Nice.
That's all that mattered.
Oh my god. Show me the money, baby.
Show me money. CXP. Humble 9K.
Jesus. Okay.
Just fucking actual dog shit.
What do you like?
I get a red light stick BP. I get a fucking heavy gun part and a combat 3 aggressive.
Oh. Yeah, you got fucked. Jesus. Okay, I'm 4 on my leaderboard. What are you?
Let me see where I'm at. I'm number 1.
Fuck you. Okay. What other events are there right now?
There's no more trials. I mean...
Well, I'll just throw my snitches and we can get like a 20k for that and then we're done with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, damage to flying arc enemies. That's the only real one.
No, what other events are there? Electrostorm and Cold Snap. Okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. Same thing.
We should do a Cold Snap, I think, again? Yeah.
Yeah, fuck it.
Okay, now we're done.
I'll bring my snitches. And you also bring more ammo.
I'm bringing like 2 rows of heavy ammo or something.
I'm not gonna bring 2 rows. I'm gonna bring 1.5.
Oh, wow. Aren't you cool? Is it worth bringing 2 anvils?
No way. Do you think your anvil's gonna go out?
I don't know. I've never killed this many fucking air enemies before.
Fuck it, I'll bring a Bettina.
Bettina. Arc Raiders. It's just such low damage for... Well, maybe not. Yeah, it's 14 damage.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, then fuck it, I'll just keep the anvil. Alrighty, let me get my meds underway. Do you have a hatch key?
Yeah, I can bring one.
Yeah,
I'm out of wires, brah. Celeste, my queen.
Sorry, busy day.
Oh shit, you're right actually. Fucking the Renegade is probably the best weapon for this.
How much damage does it do?
I don't know, but it one-shots the propeller things. Renegade
more ammo.
On Arc Raiders.
Space War Cold Snap.
Damn, it does 35 damage a shot? What the fuck? Bro, that Bettina is so bad.
Yeah, really bad. And it's pink.
Okay, fuck it, I guess. Medium heavy. Okay, there should be plenty, right? That should be. Meds, fuck it. Okay, do you want me to bring a hatch key?
Yes, sir.
How many snitch scanners do you have?
Oh. Hold on. Good idea.
You want to hit the bodies to do the most damage. You waste a lot of potential damage by downing them by the propeller. Oh, fuck. Is that true?
I have 2 snitch scanners.
Oh, shit. Okay, wait. So that means you don't want to use medium weapons because it's reduced damage because it doesn't do much damage to the armor then, right? Okay, hold on. Let me dump this then.
Wait, what did he say? You want to hit the bodies?
It's about damage, not just downing and destroying them. So like if you shoot the propeller and knock it down, you don't get full bullshit, according to him.
Okay, let me buy more fucking ammo then. Okay, 2 rows. So we're gonna go in like a random corner to the map and snitch scanner?
Yeah, basically.
Alright, so
Volcanic pumps dam if you get in range. Okay, I'm good. We're just anvil spamming. Okay. Okay. It should be enough. Fuck me, dude. So the Batina actually might be okay here. Well, if you're, as long as you're willing to go through a fuck ton of ammo.
yeah, I do have a ton of ammo actually. You know what? Fuck it. We're joining in. Fuck it. Cleveland Browns play their last game tomorrow, man.
Doubt it.
Take a wolf pack for a Rocketeer. I guess you didn't, huh?
Nope.
Just have to figure it out. The Venezuela stuff might actually be rousing Vosh from his fortress arc. Is it debate time?
Does he think it was
Does
good?
he have to apologize first?
True.
I assume he would think it was bad.
Yeah. Can we just toss it here, I think?
Sure, why not? I mean, we're in the middle of the map. No one's over here.
Okay. Oh, look. Guy right there. Remember, shoot for the body.
Yep.
Okay. Logbook. 176 damage.
There's another one above.
Yeah, 496. Okay. Snitch scanner. How many can you do at a time for this?
I don't know.
Oh, let's see. Oh, it only fucking calls these ones out?
I'm reloading. I'll snitch scanner. And you just threw one?
Okay.
Okay, there's 2.
Shut up. What? Did they just crash into each other?
I threw a seeker grenade.
Oh.
Hello? Where are they?
What? They came down.
They might have crashed into each other, yeah. Damn, he dodged me.
No, don't let him.
Oh, I didn't have ammo. Throwing a cinch.
Thank God he's gone. Just kidding. No bully.
No bully.
Okay.
Go more? I'm out.
Wait, do you see any laying out here? Apparently sometimes they don't go off. Damage snitch.
I'm seeing damaged ones.
Damage. Okay, no, people are retarded.
Hold on, these damaged ones, they sell for money.
Damn, that's kind of groovy.
Reloading for a second. Reloading again.
We're dead. Too late. Oh, where did this guy come from?
Shielding you?
I mean, I can shield myself, but okay.
Oh, you're just fucking around. I don't know what you're doing.
Or do you have the free one?
I don't have the free one.
Okay, I'm just gonna do 2 at a time.
Reload. Shots?
Okay. Bro. Do I want to look at our fucking score? Oh, you're getting... Yeah. Oh my god. You ready? Is that you running?
I'm waiting for him.
Yeah, do you hear him running it? Or is that you running?
Still healing. I'm not running.
It's okay.
I wasn't running at all.
Oh, do you see him up there?
Yeah, I do.
This guy is
I'm
so
not sure
fucking
yet.
far away. Yeah, fuck that.
He's fucking.
Why is he even sniping us, bro? Get the fuck out.
We're at 5.1k.
Yeah, I know. It sucks. We literally could have wolfpacked like one Rocketeer and gotten like 4 point whatever K, I think.
Yeah.
We should have brought wolfpacks with us.
We should have. I see him.
Hold on. This is... Oh, I got an idea.
He's retarded.
There you go. Just back up.
I'm backing up.
Wait, where the fuck are these coming from?
I think those are just natural spawns.
Oh.
Oh, these fucking losers!
What? Oh.
They're shooting them.
Oh my god, bro. Wait, are there people in the spaceport?
I think there might be people at the top of the spaceport,
Yeah.
man. How many more do you have?
9.
Okay.
Why do they do this fly up in the air bullshit? Oh my god. You're shooting enemies or arc?
Yeah, no, there's arc, but
Okay.
I think they're taking our arc up there like fucking cocks.
My shit is fucking hella
I just got
glitched.
shot.
Be careful.
I got shot at, I guess.
I can't. Hold on.
Okay, you're done.
I'm done.
Oh, you're dead.
I don't know. My shit is so glitched.
Okay, just chill. You're fine.
Oh my god. My mouse is dead, I think. Fuck. How?
Okay, well, one just died falling down.
Oh my god. No. What the fuck? Okay. Why are you out there? Are you okay?
A guy just died falling down out here, so I was trying to go and kill him.
There, by flight control.
It's fine, I'm on the way back. Do you have a shield recharger?
Yeah. My mouse is like on my knee pad. There's a guy throwing nades at you. Where is he? Shh.
I don't know.
They're like up there in that tower.
Yeah, they're just fucking being cocks.
Okay. Hold on, I'm recharging her.
It's sounding close.
I don't even know what I'm shooting at. This is retarded. Okay, let's back up and I'll blow the rest of these. Did we bring a hatch key?
Yeah,
You did,
let's
right?
just go somewhere else. No, I didn't. I told you to.
Oh, okay, I got it. I'm gonna go over here.
Go to that location.
Sweet, let's go.
Let's move to that location.
We haven't even beat our score.
Yeah. What a horrible fucking run.
Yeah. Probably better just to get Wolfpacks.
Absolutely, and do bombardiers and run around the map.
Yeah. This was probably a Radiant situation.
It absolutely was. True. I don't know why you're running out there. Good luck. If you get killed, you're on your own.
I thought we were going out there.
No, just wait to spawn him and then kill him and...
Shooting.
Oh my god. this guy for real right now? Where the fuck?
No more, I guess.
Oh my god. Three more.
Just found 2 Vita sprays.
Wow. And what, the Leaper?
No, and there was like a grenade thing.
Gotcha. Okay, 2 more, good luck. And you know what? Fuck it. I hope we die.
Okay, you probably should have waited. Not.
Good one. What? Are you okay? Oh, I just don't know what hit you.
$12K?
Not bad. Let me see. I think this is actually underground. Like, we don't have to go above ground to
let's get out of here.
Clear that one. Hold on. A lot of stuff coming down. You want to check the Rocketeer at all, or just say fuck it?
Might as well, fuck
Oh,
it.
nope, fuck it. Bye.
Nope, yeah. Let's go. It's enough of that.
You're decently far ahead, I mean, just letting you know.
Okay, slowing down.
Do you need a shield, buddy? Can I shield you?
I mean, at this point, I don't think so. But
Just in case. Later, bitch.
Huge.
Okay, fuck these trials. I'm done with this.
Yeah.
If that's not enough for top 5, then you know what?
Wasn't meant to be.
Then it wasn't meant to be.
Alright, let's see what I'm at. Yeah, I'm still at number 1.
By how much? Fuck you.
9K. 10K. What are you at?
I'm ranked 3. Ooh, there's a big gap between 4 and 5. And 5 and 6 is big too. I think this is, should be safe. You're rank 1 with how many points?
Try 94,969.
What does rank 6 have?
I'm tryhard 2. Rank 6 is at 48.
I think you shouldn't play right away. Because I bet the people who play right away and get placed on those early ladders are like some of the more tryhard people. Oh, I guess my division is 1 higher than yours, so it'll be a little more tryhard.
Yeah, yours is 1 higher than me, 100%.
Tryhard 2. Complete objectives and return safe to gain ranks and claim your rewards. Are we just getting like, is that it? Like an emote, a face style, and a backpack?
You're gonna get Wildcat 3, I think.
What is, where do you see that? Oh, you're talking about the promotion? You mean a wild card?
Yeah, I'm talking about promotion. Yeah. Wild card, sorry. So you're gonna get the Ice Stripe, the Mastery Medal. Yeah, I mean, it's just like cosmetics.
Oh, I thought you got like items or something.
I don't think so. I think the items are what you get.
You're cringe.
For doing it.
Oh, top 1,000. Cantina Legend is an actual ranked.
Yep.
Damn.
That's where you get the good shit.
Okay. Well, it's tired.
Yeah, I'm done.
It's late. I'm tired. That's right. I love you. Be careful.
GG's.
Yeah.
Have a good one. Bye. Do your connection.
Fuck. Must have unplugged my mouse pad. Are you doing more call-ins tomorrow? Yeah, I might. General, bar, blanket, slack, overall. Work, umbrella, nurse, private, jeans, major, diamonds, willy, joggers, SOS, captain. These are names for pants with an S removed or whatever. Military ranks. Oh, one is going to be a stupid word thing. Oh, fuck. Like slot machine things? Are there umbrellas or bar, umbrella, diamonds? A blanket. Protections? Like work protections, blanket protections, umbrella protections, and... Insurance? Like SOS insurance? Is that a thing? Umbrella insurance? Blanket insurance? And work insurance? Bar insurance? Fuck. Work, umbrella, blanket, SOS. I changed this and it wasn't one away, so it has to be. So work is definitely here, right? Willie? Wonka? Willie, bar, diamonds, nurse, umbrella, blanket. Is there? It's not like things on a like on cards, playing cards. There's no nurse. Does the Jack have an umbrella? Umbrella, diamonds, a blanket, and Willie. I don't know. Don't know. Don't care. The fuck is this? Rihanna, #1 hit. Oh, I never would have gotten this. A wet bar? I don't even know what that means. A wet bar? Is that like a bar in the water? And then a wet blanket? What is that? Wet nurse? I've heard that term before. And wet willy? I've not heard of that before. A dry bar doesn't serve alcohol? What the fuck kind of bar doesn't serve alcohol? That's not a bar at all. Cringe. Okay, I'll let you guys be careful. Stay safe. Don't die.